Hey, Solar, guess what, man? I'm a fucking piano tuner.
Yeah, look at this guy.
I
Jazz Kid.
Really?
Like the
yes,
Nice, dude.
432.
Yep.
fucking
Who
piano.
is?
Well, first, it's just the note, the A note, the A4 note. It's at 440. So
Yes,
it's just
man.
tuning it so that the A note is four, just like two, down. I mean, eight's going down so that it's 432. But I don't think you notice the difference because you need a little bit of off tune, right, in order for it to have that complex sound, which is the phasing. So you don't want everything perfectly in tune all the time because then it'll sound computerized. I don't know. It depends on the taste of people and how.
So how can I get closest to the pure tone of 432, bro? Because I'm really trying to align my music closest to that.
Well, you can make a tuning fork that rings at that.
No, I'm talking about FL Studio, bro. It's a program on
Yeah,
your
what they're
computer.
saying is true. You can do it. The easiest way to go into your VSTI settings and do it there. But what they're
Bro,
saying is
bro,
that,
I can't
you can
find
do
that,
it in
bro.
real life, right? And then tune that little pitch for the whole FL Studio thing that's on the top left. Yeah, you just tune that to match the tuning fork, the real 432 tuning fork, and just move your pitch until your A4 matches it. You know what I mean? But
Is it
yeah,
negative
Hey,
32 cents? Is
I
432, isn't
think
it? Negative
Well,
32
these are
no,
just
cents?
numbers, man. It's not a real thing. I don't believe in that. I think it's just a numbers thing.
same here, bro.
Alright,
I
sure
think
thing,
I think
bro.
it's
Sure
you.
thing.
I mean, what is it? Kabbalah stuff. Like I really,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm not into it at all.
hey,
yeah, the whole
Alright,
hey,
you know,
man. Can we get
chakra.
back?
I'm into harmonics though, 100% for the fifth, seventh, and yeah.
Yeah.
This
Hey,
shit
man.
is real. Adds up.
Fuck yeah, it does.
It's
Hey,
real.
man.
They all play on the piano. You know what I'm saying? When you actually hit it, dude, the other strings are vibrating. Like you know
Yep.
what I mean, and you can measure it. Like you
It's
can feel
called,
it.
it's called sympathetic. It's called sympathetic vibration, man.
Exactly. There you go, man. Flat
You
Earth,
guys-
dude. You're my guy. See, okay.
Yeah.
People say resonance.
People don't know.
No,
People don't
resonance
know
is
about
the effect of
sympathetic
sympathetic.
vibration.
Is the
how to change
cause.
master
Nice,
chords.
man.
Vibration, man, is so key, bro.
It is key, bro. Good shit, man.
Key, bro. Write that shit down, man. Sympathetic vibration.
What's it called, bro? Sympathetic
Yep,
vibration.
sympathetic
Sympathetic
vibration. So,
vibration.
and that's why the
Sympathetic
tuning
vibration.
fork, when you bring, if you ring one fork and you bring it closer to another one, the other one will start vibrating, it'll start moving,
Yes.
and that's due to sympathetic vibrations. So it's resonating due to sympathetic vibrations.
Guess
You see?
who? Guess who understood this beyond both of us, bro?
So,
It's Nicholas Tesla, bro.
yeah. Nicholas.
But these fucking cunts are slowing down my Google, bro. Fucking
Fuck your Google, man.
I've
Fuck
never
that
heard
shit in the
anybody
fucking
call him
trash.
Nicholas Tesla.
fucking cunts, bro. Straight up.
Come on, do it.
Dude, that's such an inside joke, bro. No, nobody else laughed. Only you and I laughed, bro.
It's funny, man.
Shit.
I know. It's fucking hilarious.
Wait,
bro.
you're talking about the desperate donkeys and globers go to the Google and try to find the answers? Fucking swans.
Ah,
Oh,
fucking
you're not a Globie? Oh, new guy in the house. Rush,
those
what's up, man?
cocks, those fucking. Hey, did we lose Dexter?
No, Dex is back. He's here.
Fucking Dexter, speak up or forever hold your fucking EP. Okay.
I've been holding my peace.
Man, hey, God
Hold-
bless your heart, bro.
Hold your
Thank you for letting me
PP,
know.
man.
Hold
Jack-
on. Shh.
Okay, hold on.
What was that?
Let's just be open a can of beer.
Oh, all right. Okay. I'll light up then.
Hey, wait.
Spark one up.
Dexter, man. What kind of beer, man? Not just like.
It is Miller Light.
You're
A Miller Lite.
Did you use an Indian accent?
Dexter, you're drinking a Miller Lite.
Oh my God, he said that.
No, I'm not. No, fuck no, I'm not drinking a Miller Lite.
What's
That's
the
why
name?
he said that, man.
What is the name of your beer? What kind of beer is it, man?
It's a Sierra Nevada Wild Little Thing.
The wild little thing.
It's a sour.
That's a hazy. Is that a hazy?
No, it's a sour. It's a sour.
Oh, good choice. Good choice, man.
It's a weekday. I can't be drinking hazy. Those are like 8%.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Don't drink 8% beer, dude. Do not do that. Do not. 6.
Well, I do, but I do it on weekends.
You're only gonna have like 2 or 3.
You should start studying about the globe.
I'm a big guy. I'm 6'2", 220 pounds. I can handle.
Cool, man. Yeah, stay in like 7.2% area, man. You'll be good. Drink 3 of those, man. You'll be like, woo! Yeah, I'm feeling right on.
I tend to, if I'm drinking 7 to 8%, it's gonna. I'm not gonna drink more than
3.
More than 4. More than
5. Okay.
5, yeah.
5 is gonna be a bad night for me.
5.
Okay.
No, it's not gonna be a bad night. It'll be a good night. It'll be a bad morning.
Yeah.
It'll be a fucked up great night, but fucked up morning. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be fucked. You'll be
I'm not 20 anymore. If I were 20, I could have.
I'm not 20 anymore, everybody. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, be careful, man.
I'll be back.
Good advice as far as drinking goes. Now,
what I do is I buy this I buy 6 packs of this water called Liquid Death. It's in a can, but god damn it tastes good.
Don't you ever buy anything called Liquid Death, dude.
It's water. It's just water.
Don't buy it.
It's water.
Don't on principle. Don't buy it, man. Don't.
God, it's so good though.
It doesn't matter how good it is. Liquid Death. It's water. Wait a moment.
Yeah, hold up. I'll post a picture in the chat. Hold on.
It's water. No.
Yeah. Let me post a picture in the chat. You'll see what I'm talking about.
All right.
In the future, death will run away. So get your bottle today.
Get your fucking death bottle water over here, please. I'm only trying to influence you with my magical powers.
If I post this picture,
are you immortal?
If I post,
are you tired?
I got the NASA powers that prove everything. Fuck off. I own NASA. I invented NASA. NASA is everything. You must believe.
Listen, if I post this picture, I really don't want you to be intimidated by the size of my. Because here's the deal: I have very large hands, and I just don't want you to feel bad.
That means you have a really, really big dick.
That means you can hold a lot of shit, right?
Very small.
Dexter, man, do not take me wrong, man. I'm the best friend you'll ever fucking have. I swear.
Well, but that
don't get pissed at me because I like make fun of shit. You know, don't get pissed. Don't get pissed because I make fun of shit. Shit is easily to make fun of, man. We got a lot of shit to make fun of, man. We can make fun of, all kinds of politics, cops, or whatever, man. We could do and Michio Kaku. We can make fun of him. Michio I got a fucking caulk too. I swear I got a caulk too. Liquid Death, bro. Liquid Death in the house. You do have some really long fingers. I'll give you. You're freaking me out, man.
I'm good with that.
Dex,
Basketball.
you're
Basketball
fucking
hands.
killing me. Nah, man. No, you're a great
Liquid.
person. You're a great person, Dex, man.
Liquid death.
So what are you drinking? Oh, liquid death.
He's
Wait. Let me get it. Liquid.
Death Mountain water, bro.
Fuck.
What does it taste like?
Is that good?
It's delicious water. Yeah.
It's
Oh, yeah.
water.
Does it taste like
I
dead people?
normally just drink the shit out of my faucet, but in the mornings and in the evenings when I'm feeling dehydrated,
Fuck off.
this
Dex.
shit
Yeah, the filter
tastes.
or
It's just like a sweet. It's a very sweet water, and so I'll have like a can or two a day, and I have
Very
those
sweet
cans
water.
when I feel very specifically like I need something more than just the faucet water, but.
Alps from the Alps.
What? Hey, Dex, let me ask you, man, straight up. What the fuck is inside? Read us
The ingredient.
It's just some fucking water that tastes. It's just some fucking water that tastes better than the shit that comes out of my faucet.
Is there any ingredients?
It's my luxury water.
Read the label on the ingredients on that water, please.
All right, hold up.
Take a picture. Just post it.
Don't just read us.
It says bottled at the source from Frankenmarkter, Austria.
Austria.
Made in Austria. Ingredients: water.
Wow. Okay. Well, how much is that can?
A 6-pack is $3.
50 cents, huh?
Yeah.
Sure. That's not terrible, I guess.
I mean, it's terrible in that it's water, and I have a fucking faucet. But it
No. Well, I drink reverse osmosis water from the I filter the city water, and it tastes real distilled or reverse osmosis tastes sweet. So I wonder if that water has very little mineral content, and thus making it taste sweet, like reverse osmosis. It actually tastes sweet.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I use a pure filter for my regular faucet water, but
like mine reads, I think 1 ppm or 0, fluctuates between 0 and 1 after I filter it. So yeah.
I don't know. I don't read my water, but the literally reason I buy this is because it has a taste that I enjoy, and
I'll try it.
I don't drink it as my primary source of water, but I drink it as like a luxury thing.
Hey, Dax.
Is it sparkling water or no?
No, it's not sparkling. It's flat.
Dax. 40 years ago, if I said, "Hey, man, I got an idea, man. People will buy water out of a can or a bottle.
Yeah, make it look like a Miller Lite.
And make it look like a beer. Yeah. Dude, when I grew up, man, we drank out of hoses.
Dude, same with me. I grew up poor as shit.
Yeah. There were some sprinklers on at the fucking park. I'd be like, hold on, guys. I have to get a drink. I need to run over to the sprinkler and get splashed all in my face. I didn't give a fuck all, man. I drank whatever was coming out of the faucet, man. I fucking drank.
Dude, I'm the same. As a toddler, I would deep throat 50 feet backward a fucking fire hydrant.
Exactly. It didn't matter, man. If the water was coming out of the ground or the air, if it was raining, I'd stick my tongue out.
Yeah, I do that with the rain, but city water is just, there's chemicals added to it.
Dude, I'm telling you, when I grew up, man, we didn't give a fuck all about any of that.
I didn't live in the city. I didn't live anywhere near a city, so our water was it was well water, and except for 3 years of my childhood.
Test it for nitrates though. Well water. Test it for other shit though. You know what I mean? So it's good to test your well water, anyways, just to know what's in it.
Yeah.
My understanding was the quality was good. But
Okay, awesome. Good.
When I was drinking out of my neighbor's hose,
Personally, I like to know like analysis, like what's in it.
didn't have the
That way, I
tech.
know what's in it. Just to know.
yeah, you know, as an 8-year-old, I wasn't really analyzing the
Oh,
water.
I know, man. I'm just a fucking nerd, right? Like that. I do this with like every aspect of life in my life. I'm just like that.
Hey, we like to break down the things that make our lives, bro. And whether it's seeing the sun or the stars or the sky or seeing water roll down a river or come out of the ground on the well or whatever, man. We love the fact that we live in an amazing place that gives us the things that keep us alive, for fuck's sake, man. Like water. It's the most amazing thing, man. Water can solve the world's problems, man. Water. If you can get water to anywhere that I've ever been in this world, you can make shit grow.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can only live 3 days without water, but you can live almost 2 months without food.
They call it the 3-3-3, man. If you don't have oxygen for 3 minutes, guess what? You're dead.
No, there was a dude that did 40 days without water.
I've heard of those guys, man. I've heard
No, 40 days without water? I don't believe that. Really?
3 days without water. You're a complete maniac. You're done. You're a complete dehydrated.
Let me see a link of some shit of somebody surviving 40 days without water. I don't believe that.
Man, I'm with you, Gore. I'm with you, bro. Show me that shit. No. 3 days without water, you're done.
40 days without food, I believe that.
Yeah. I've seen guys do like 120 days, man, without food. Man, I'm like, damn, you're sick, bro. That's awesome. There's nothing wrong with that, man. Being if you're in the right mindset, I think you can do way more than you think you can do. I mean, but without water, man, fuck. That would be tough, man. I've heard of aeritarians. Have you ever heard that term?
No.
Aeritarians, people that actually live on air. They don't even need food or water. Fuck off. Aeritarians. I've heard of this concept. It's a lot like outer space concept, man. It's a bit unbelievable. But people can actually live on air. Check it out, man. Don't believe me? Do not.
I mean, to be honest, I don't, but I'll look it up.
Yeah, they're out there, man. I've seen some documentation to the potential effect of people can actually just live on air. And I thought, man, damn, that's cool. That's
when
interesting.
you figure it out, let me know, and then we'll match the people of old getting up there in the 800s and 1,000.
Yeah, how about those cocks, man? Imagine having
that's 800.
Imagine having like 500 years of your peak perfection, your prime of your life, man.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Imagine 500 years of your 30s or early 30s, right?
Thank you, bro. I'm 34, so that makes me feel good.
Think about that, man. You're 34 years old now. Imagine like 1,000 years of your peak performance, man. Sexually, physiologically,
There'd be a lot of people killing themselves, not wanting to wait so long.
So, but we only live, 100 years. But those people in the past might have lived 1,000 years, and you're like,
right?
What a bunch of cocks, man. Fuck, why don't I live 1,000 years and have...
Nah, I'm cool not living that long.
Yeah, I don't think anybody ever lived that long, but yeah.
I don't know if they did or didn't, but it's been documented that they might have lived that long.
I mean, people wrote stories.
The people wrote stories. Oh my God!
Oh, sounds
People
like
wrote
today.
stories. People wrote stories about this thing called the Coriolis effect.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh
Yeah,
my
let's
God!
hear the solar system story.
I'm about to
Which
get
one's that
off.
one?
People wrote stories. Come on, don't bounce, Dex. Come on.
I'm not gonna do this again.
I'm
It's just so ridiculous. With all due respect, like I
What,
had
the
a
spinning
long
monkey ball
conversation with
religion?
you all. I enjoyed the conversation before we started talking about flat Earth versus
All right.
spherical Earth, and then when we started talking about that, it became I couldn't get a word in. It was 10 people talking, and I just don't want to do that again. I'm happy. I enjoyed the company. This was fun
No,
for that, and I've been enjoying it after that. But I don't want to get back into that right now.
all right.
Well, come back on Ladies' Night.
Fair, dude. I enjoyed the solar panel discussion too and shit like that, man. For sure.
Yeah,
And,
it was
and
good
the
before and after for sure.
honestly, and the
me too.
Coriolis and all that too. I enjoyed it. So
Yeah. Me too, man. I enjoyed that. And don't Dex, don't be shy.
yeah, maybe I got hot too. Maybe called your names, but yeah, it's just
People get hot.
discussions. Yeah, sorry, apologize.
Just remember, Dax, man, we're just in a pub. I don't know where you
Yeah.
live. A
I come
bar.
here to chill and have
Well,
fun,
a
man.
flat
After
pub.
a
We're
hard
having
day's work,
fun. We're talking about physics. We're talking about
Oh,
electricity. We're talking about atmosphere,
figuring shit out.
barometric.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's not like we're against
have you?
you, bro. We're 100%. No. We're with you 100%. We're just like trying to define exactly the parameters of where we actually live, bro. Where do we live? And what are the parameters? And how can we prove those parameters? And how can we verify them and just check them out for ourselves, bro? And the last time I checked, man, if you can show me any experiment where there's gas pressure without a container, I am going to be your best friend for the rest of your life. Period. Gas pressure without a container. If you can demonstrate that to me beyond a reasonable doubt, I will
Shit, that wouldn't even be enough.
I will worship the ground that you walk on. You are the most amazing person in the world, period.
Still not enough. You should be able to detect the motion, but you can't detect the motion either.
Oh, damn.
Big problem.
Dang. Gas pressure without a container. I'm 100% saying, hey, man, if you can show that to me, man, I will be the biggest proponent of the globe that ever lived. If you can show me gas pressure without a container. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a beer.
Cheers, man.
I just love the factual things that I can prove in my life. And I've been working with gas pressure for a long time. And decades of gas pressure. And never once was there gas pressure without a container. Not once. And
Oh yeah.
not once. If anybody can show me how gas pressure can happen without a fucking container, I'll be really happy to say, hey, man, we're good. We're good. We are good, bro. We're good. But gotta have that gas pressure without that fucking little bitch of a container. I don't care how thick the container is. It could be thin, thick. I don't care. But show it to me without that little bitch of a container. And I'll be like, hey, man, cool. We are good. We're good. We're good. So step right on up, boys and girls. Show me that gas pressure without a container. Because I'm sitting here all day waiting for it, man. I've been sitting here for 5 fucking years waiting for this shit. If you
Waiting?
got it,
I don't think you were, man. I don't think you actually were waiting.
I'm waiting, man, to see that experiment on my bench. Right
I don't
here.
believe you because you know you've been waiting forever.
Well, I'm still waiting. I've been waiting here 5 years. I'm still waiting. If you got a container without gas pressure, or with a gas pressure without a container, let me see it, because I'm here, man. I got a bench, I got gas, I got pressure, I got gauges, I got whatever you need, man. I got it.
I hear you. You're on a quest. Hold on 1 second. Echo, set alarm for 7 a.m.
Alarm set for 7 a.m.
Hey.
Echo. I love that you called it Echo. I wanted to just call mine hey bitch. But I don't have one of those things.
Hey, what
So
time, man? You just set
So
your alarm.
Dexter, is there something you've learned today about Earth?
No.
So like the horizon, right? That it isn't the leading edge of a sphere. No.
Is the question whether or not I've changed my belief about something?
No,
Or is the
no, no,
question
no.
whether or not I've
He
learned
asked
something new?
a specific question. Is the leading edge of the horizon a sphere?
What is a leading edge?
The leading edge of the horizon, where the sky meets the water.
Uh-huh.
At the beach. If you ever go to the beach, you ever go to the beach?
Yeah.
Where the sky meets the water. Is that the leading edge of the horizon? Yes or no?
What does the leading edge mean? I feel like this is a trick question.
Not a good
No.
trick.
So
It's
so
what
what?
you observe, man. It's what
If you're asking me, do I believe that the horizon is representative of, or I guess a better way to phrase it is, do I believe that the Earth is round and the horizon fits into that in a neat and easy to understand way? The answer is yes.
No, fuck off.
point.
Listen. Fucking question is, does
Jesus
the sky
doing this
meet
again?
the fucking horizon? Does
I
the
suppose
sky,
I did join the fucking flat Earth.
don't join
Discord.
don't
God
join
damn it.
anything, man. Just join the earth, man. What you see is the sky meeting the water at the fucking, you know what I'm talking about. It's called the fucking horizon. The sky meets the water at some level. Do you agree with me or not? Physically, from your own eyeball.
Horizontal.
Well, the answer, I mean, actually, no. I don't think that the sky meets the water.
Okay. Well, but what you see with your own eye is that the sky.
Well, can we go back to talk about solar?
No, we can talk about the horizon and the eye
Dude,
level.
I'm looking at solar panels right now, man. I'm kind of just, I swear, I'm just seeing what the market has now. It's been a few years since I actually looked at them. They got some.
It is getting better and cheaper at every moment.
Good.
Listen, nobody was listening to me last year when all these carbon marketplace ETFs opened up. I was like, you got to invest in these. These are going to blow up. Like look up the ticker KRBN. I bought in like a week after it opened up, and look at the return on it. Nothing can beat it.
Okay.
Hey, you know what can beat it? Is common sense, bro. Common sense.
Well, I don't think so, because you get 110% return on an ETF in a year. You're doing all right.
What about an NFT? What if you got
NFTs?
$1 million% on an NFT, bro?
Yeah, but that's not sustainable.
It's not.
No, it's sustainable if you sell.
Why is the dollar sustainable? Please explain.
Why is the dollar sustainable? I'm not sure it is.
There you go.
But I mean, but conceptually, if you have a,
doesn't it all come down to trust and belief?
well, partially, right? But the other part is that
partially. No.
Jesus Christ,
belief or not belief? Come on.
No. Partially in that it all comes down to societal trust, and like not in the value of the thing, but trust in the existence of society itself. But at the end of the day, the dollar is a fractional piece of the entire value of all goods in society, or of all goods and services in the country. So,
So I build guitars. I build and repair guitars for a living. I build something.
Are we really going to get into a whole conversation about fiat versus a fucking gold standard? Because I don't want to do that either.
Fuck that, man. Fuck the. We all know that if you bought a $1,500 suit, in 1980, and you paid for it in gold, today, if you'd have held that gold, it would buy you a $15,000 suit, right?
I don't know, maybe, but if you would have bought
maybe, no, not maybe.
Fine, but if you would have had an index fund in 1980, the amount of U.S. dollars that you would have gotten from the index fund would be worth more than the amount of.
I'm sure they had index funds in 1980, bro, but they might.
Okay, well then if you would have bought, fine. Then if you would have personally purchased like even fractions of shares or the right number of shares, made your own index fund, the right number of shares from the 500 largest companies in the country, and then each year check back in, sold out the companies that fell out of the top 500, and then bought shares of the companies that came into the top 500, and done that over the course of the next 40 years, then you would be in a much better place. You would be in a much better place than had you purchased gold.
Decades, bro. It's 4 decades.
Yes, and you'd be in a much better place than had you purchased gold.
I don't think so, bro.
Well, you would. I mean, it's just basic. It's when you look at the S&P. Compare the S&P. Just compare the S&P to
it wouldn't have been that much of a difference. It would have been
a massive difference. Absolutely massive difference, especially considering the reinvestment of dividends. The difference is like it's not even close.
Well, everybody can run their computer models and wish.
Well, no, I mean this is just like actual facts. It's not a computer model.
Well, actual facts is that when you walk outside and you walk out to
it's literally just dollars. It's just how many dollars do you get for the gold, and how many dollars do you get if you do this basic strategy?
I'm telling you, man, you would break even with gold. Jesus. Break fucking even minimum. You were like, You're gonna hedge inflation with gold, man. Guaranteed, man. You're gonna hedge it. 20
No, listen, dude. I agree that gold is
years,
around right
1,000
now.
years
Gold
ago,
is gonna go up.
1,000 years ago, an ounce of gold would buy you a bitchin' suit, and today it would buy you a fucking bitchin' suit, man. Period. That's how
Yeah.
gold works, man. If you don't understand that, man, I can't help you, bro. I can't help you. You got that, right? Come on, Dex, bro. Come on. 1,000 years ago, ounce of gold bought you a bitchin' suit. Today it buys you a fucking bitchin' suit. It's not complicated, man. It's not.
Yeah. So it sounds like it didn't increase in value at all.
Well, it didn't decrease in value at all either.
Yes. Agreed.
So that's the beautiful thing about it, bro. It doesn't decrease in value.
Although I'll tell you this, I think that I can get a pretty good suit for under $1,000, and gold is worth what, $1,850 an ounce now. So
Let's call it $2,000.
yeah,
Yeah. Let's call it
Mhm.
$2,000.
so it sounds like it's
It's holding its own, bro. It's not
it's
like
holding its own, but also things in many ways cost less.
well, dude,
For
how much
instance,
are you paying for a New York steak now today, bro? If you go
let me
out,
ask you this: go to 1984
yeah,
and
lived
go to
okay.
1984 and find a house that costs $300,000, put 10% down, and tell me what the ultimate payment at the end of a 30-year mortgage is going to be, and then find the same house now and tell me what the ultimate payment at the end of a 30-year mortgage is going to be. People talk about the housing market getting more expensive, and in some ways it has, and in other ways it hasn't. The actual end result payment that people are paying now, people are still paying less at the end of the day, inflation adjusted, than they were in the 80s for a house because of interest rates in the 80s.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm dead serious. Look at the actual capitalized cost. Look at how much people actually spend on a house adjusted for inflation now versus the 80s. People spent more in the 80s on a house.
Hey, I have no doubt about that because I lived there.
Because the fucking mortgage rates were like 12%.
It was 19%. Are you fucking kidding me? It was 19, 17, 15, easy percent, bro. I was there, man. Apparently I'm a fucking boomer. And I know for a fact that shit was fucking ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous compared to the shit now. Are you fucking kidding me?
Exactly. I would rather have $1 million, and anyone with an ounce of sense would rather have $1 million house that they have a 2.8% interest rate on than a $400,000 house with a 19% interest rate.
Hey, I'm in that first bracket. I'll tell you that. Yeah, man. Shit's fucked up, man. 2%, 3% loan now. I mean, dude, we were paying when I locked into my house right here 25 years ago, it was fucking like 7.5%, bro. 7.5, bitches. And that was only 25 years ago. But back in the 80s, man, it was like 16%, man. 17%. 19% for fucking home mortgage, bro. 19%. Now it's like 2 fucking 3. Fuck off. Fuck off. I hate that shit, man. Fucking pisses me off. Say you motherfucking boomers got it all made. Yeah, we were paying 19 fucking percent, bitches. Fuck off.
Yeah, but it equals out because the
equals out.
Of course it equals out because the house price was lower.
So does space and Earth. It equals out.
Literally, the only difference is that now when you sell your home, you get the capital instead of a bank. So the boomers are making bank off of us.
The fucking boomers. It's the goddamn boomers' problem because
Always the fucking boomers. The
they were
boomers fuck everything up.
19%. Dude, there was 10 years of the boomers. The fucking stock market made fucking zero, dude.
Oh yeah, you mean like between 1990 and 2000?
0%. Zero.
Are you joking? Look at 90 to 2000. You're tripping.
Talking about like fucking,
You're making shit up. You are making shit up.
Bitch at the boomers. You're gonna bitch at the boomers. Oh fuck, they were paying 19% on their fucking mortgage.
Yeah, on a fucking $50,000 house. Like, who cares?
On a $72,000 house here in
yeah, now it's $1 billion for a fucking 800 square foot. Come on now,
dude. I live in $1 million house. I paid $205,000. Okay.
Great, boomer. Enjoy.
I'm a fucking shit ass piece of shit boomer that just
thank you.
Fuck you. I fucking went through the 80s, man, when we were paying the fucking stock market made fuck all nothing, man. It didn't fuck off. Not that I'm not in the stock.
Yeah, you also lived through the 90s where it made a shitload. So congrats.
I bought in the 90s. I didn't fucking cruise through the 90s. I bought my house in the 90s when the real estate market was shit. And, I'm fortunate. Thank you. I made a good decision and I purchased it.
No, you lived at a good time.
No. Fuck. I lived at a good time. What does that mean? Dude, these aren't good times. Dude, the last time I checked, the guy on the homeless street got $4,000 last year, man.
The guy on a homeless street?
Yeah. Everybody in fucking America got like $4,000 last 2 years, dude.
Do you think that a heroin addict has the wherewithal to give his $4,000?
Doesn't fucking matter. I don't give a fuck what he does with his money. But if you
no. I'm talking about getting heroin addict.
If you give a heroin addict on the street,
no, you're missing my point. Do you think that a heroin addict has the ability to collect $4,000 that may come to him from the government?
Yes, I do, because he's that fucking.
You would be wrong because I went out and tried my best to get as many homeless people access to the money that was being given out by the government, and so many don't pay taxes, haven't filed taxes in so many years that they didn't have there was no previous tax return for them to be eligible. So you're wrong.
Okay, well, some of them might have been eligible, right?
I mean, maybe 1 out of 1,000.
You're guessing. You're completely guessing. Come on.
I'm not completely guessing because I'm actually out there trying to help people get the money, and then most people just weren't eligible because they didn't have a tax return from the previous year. So.
Oh my God! You didn't have a tax return because you didn't bend over and take any ass from the federal government.
Yeah, it's some serious boomer shit, bro. Serious boomer shit right now.
Yes, you didn't take it in the ass because if you took it in the ass, you would.
This is a boomergasm. I think you're just having a boomergasm right now.
Fuck you, man. I'm not a fucking boomer. I'm a fucking rebel, man. I'm a fucking outlaw, man. I don't fucking go by the system and the little fucking cucky.
You boomer me. I boomer you, buddy.
Man. Fuck those motherfuckers, man. Those guys are cocks, fucking bend over, taking the ass. I'm a heroin addict on the street. I'm homeless. Please give me money. No, those motherfuckers got money because I talk to those motherfuckers because I drive by.
Yeah, everyone knows that the homeless heroin addicts on the street are the richest people in America, and the poor ones are the ones who aren't homeless heroin addicts.
No, those motherfuckers got thousands of dollars during this fucking Coco reset fucking cuck fucking cloud.
No, dude, you're right. You're right. The people have it the best.
Got money, man. I talked to every one of them, man. Like, did you guys get your little stimulus check? I called it, and they're like, "Yep, I got like $2,000." I'm like, good for you, man. Good. Because this whole inflation thing's gonna go through the fucking balls. And how much is that fucking New York steak you were gonna eat last weekend?
You guys want to make a bet? You want to make a bet on inflation?
Dude, inflation is fucking everybody's dick fuck.
Yeah, no. Inflation's high, but I want to make a bet, and the bet that I want to make is that the year-over-year inflation for 2022 will be lower than 2021.
Say that again.
I'm willing to make a bet, even odds, that at the end of 2022, the inflation rate for the year will be less than 2021.
You want to bet 2 solar panels on that?
I love you, brother.
Sure. Yeah. And you know what? Calculate out the solar panel values in 2020 in $2023. I'll give you $2023.
No, I want it in $1933.
Oh well, that's better for me. So sure.
No, is it?
Yeah, it's great for me.
Okay, it's great for me, I think.
I don't think so.
That's awesome for me.
Okay, well then that's a deal because I'm gonna be paying.
I don't know
you
what the fuck you guys are talking about. Honestly, I'm browsing through some coupons, man. I want to buy an engine stand tomorrow. It's like I'm just full of shit right now. I know it.
Hey.
You guys talking economics, but something I don't know exactly.
I'm just dragging this boomer for complaining.
Dex, dude.
I'm just having fun. So.
Dex, we're not your enemy, bro. I want you to get that straight, man. We're just here to, at least this time of night, I'm here to take a piss on everything, man, from politics to fucking cocoa fucking shots or whatever, flat earth.
I want to hear some pissing. Let's hear it.
I'm just here to take a piss on these cocks that have spun us.
You trying to piss on some cocks, dude?
No.
He's pissing cocks, man.
Cocks, man. Cocks, man.
I don't know how you do that. But damn, that's
I knew the boomers were free spirited, but goddamn,
they piss cocks, man. Careful.
I am the actually last boomer that was ever born, or the first Xer. It doesn't matter, bro. I'm here to take a piss on everything that we can think of, man. Whether
including cocks, apparently.
Fuck that.
You gonna piss on cocks, man?
I'm gonna take a piss on the fucking cocks. From NASA and from fucking Newtonian cock, fucking cock. Fuck that Aristophanes. I got some spendy shadows. Fuck off.
I got a question. I got a question
with him.
What do you think about Alex Jones?
He's a cock. I think he's a cock. Fuck that cock.
What an answer.
He's a fucking total
good shit,
cock.
Man.
Without a doubt. I'd be lucky if the guy said, "Hey, you want to go have a beer with Alex Jones?" I'm like, "Nah, I'm good, man."
I would love to, because that shit would be hilarious.
Dude, I'd much rather hang out with Dexter or Sirius or somebody around here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'd much rather hang out with Hank Hill than fucking
Eddie Bravo.
Eddie Bravo. Hank Hill's over here. I'm like, oh, fucking Hank Hill's here in the house. I gotta go hug that guy, dude, man, for sure, man. But Alex Jones, no, man.
What do you think about Eddie Bravo?
Pretty cool, man.
Interesting guy, man. A lot of energy. I love his energy. But you know, he does spill out some interesting aspects of reality. He does.
I bet he's got some good fact compilations.
Yeah, he does.
Compilation of facts. I bet he has.
No, I don't know if it's facts, but it's something you could certainly dig your teeth into, man. You're not gonna like. Eddie Bravo told me that NASA's faking their lunar landings. Oh shit! Really? Faking of the lunar landings from 1969 to 1972. I've never heard of anybody ever actually disputing this beautiful claim of video.
You're nuts, man. Space travel's so easy.
I think it's more difficult than we've been. Hey, why haven't we been back to the moon since 1972? We got all HD. We got. It's cool, man. We got HD video.
It's just a bunch of dust up there, man. We don't need that dust.
We don't need that. Exactly. We don't need to go back to the moon. We've already been there, bro. It's all good. We got this thing covered because we've already been there and we don't have to go back to the moon because that would be ridiculous because we lost that No, wait a minute. We destroyed that technology. And it's a sad situation, man. We destroyed the technology to go back.
No, we didn't.
We did.
Okay.
We destroyed it, man. According to
An
the
astronaut saying that, man.
astronaut, his
Tom Pettit.
into space. That's
What a professional.
He's a pro,
We
yeah. Don Petit.
destroyed that technology. And that's a problem, man, because we cannot go back to the moon. We lost 6,000 telemetry data tapes. We lost them. We lost those telemetry data.
1 light year of telemetry data is lost.
It's lost. It's gone. And according to NASA, they told us that they lost the telemetry data. And that's a bitch when you lose the telemetry data because you can't verify fuck all without the telemetry data. You can't.
It's almost as bad as the burning of the library in Alexandria.
It is equivalent to the burning of of the library. Dude, that's how we lost the telemetry data.
Whoever started the fire took the books, so it's not that big of a deal.
We didn't start the fire. The world.
I was literally just going to sing that.
When the world keeps turning and burning. Oh, fuck all, man. So the world keeps turning and burning, man. What a great song. It must have been a Tavistock original.
I know. I'm trying to. How do you separate which are which?
We didn't start the fire. We didn't start the Big Bang, fuckers. We did not start the Big Bang, you bitches.
All right, guys. You guys have a good night. I'm checking out. Peace.
Hey.
Later, sis.
Laters, guys.
Come back. Don't be shy, man. Come on. I'm not gonna bite your head off. I swear.
That wasn't me, bro.
Oh, it's in you, Dex? Who is that?
Was solar.
Oh, solar? Oh, shit. My bad. Okay. Anyway, we didn't start the fire. We didn't start the world turning. Hey, Dex, man. Check this out, man. One of my favorite things, man, is what started the earth spinning. What started the earth to have its perfect spin thingy that spins on the axis of the rotation of the 23.4 degree spin. What started that bitch? What started the spin? What did it? What was the magical thing that started the spin of the earth? Please tell me what started the spin of the earth. What?
Say it's the collisions that when Athena, that other planet, made contact with the earth to form the moon. But then why does the sun spin? And why does Jupiter spin? And why does Saturn spin if they're gas giants? And there was no collision. How come they're spinning without collision, but yet Earth is said to be spinning because of a collision? But yet some do spin, some don't spin. Some have weeks to make 1 day's rotation on its axis, whereas the Earth spins, or is said to be spinning once per day. So it's actually a good question. How come that spin velocity has not degraded over time? Because there's our perpetual energy machine then. We could just harness this perfectly spinning sphere energy that never degrades, and we'd have unlimited tapped energy for all of eternity. The mainstream narrative says that we used to spin quicker, that our day used to be 23 hours, but now it's 24 hours. Can they show any evidence this rotational speed has ever been measured alone that it was faster and has degraded? And if it is degrading, we should notice an ongoing degradation of that rotational speed. We don't. Great question.
Great question, man, right? Yeah.
So, Dick, your turn. What started the Earth spinning?
I mean, we have to start with the Big Bang, right?
Oh, yeah, we do. We got to start with the big fucking bang. Bang!
So, when things explode outwards, do they normally start a rotational velocity on an axis? Or do they just hurtle outwards randomly?
Well, they hurtle outward, but when there's a when there's gravitational pull, what is I Jesus Christ, I don't want to do this again, to be honest. I was enjoying the I was enjoying the conversation
Fuck
as it developed, and I think this is going to go bad, especially from the sounds that I'm hearing.
Shit. Can you hear Dax? Can you hear me? Dax, can you hear me?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
You can hear me? Okay, Dax.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm just saying, man. That's one of my bitches saying, hey, man, what started the earth spin, man? I'm not trying to like corner you or put you in a bad situation, man. Think about it, man. What started the spin of earth, the ball? It's a beautiful thing to think about, man. It's physics, man. It's it's geology.
It's I know, and the understanding is that that our solar system started to collapse under its own gravity, right? And as the cloud that is our solar system collapsed, it started to spin.
Yep. But Dude, can you like verify any of that?
Some of the shit started, like, think about the ocean, right? You know what an eddy is? Some of the shit started to fucking swirl around in these little eddies and eventually formed into planets. And the planets formed, they keep the spinning motion.
Dude,
Like,
that's a beautiful. It's a
it may
beautiful.
so it makes sense
feel like
in your
I'm a-
perception, but your perception is that something else is happening. You haven't said what it is or why. You're just asking me to explain, and I'm giving you an explanation, and then you're telling me, well, that doesn't make sense, but you're
No,
not giving me an alternative, right? And so I'm done answering questions, and I'm gonna wait, and I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'm probably gonna fall asleep, but I'm gonna stay awake as much as I can and wait for you to give me an alternative explanation as to why things are the way they are. I'm open. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. But this game where I'm being grilled about why things are the way that I perceive them to be and the way that every bit of science has shown them to be. That game is done. And so now what I'm going to do is leave the floor to you to explain actually what you believe, because no one here has told me that. And so I'll listen, and I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm just going to listen.
fair enough.
Use your eyes, man. Use your eyes.
Fair enough. Thank you, Dexter Gordon, man. One of my favorite saxophone players of all time. Dexter Gordon. Thank you. How do we explain what we see in reality is what you're looking for? And how dare us perceive reality?
Incorrect. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm asking you to explain what you don't see.
What we don't see in reality. You want me to go to complete Star Wars Disneyland makeup shit out of like some kind of movie set, or do you want me to explain
What's the Earth? What's beyond the Earth? That's
what
it.
we perceive?
What's the Earth? What's beyond the Earth, and why? What is the Earth? What is beyond the Earth? Why? How did the Earth come to exist? How did everything beyond it come to exist? Explain it.
You have some actual explanation of how the Earth became to existence, and that is completely 100% predicated on the fact that there was this Big Bang. Is that correct?
I'm asking you to tell me what is the Earth in your perspective? How did it come to exist? And that's it. Just do it.
How the fuck do we know that?
Dex, man. You have the claim that there is this Big Bang that occurred, and we're all spinning through this universe at millions of miles.
That it's not. Why? What is it? What do you believe is? What do you think is?
I don't want to believe fuck all, man. I want to perceive exactly what I see in the reality.
Avoidance.
No,
Look, I can offer a
avoidance.
So Dexter, you've been very amicable, and we thank you for your patience. I can understand that it can be quite challenging to come into a room where most people are disagreeing with you. So you've done really well. Your question now is, what could this place be based on our understanding of the evidence and how the evidence can be rearranged to represent something else? So in standard physics, we know that water always finds its level, so much so that we call it sea level. And sea level means that between two continents, they're level. So between Africa and the US, that water level called sea level is level between those two places. Now, we're not asserting this. We didn't define it as sea level. This is what the evidence that was given to us suggests. So if water is level, and water covers 70% of the surface of the earth, which is also another number that they give us. We haven't gone out and measured it, but they say roughly 70% is covered in water, and that is level. And it means that effectively, wherever the water surface is touching, that portion is level. So 70% of this place is level. When you start to look at the different models that are postulated to explain that, there are almost two schools of thought. The one is that it's an infinite plane, meaning that this ground goes on indefinitely level in all directions, and that we as human beings can never reach the extremities of our boundaries. So imagine like a gaming console. You've got the stage that you can just go and explore, and it just goes on and on. When you reach that boundary, it renders the next portion and you just continue on. So that's the one theory, is that there's an infinite plane because we know it's level. The other option is we know it's level because of sea level. And then to have gas pressure, you need to be contained. You can't ever demonstrate gas pressure without a container starting as the necessary requirement, because you take a container, then you start putting more air into it until the air builds up a pressure. If that container was open, you could never build up sufficient air to create the pressure in the first place. Now, we're all breathing pressurized air. So if we're breathing pressurized air, there must be some containment of some sort. And then those flat earthers would call themselves domers. They believe that there is a dome covering us, containing all the gas on this level surface which we're living on. When you drive cross country, you'll see that for thousands of miles, you've basically stayed perfectly level from shore to shore, say, of the United States. When you go and work out the calculation in terms of how much curvature, how much angle of drop that you should have covered over that distance, it's generally hundreds of kilometers that you should have driven over hundreds of kilometers of altitude, but yet you stayed at maybe 20 feet above sea level or 30 feet above sea level. Parts of Kansas and parts of Florida are considered so flat and so level that they're very close to sea level, meaning only a couple of feet above that level line to which everything is measured against. So you can either have a plane that goes on far greater than we realize, or there could be a small local area and then there's a giant dome effectively covering that little piece. Now, this is very much in the realm of speculation. Like I'm saying, there's these options and these are the ways that people think about them. As flat earthers, we want to then find evidence. When you go and look at some of the declassified Russian documents, they actually state that they've been investigating the firmament since the 50s. They look at how light bounces off the firmament. They know the firmament implies the dome. They know the refraction levels. They know what type of light bounces and what type of frequencies don't. They know how to send signals. Then you go and look and they call it ionospheric bouncing, that we can bounce signals off this ionosphere. Now, in communication, you normally need a dish to be able to either receive or transmit the signal in the first place. So signals don't just bounce off of air. It's never been demonstrated that a signal can bounce off of air. Signals can only bounce off of something physical. So if there's this ionosphere where we bounce signals off of, and we know that at that distance, the air is so spread out and so thin.
Wait, did you just say that air isn't physical? Like, what does that mean, and why do you believe that?
No, so if you understand the density gradient that we do.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Sorry.
I'm here.
Yeah, you dropped out, Solar.
I've just got a call quick. So we know that the air is more dense here near the surface, and as we go higher and higher, the air pressure drops. and it drops quite considerably. And before we even reach any point called the ionosphere, the air is said to be at a 0,00001 pressure. That means if you took a cubic meter of that volume and you tried to count how many air molecules are in that cubic meter, at that height, there's going to be very few molecules. Whereas down on the Earth, where the air pressure is far greater, there's a lot more air molecules all packed into that same cubic meter of volume. So as we get higher and higher up, the point I was making is how can we bounce a signal off of a region where there are very few air molecules to bounce? So it's like saying if I took a bucket filled with apples and I shot a bullet into that bucket, which is the apples is like the densely packed air close to the ground, that I would miss all the apples in the bucket when all the apples are densely packed. But then if I take a bucket and I only place one apple in the bucket and I shoot anywhere, I can get it to hit that apple every time and bounce back. That's the inconsistency of them saying, I can shoot a signal through all this dense air and it keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. Once it reaches a point where there's virtually no more air molecules, it turns around and comes back. Can you understand the inconsistency in that?
Yeah, who is saying that? Send a link.
It's called ionospheric bouncing. And if you look up what the pressure is at the
Send a link.
ionosphere,
Just send a link.
He will send a link. Hey man, the spinning globe shooting through infinite space might potentially be ridiculous if you add the fact that they say we're shooting through this fucking vacuum of space and we have this atmos thing that can it just magically holds the air potentially through the vacuum next to the pressure. The pressure doesn't exactly equal the density of the fuck off.
so I've posted it in Livestream voice text. They call it skywave propagation, where the radio waves are reflected or refracted back towards Earth from the ionosphere. And if you look at the little diagram that they show you, it's like the Earth is enclosed by something. And the region that it's said to be bouncing is so far away from our atmosphere that there really is very little atmosphere, if any, to be bouncing it back from. Like my original point was, no one in history has ever bounced a radio signal off of air. If you can show me one example where I shoot a signal and I'm trying to send it to a radar dish 10 kilometers away, and halfway it just suddenly turns around and comes back to me without meeting that other dish, then I wouldn't need satellite dishes and I wouldn't need radar dishes or microwave antennas, because I could just get the signal to bounce off of air anywhere I wanted to. When you go and look, MIT released a document in 2016 saying that there is like this force field around the Earth, which is that same point where we experience that the signal suddenly turns around and comes back at us, or that the signal gets absorbed into something. and doesn't return to us. So just thinking logically, if you can't bounce a signal off air, undemonstrable, how could you bounce a signal off a region where there's virtually no air left? And what would you be bouncing it off in that point where there's just giant gaps between the molecules?
Yeah, man. Check it out. Hey, bouncy air, man. Bouncy air. We love bouncy air, man.
Hey, Professor Phil, come in. See you sending me some private messages. Come chat to us.
Hell yeah.
Don't be a chat skank. Come on. I'd prefer to engage.
Step into the arena, man. Come on, Professor. Dexter, man. There's bouncy air, man. Bouncy air, bro. Right? It's like bendy water. It's bouncy air. Bendy water and bouncy air. Put them together. What do you got? What do you actually realistically observe in your reality? What do you reality observe? Please, fuck's sake. Observe your reality, man. You can go into all kinds of Star Wars fucking fantasy, bro. You cannot deny your reality, man. If you deny your reality, you are completely toast, bro. The reality is we go out and we observe these beautiful.
But there isn't, it's difficult to say what do you observe in reality because your understanding of reality is made up of a set of axioms. So, for example, if you were born in the Middle East, your reality would be that you're just always at conflict with Israel, or that you're in conflict with Palestine if you're from Israel.
Right.
And that to you would be your reality, meaning that you would think of that as normal.
Right.
Does it make that you're always perpetually in a war normal? No, but it is their reality. It is their lived experience. So it's challenging to say to someone, what is your reality? Because their reality is defined by all those previous set beliefs that either make what they think to feel normal or normalized versus what really is. Now, what we're talking about is measuring what really is. So if I say to you, is a square, or how do you measure a square? Do you have to measure two sides being the same length and that there's a 90 degree between them? Yes.
Yeah.
That is the reality, that a square is measured that way. Same with a sphere. How do you really measure a sphere? You would have a curvature drop away from you in all directions at a measurable rate.
Yep.
So the reality, often with the guys that come in here, they think that we're trying to mislead, whereas we're actually trying to say, if the earth was flat, would you want to know? And then can we share with you how we know it is flat? If you answer no, that you don't want to know that it's flat, it would be the same as saying, would you want to know if your girlfriend is cheating on you? You can answer no to that.
Yep.
Say, I don't want to know if she's cheating on me.
Dude,
Or you can be honest and say, I want to know.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know that my girlfriend is cheating.
Nah, you do want to know.
I don't want to know. I'm such a cock. I don't want to know that my girlfriend she had sex with the neighbor.
Yeah, like if your girlfriend comes to kiss you, and the whole time you're wondering if she's been giving someone else a blowjob, and then you're gonna pull into that mouth and kiss her and not care if she's cheating on you every day or multiple times a day. Some people can live and exist like that, but
Hey,
most
guess what,
can't.
man? If you do that, man, you might get this thing that's going around the last couple of years. And it could, it could devastately, it could kill you. This thing that's going
Oh,
around.
that's funny, man.
This thing. We try to keep it
How
fun.
about
I try
yeah,
to.
and how about your wife comes to you with the semen in her mouth to give you a kiss? And you could see the semen dripping out her mouth, and you still say, "Can't be, can't be." I don't want to know.
Oh, that's messed up, man. That's messed up, bro. That you busted my reality. You fucked up my head. Ah, it's coming out of her mouth, and you're like, "Let me give you a French kiss, baby."
Beautiful.
No,
Exactly.
that's bad. That's bad. It's bad.
And it's a very crude example, but it's literally that obvious
Yes.
that we're saying, here's the person with that stuff dripping out of their mouth. Obviously, the antecedent or the necessary requirement was she put her mouth on somebody's junk. And they're saying, impossible. No, I don't want to know.
I don't want to know. Oh, Dexter, you still with us, man? I hope you're laughing and crying. I hope you're crying too. Sucks, man, when the reality of your reality sets in and says, "Hey, man, you know what? I'm not moving. I'm not spinning. I'm not shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. I'm shooting around the fucking sun at 66.6 miles an hour. I'm not shooting around the sun at 66.6 miles an hour. Oh my God, we're flying through space, and we're flying through space, and we are not only flying through space, but we're breaking every fucking sound barrier that ever existed, and we're cruising through space around the sun at 6.6 thousand miles an hour. Fuck the fuck off, okay?
What are you talking about? Oh my God! I never realized.
Yeah.
We're flying to space. Yes.
Rubbish.
Yes, it was fun. Well, you did that.
66,000 miles an hour around the sun. Fuck off. You don't feel any motion whatsoever. Zero. And you're telling me we're spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. Fuck off. Come
And the
on.
stars are the same every night. The stars are the same constellations.
The stars. There's no parallax.
Yeah, link the solar system GIF. That's one of my favorites.
I gotta sit down for this.
It sucks. Hey, listen up. He left. Did he leave? He left. Fuck. Dexter. Bro, I love you, man. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Dexter Gordon, one of the greatest saxophone players of all time. Of all time.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, was it last night with Uncle
Yes, it was.
Oh wow, okay.
Uncle Norman.
Uncle Norm.
Uncle Norman. Shout out to Uncle Norman. But Dexter Gordon, man. Reality is what you can observe, man. And it sucks, man, when you realize what you think you know and what you can observe are two completely different things, man. But observation is the key to understanding where you live, man. Where do you live, man? Are those stars moving or are we spinning? And that is the ultimate, like it's like the ultimate realization. You have to make that distinction, man. Whether you are spinning or everything else is spinning. Or are you stationary or everything else is spinning? And that is it's a sucky shit situation that we find ourselves in with this, man. Because I know for a fact, if we were in motion, we would feel like we are in motion, and we're not. We don't feel it. We don't see it. We don't perceive it. You go out to the ocean, you look across, there's no humpy water. Come on, man. Get your fucking head around your own head. Get your ass out of your ass and realize if you got to the ocean, you don't feel like you're fucking spinning, man. And if you do, man, if you feel like you're spinning, man, let me know. Let me know you're spinning because I want to know that you're spinning. Fuck off. You're not, you don't feel like you're spinning, man. You just don't. And that is a fact you can't fucking get out of, period. Fuck off. If you think you can get out of the fact that you walk to the ocean and you feel like you're spinning. I feel like I'm spinning around this globally fuck off. You don't feel shit, man. You see the lights and the sunset on the ocean and you're like, that, I know I'm not moving, man. I know I'm not. You're not moving. You're not spinning. You're not shooting through fucking the universe in 1.5 million miles an hour. Fuck off. You don't feel any of that, man. And I want that to sink into your head, man, for the next 6 months, man. You don't feel like you're moving, period. If you think you feel like you're moving, you might want to talk to a psychiatrist. You might want to check into the mental institution for all I know, man. But you definitely don't feel like you're spinning. And if you can come to that realization that you're not spinning, that's a great place to find yourself grounded. Find yourself grounded on this beautiful earth. That's where we live, man. No bendy fucking water shooting around a globe and spinning through space. millions of fucking miles an hour. Fuck off. Fuck off, man. It's not gonna happen. You're not shooting through fucking space at millions of miles. No. You find yourself here flat, stationary, not rotating, moving, nothing. Everything else is moving around you. Everything. And if you can't realize that, man, I can't help you, man. I can't help you. That's the grail of reality. It's the grail of reality, man. You're not fucking shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Fuck the fuck off. Okay? Thank you. I'm done.
Well, it was a good monologue. I liked it.
Okay. Dexter, you still with us? Dexter. Dexter Gordon. You there? Hello?
Just assume he's listening, man. Keep going. Flat Earth dude.
Okay. Damn. I want him to explain his drop. His drop. Damn it. Let's go. Dexter Gordon, you still there? All right. Great talk tonight, man. Thank you. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Okay. All right, we got this. We got the physics. We got the physics, baby. We got it.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
What's going on?
Hello.
We're still alive.
Sounds like you guys are getting a little sleepy here.
Yeah. Night time in Australia.
Yeah. So I joined to see what's going on. Everyone's always muted here for some reason.
Yeah. Well, Michio Kaku reckons that flat earthers and people that don't want to drink juice exist because hearsay, or because it's a gene. He says he believes that there's a gene that has to do with superstition, like I forget what he called it, but yeah, it's kind of like the whole God thing, like 9 times out of 10 it didn't work, but that one time that it saved your ass, that's why that gene exists. So
Yeah. Forex, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't have the perms to unmute you. So
who?
Some guy named Forex trying to ask me to unmute them.
Forex memes. You have been unmuted, Forex.
Thank you.
There we go. Everyone's happy in the end.
Cheers, mate.
So yeah, Michio Kaku and his did its hearsay, and it has to do with the gene. And I thought, he said something about the scientific method and how science, But he's the guy. But in another video, he also said that we astrophysicists don't use the scientific method. I'm a theoretical physicist. You know what I mean? So it's like he's 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 saying he's calling you what he is. You know what I mean? He's doing to you like he's saying you're doing what he's actually doing. People say the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to scientists personally.
Yeah, I got triggered. I forgot his opinion about flat earthers, and when I saw it, I got triggered, man. This motherfucker. It's like, this guy's a liar. Science communicates.
To draw the line.
Big Think. Yeah. Channel on YouTube.
Big Think. I just use YouTube for music, so I don't think I'd know anything about that.
More like not think. Don't think. Feel. Feel the globe. Feel the ball. Feel it in your heart. Feel it in your soul. Now we know it's a ball. See, just look to the heavens.
Yeah.
Make sense? No? You know what I mean. Why does it look flat? Right? It's like, can't trust your eyes, man. What? Why do we use it as flat?
Oh, fuck.
You can't trust your job. You can't trust your work, man. You can't. I know we have to use it as flat, but it's really a ball. A ball that looks flat. You know, it's like. So are we just renaming? We just calling balls flat now, or so my table's a ball? Is that what you mean? Like, no, don't be silly. No, the Earth is a ball. It's like, oh, so big.
Well, you know what they say, and by they I mean me. Don't trust anyone with a hard on that hard for a certain scientific viewpoint. So,
Balls. Hard on for balls.
pretty much.
Sounds kind of gay if you ask me.
It is kind of gay.
I don't know much about this science stuff, but sounds kind of gay.
Why do you want me to talk about balls so much?
What's a ball? Are you saying this is a ball? Like out there? Like, are you saying that mountain is a ball? Like, what do you? Hey, what this guy saying? He's saying the ocean is a ball. Ah, ah. Hey, and he was like, "Well, I've never seen the ocean, but I'm pretty sure it's not a ball. I mean, I've gone fishing. I've been fishing. It don't look like no ball. I reckon it looks flat. That's me. Gone
Oh,
fishing.
yeah.
I went fishing too. I was,
What time is it where you are?
ball. So balls look flat. 2022. Yeah, like
Time is it for who?
For you?
22.
For me? It's 5 a.m.
Damn. Early
Dang,
birds.
man. 3 a.m. here.
Yeah, I slept like from maybe 12 to like 2. And then I woke up for some reason. I was like, well, I guess I could go on Discord and talk with people for a little bit.
Talk to some people.
I don't really have
I
shit
woke
to
up like
do.
that last night.
I don't have to get up tomorrow morning or anything, so
Yeah. You want to psychoanalyze the whole, thing? You wanna kind of like do some skip. You know what I mean?
well, I guess that's what the live stream's for. I
But
usually just like to talk to you guys in a
Yeah,
more
me too.
relaxed VCs.
I like to speculate. You know what I'm saying? But not really make things up. Just, put some pieces of puzzles together. Like, hey, I've got some pieces here for a puzzle.
Like how's the time zone changes? That's in this puzzle.
You don't play connect the dots? Like, I got some dots to
Connect the
connect.
robot.
For
Dots,
example,
those are kind of like balls, right? You know what else is a ball?
Yeah, not to just that ball.
so there's these dots like the Vatican and the ball. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, hey, look, these dots are connecting. And what else? And the Big Bang. And what else? And all of science. And what else? And the New World Order. Oh, I keep connecting. Like, hey, is it just me, or are these dots really connecting? Right? Like, so what does that mean?
Hold that thought.
Yeah. Why? Why are these dots connecting? And what does it all mean?
Why does the time zones change?
Because it's a ball. Because the calendar is off, is wrong.
Calendar's fucked up.
Yeah, like, oh, there's 365 days, and then there's this leap year every four. Like, why? Why?
Yeah, like why?
Right. That's wrong. It's just the seasons. Hey, look,
Well,
it's
we got
snowing. There's
different
some winter.
time zones, anyways.
Yeah. Because you have
I
to
guess, like why? Why is it nighttime over there?
to worship the sun better. I don't know.
So that we can miss the sun when it goes down, and when it comes back up, we'll be more happier.
Yeah, Christmas. 23rd of December. Somewhere in the world.
Oh, is that brain power that I hear?
What's up?
You got brain power over there?
Great power.
You was so that brain power.
Oh yeah, man.
Taste that.
Hey, you guys.
What's going on?
Hey, Grats.
What's up, man?
Hey. Yeah, I'll just join. I'm just asking what's going on. Anything interesting?
We're just talking about why you got different time zones.
Oh, that's a cool topic.
Time zones, like a
Like wine zone.
why is it nighttime here and not over there?
Yeah, and why do people whine about it?
Because the sun is over there and not over here.
You know what I notice is when people think of flat Earth, they still think about the sun being 94 million miles away and lighting up the whole, the whole surface of it. That's a big mistake in the beginning to think of.
How does it work?
It's small and local, man. Small and local. That's how it works. Same way you use a torchlight, You light up a certain spot on an area, but everything else around it is getting dimmer, and the light cannot travel forever,
And then the light just kind of goes in like a pivotal motion around the orb.
Yeah, in an elliptical motion, like it's circling around like that.
You can see you can see sunspot. How when the light is really close to the water, the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see the sunspot actually reflecting off of the water. You're in an airplane, or I don't know, check some pictures on the internet out. And you can see it illuminate just the clouds around it, like the moon does. It doesn't illuminate the whole thing, like everything. Yeah. So
Those hotspots don't make sense on a sun that's really far away. It's a local thing, totally.
I don't know how far it is or any of that stuff, or what it is. It's just hey, look, it's a light. It's like the light that like that cause that all life depends on. Well, all the lights. I think all the lights have a role to play. Like before electricity, like that was kind of the only lights you had at nighttime. You had candles and maybe like stuff, fire, I guess. Right?
Yeah, fire.
So it's the only light.
Moon. How the fuck does the light bounce off of a rock like the moon? I don't get that.
like 238,000 miles.
It's
You
a
mean?
rock, right?
Yeah.
So like they say that the light's bouncing off the moon.
The light is also bouncing off the ocean, though. You know, like, oh look, it's also bouncing off the ocean, like it's right there. But yeah, I don't think it's not a rock. It's more like dusty, you know. So it's bouncing off of dust, and it kind of makes it worse.
That makes it even more complicated. How do you get a complete image if it's just like particles?
Yeah, and why isn't the Earth shining because of all the water on it? You know, pictures from the moon or whatever, or from ISS.
Do we have any material that makes us think ISS is a scam?
What?
Got any fake ISS shit to show us?
Uh, well, it's like Elon Musk says, right? We have better CGI than that. Oh, it looks it's real. You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real. I don't know. One or the other, saying something like that, and that's how you know it's real. Yes, the faker it looks, the more real it's supposed to be. I like how they talk about coffee. You know, Don Pettit, and then what's his name, Chris Hadfield was playing the guitar
Mm-hmm.
from space, and I was like, "That's not possible. That's not science. This is magic." Oh, never mind. It's Hollywood. But it's supposed to be live. But you know, I don't know. I guess
Right, because if the cord vibrates, right? Is there vibrations in space? I don't think we've been to
I have
space.
no idea. I've never been to space, but you know,
I can't imagine how there'd be a vibration.
Edward Kelly and what's his name, John D. They did these rituals where they try to call up the dead, but they had to do it in the moonlight because the light of the moon has something to do with the I don't know, you know, talking to the dead.
Yeah,
Vibrations, I guess. I don't know. It's a different kind of light.
a special night. Do you believe in ghosts?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. I thought I was on push to talk. My bad. Yeah. Evil spirits and stuff like that. Demons. The Bible.
Is it
I've
good
seen
and the
it.
bad, or like mostly just the bad?
I've seen it. Like, you know what I mean? In our village. Yes, back when I was a teenager in the South Pacific.
Really? What was it like?
I mean, it happens a lot there.
I know. I hear about it in Cebu. And
Like a messy hair. Yeah, same thing. Just like on TV, throwing people around with super strong, out of their mind. The lady yelled at. Oh, I was riding my bike, me and my brother, and we stopped and saw the family gathered around the mom. And the mom was like, rah, 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 and she started barking at us. And the daughter ran over and was like, hey, 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 you gotta leave because my grandfather doesn't like your church. I was like, oh, what? Okay. So, yeah, we took off. Like, damn. I was, you know what I mean? So, it happens often there too. So, it's
I think
normal.
I think they mainly hang around trees, man, at nighttime.
Pardon? Trees?
Yeah, like around trees at midnight and nighttime. That's what
Yeah.
I had my bad experience.
I think they like to hang out anywhere, like wherever they can get people.
If there's bad, there's gotta be good.
Pardon?
I said if there's bad, there has to be good.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like angels. I think, yeah, I think there are angels that look after people and children. Well, on the mission type of angels. Like Daniel prayed and the Gabriel that came, and he was held back for 21 days by the Prince of Persia.
Hey, hold on, man. Hold on, man. One second.
Yeah, yeah.
haven't heard that. You were saying something about the Prince of Persia?
Oh yeah. From the Bible, yeah. And then Michael, the archangel, had to come and fight him off, and let Gabriel
The
deliver the
Persians?
answer.
He fought the Persians?
No, it's like a demon, a fallen angel.
Oh, yeah.
The Prince of Persia. It's the power behind the King of Persia. Right? So, like, yeah, there are powers and authorities, dominions, or the spiritual world, just like how people organize, or and yeah, I don't know. It's like they move like I don't. But I've seen that woman get possessed. And you hear a lot about it. I call them aliens now because if you, according to science, there's no such thing, right? It's all superstition. It's all God stuff, and they're probably aliens. uh, Aliens, yes, because there's space and yeah, New World Order stuff.
I don't believe in space.
I don't know how to believe in space. Everyone else does. Most people do.
I have a question.
Yo.
What is the dumbest thing on the globe model?
Bendy water.
Yeah, that's true. Large bodies of water holding curvature, impossible.
That level is curved. Right? If you try to think about it, it's gonna hurt your brain because now you have to say to yourself, I don't know what straight lines are. 90 degrees don't really exist. And what is this radius, being too small?
Yeah, I don't know if there is a shortage on Globers or if they're being like if there's a lock on the server where they're not being allowed in or what the issue is.
Well, it's the hours. It's the hours. Yeah, like so. And I'm guessing in like what time is it? Yeah. It's the time. It's morning. Those are the Globers.
But how do the hours work?
No, they're like there should be Globers like 24 hours a day. There should be 5 or 10 new people every hour. Yeah, no, it's if even in dead time, I love to bash the globe, so I'll I'll try to jump in and bash the globe as much as possible.
Like bashing the people that teach it.
Or exposing it and who's doing it and why they're doing it, or but
Xanax. Xanax.
oh yeah, I know Xanax from years ago. There's an echo from somebody.
He's annoying.
Yeah, I would just expose him in 2 minutes or 5 minutes and get him to double speak as quickly as possible, as often as possible, and then hopefully there's somebody listening that can hear his lies.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
Oh, he's an ultimate liar. He's probably paid, or he's just a hardcore atheist. Who, yeah, for we like. I'm sure I know you know the reasons why he denies reality, but
Why wouldn't reality exist?
why would reality exist? It's because it's what you live. It's what you are. It's your day-to-day life. It's reality. You are online. You will tell me as an atheist that I don't know if I'm online talking to you. Am I? That's what you will say. Because atheists believe in subjective truth.
Well, what? Like, Mom, Dad, why do I exist? What?
You exist to pay taxes and to be a slave for 65 years until you get diabetes, dementia, and
Why did you make me?
Why am I alive, right?
Like, what is this experience that happens when we're not sleeping?
It's wet experience.
Yeah. Why do I have to go to sleep? Like, that's what I always wonder. Like,
Fuck does
what?
it smell bad?
well, when you sleep, you regenerate and you rest, and it is beneficial for sure.
Rest.
But the problem is we sleep for 8 hours a day, which is a third of our life, and nobody really knows what's actually happening in those 8 hours.
Seriously, what is going on?
What is the point of sleeping? I wish I didn't have to
I heard
sleep.
it was to get rid of poisons.
No, yeah, it's well, you lose weight when you sleep because you're not eating. So it depends on what you eat before you sleep and how fasting you could get. So like sleeping is fasting, but what you do before you sleep is very important.
You enter like a deep. It's like you go away from this experience, right? You enter some kind of deep death. You know, it's like you're dead. It's like you're not here anymore. Like when you watch somebody sleeping, it doesn't look like
Fucking died.
it's like, hello. Sometimes
Fucking
I listen
coach.
to my wife stop breathing. I'm like, and I'll look over like,
What about when she's talking and you're like, what is she saying? You're like, what? What is she saying? Who's she talking to?
yeah. Hey, you all right? And or wait long enough, she'll start breathing again. I'm like, oh shit, what the hell, man? That was a long pause. But it's
He's
the
just
sleep.
observing. It's like the flat earther is just like observe everything.
It's the deep sleep, right? Because if you, I kind of notice yourself, you know, when you're entering and coming out of it, there are these like deep exhales you do. You know, it's like a really slow breathing rate. You know what I mean?
Well, like Darth Vader.
Yeah, like you're still down, right? You're so relaxed. You're like, sink.
Then you get a lightsaber turn on and you're dead.
I would say once you hit a certain age, you have a certain sleep routine. So you might get. I don't notice the breathing patterns, but I do the same routine. So I could be in the same breathing patterns, but
Well, yeah. In order to enter REM, you know, deep sleep, you have to be totally relaxed, and your breathing has to slow right down, which means you have to shut your mind off, you know, or close your eyes, basically.
Oh, is that right?
It's like it triggers and signals your brain to start releasing sleep.
That's really interesting, actually.
Right. Yeah. Deep breathing does that too, when you in with your nose slowly and exhale. I go,
And then that slow breathy kind of thing makes you hit that REM.
enter, start going into sleep. But like, drink too much coffee or, like me, like you might not be able to go really into the deep sleep. But if you've had if you worked hard all day and you're really tired, then yeah, you're more likely to enter deep sleep.
Ah, that's the reason to work harder there.
Yeah, that's the super rest. That rejuvenated when you wake up.
Shit.
I am back from the dead, and I am stronger than before. Like, oh god, that was some good sleep. Oh man, I'm so tired.
This is 4X memes. You're alive.
Yeah, I'm about to. I'll be right back. Actually.
You're about to take off or what? I'm always the bad guy to ask you for the globe proof, so I apologize.
In advance.
No offense, but I would like to see your globe proof. S'il vous plaît.
No offense. This is
And
not
then,
an insult, but can I see your globe proof?
excuse me, sir. Can I see your globe proof? That's why I was saying to like newer people, it's like, don't you find it weird that you get out of school and you're 18, 25, you're on the server, and I'm in VC check-in asking you for your best globe proof and you have nothing? Like, red flag, hello, like it's denial and cogdis or whatever spiral after, but different levels.
Why are you even here? Like, what is the point, right? Like, why did we wake up this?
They're just killing time, and whether some of them are random and some of them are searching truth and some of them are just trolling, and so it's so I know you know it, but yeah.
It's like a M5 PG game, eh?
And where else in the world would that same thing apply? So if someone comes in here saying, I believe Biden's the greatest president ever, and then you say, well, give me your best piece of evidence to show why you think Biden is the greatest president ever. And then you say, well, I don't know. I don't have one thing to show you. I just know he is the greatest president of all time. And everyone agrees with me. So therefore, he must be.
He helped veterans, yet he killed 90,000 innocent people. Or like what? Like there's if you support any politician,
that would be an evidence. That would be at least 1 point. So then when you ask a Glober, what is your piece of evidence? And they can't even present one.
yeah. Oh yeah, there. It's like I said. It's an assumption or a fallacy right away, and GPS works because of this, and it's. But yeah, we all know it. It's just I try to get him to double speak right away, but it doesn't change anything or whatever. But.
But then it makes me wonder, how many things do they have an opinion on without evidence? And why wouldn't that be peculiar for them to think, I wonder why I think that if I don't have any reason for thinking this.
And they believe that evidence that we don't, I wouldn't consider is evidence. That they would just say, this guy did this and it proved this degree tilt, and it's like, what? Like, that's not the quality of evidence I need. But
Yeah. It's like a lot of them don't understand what anecdotal means. Anecdotal evidence means it's not definitive. It's like correlation data is, it just shows a correlation between something. The rooster crows in the morning and the sun rises, so therefore the rooster must be causing the sun to rise when he crows. It's just a correlation. It's not a causation. And like you say, how do people look at evidence? They look at it anecdotally. So it's evidence because someone said it's evidence. But is it truly evidence in its own right? No, it's not.
I'm posting a 48-second clip of crypto talking about the same thing, crypto and percentage, and they're like, if you can't agree that like men can't get pregnant, like why are you talking about all the sophisticated stuff where like these people, they don't get it? So like check out that video, and like it's like a 40-second clip of like just them saying basically like if they don't get the basic stuff, like how are they going to get the complicated stuff?
Freaking idiocracy, man.
Well, that's why, like, I'm not, there's other debaters that can talk about every different topic and in depth, but, like, I keep it simple. If you can't get the simple stuff, then, like, if you're going to tell me, like I said, does globe Earth rotate underneath a helicopter? Yes or no? You're done. I got you.
Well, what about the seasons?
What about eclipse? Explain this. Explain this, scattergun. Oh, yeah, it's, yes, the same. Yes.
Back to the medieval days. Back
What's
to
that?
the stage. Are you saying we don't know what those things are? Do you have a model that explains all the phenomena?
Yeah, it's weird how they need an explanation for everything, yet they can't prove anything.
Yeah, and certain things are not malleable the way that they want to assume that they are. I think it's Ben Shapiro who describes the whole transgenderism thing as you can't simply just change something that's unable to be changed in the first place. The example that he draws is age. So if you're 25 or call it 35, whatever you are, and you identify as a 60-year-old to now get retirement benefits. So if you tell your insurer, no, I identify as a 60-year-old, please start paying me my retirement, they're going to say, but you're 25. So just because you think you're 60 doesn't make you 60, in the same way that just thinking that you were born a man and you now think you're a woman doesn't make you a woman, the same way that experiencing a flat earth and thinking about it as round and spinning doesn't make it round and spinning if it is flat.
Oh, so you're
I'm a little.
I can break it down in one sentence where atheists believe in subjective truth and we believe in objective truth.
This is my handle. This is my. No? Yeah.
Oh, so you guys are a bunch of white supremacists, huh?
What?
Who said that? Who said that?
I was just playing around.
No, I know. I just don't recognize your voice, but I know you're talking earlier. But
would it be factually accurate to say intelligent supremacist? So if you're intelligent, are you above? And then when you look, you'll see that the Ashkenazi Ashkenazi Jews are amongst the highest IQ, and they tend to be fair-skinned. So therefore, it would almost follow that if IQ is a correlation between, or at least it's higher proportionally in a fair-skinned race, is it unfair to then say that that race is slightly superior in mental capability?
I personally would need to see. I've heard that claim that, but I would need to see. I should actually look it up, but yeah, yeah. I believe that all races are pretty much could be equal in intelligence, but the separation between the amount of intelligence could be higher or lower depending on many variables. But there's a reason. Go ahead.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
They reverse engineered a plan now, though.
Like, so you're saying everything is fake? Yes.
Chugga.
Yes, everything.
And it's like as fallacious as if you guys have ever tried to stop a water leak. Once the water's flowing out of something, you have to drain all the water out of the system to be able to repair that leak. So the same thing with if there was a hole and it was now leaking, you wouldn't be able to just swap the mechanism and suddenly the pressure that's forcing its way out would no longer want to force its way out while changing the mechanism. Stop a dam that's burst while it's still full and the water is trying to push its way out. There's nothing on this earth that you're going to be able to put there to stop that water leak. Because the pressure will just push whatever you've put there away.
I'm sure there's some kind of, procedure.
There's probably a procedure. And you probably have to know the procedure to probably be able to probably fix it.
I'll probably have to have a look at yeah. I mean, if it's a leak, you got a leak. If you have a leak, you have a leak. Yeah, I probably have to check the manual. I don't have. He said he's the repair guy, and he's the science guy. And I was like, so what do you do when you have a leak? Oh, did I say I was the repair guy? Sorry. The repair guy.
And then there was that other article where they had a leak on the space station after this question was posed. And then the guy says he put his thumb in the hole to stop the leak.
Hey.
The little Dutch boy in the dam.
Now take that to the dam analogy. Think about a dam that's just burst. Just shove your thumb in that and it'll stop.
I was like, did he say repair guy? I was like, what is a repair guy? I was like, a repair guy? Like, I don't know. I couldn't. I was like, repair guy? Like, what the fuck is a repair guy?
And then when you go look at submarines have a crew of over 100 people, all assigned to various tasks in shifts so that they can always maintain that piece of equipment while there's many lives inside. But yet the ISS, which is 2 to 3 times larger than a submarine, has a crew of 4 people, and most of the time they're just doing science, growing lettuce for the first time, for the 10th time.
And then he was like,
No
and I'm just, and I was like,
There's a
I'm
hole
pretty
in my bucket.
I was like, I'm pretty sure Bill Nye is the science guy, not you, buddy. Like, what's a science guy? I was like, hey, what's a science guy? The repair guy and the science guy. I was like the TV shows or it's like Hollywood, man. I was like, this is
I would
Hollywood
love to see a video of Bill Nye defining science. See if he can.
He's like, it's round, guys. It's round. I don't know what to say. It's round. Like,
Boats go
just
over the curvature, you see? Boats. Such a noob.
it's like I can't believe I used to watch. I watched that episode when I was little. It's like wow. And that's why when I got into the Navy, I was looking around, on the ship in the middle of nowhere, like wow, look, it's the curvature somewhere over yonder there. that that horizon, looking around, like the ocean all around, projecting. You know what I mean? What you were taught. It was, because you're trying to make sense of this experience you call reality, or where we all have the same dream. We're all in the same dream type of thing. And, and go to sleep. Is that reality or is this reality? Like, which one is the real one? Is it the dream world, like the dead when we're dead? Or is that what it's like when you're dead? Because that's where God also talks to people in the Bible too, and spirits, I guess. Because sorry, I'm high. I got carried away there. What we were talking about? NASA, yeah. Demons in space. I mean, that's what aliens are, no? Space water. How is under why they
It's Jim
train in
Carrey.
such a
It's Jim Carrey, the cable guy on the ISS.
yes. All the all the strings being pulled. Bendy doors, like the cardboard doors. It was like, why do they even bother showing this shit? It's like, can't they do like a better job? Like, gosh, man, you should at least have a real hatch, like a real thing.
Like, how the hell did they ever let that footage get out? That bendy door.
I was like, who the hell produced this?
I mean, people are that stupid; they still buy it, or they're just not watching.
It's crazy. I mean, it's like, do they want us to see that it's fake? That it's not real? Like, do they want people to wake up? Do they want people to use this as evidence?
Had you ever watched a spacewalk prior to discovering that the Earth is flat? Like, actually watched one for an hour, 2 hours?
I tried,
No,
and then I stopped because it's like, this is bullshit. What am I doing? I did watch the ISS footage of the Earth. I saw a bunch of clouds for a long time. And all these fake ass chanters. I don't know. It's weird. Like, this is I noticed it wasn't live at all. There are no live footages of it. It's all bullshit. I even saw them stream the moon, like NASA. I was like, what the hell is this? And then they took that down. Like, they had a satellite going around the moon and they were showing it. 2017-ish, 16-ish. Shut up.
Yeah, the telling fact is most globers don't know the radius. They don't know the circumference. They don't know the distance to the sun. They don't know what gravity is. So they're DOA. It's just who's here, how long you prolong it, how hard they spiral. Do they spiral in 5 minutes? Do they spiral in 20 minutes? Like Dexter. Yeah, are you listening, Dexter? I got you in 2 minutes. Does globe Earth rotate underneath the helicopter. You said there's no drift. You don't know how many reference frames globe Earth Coriolis effect requires. Debate over. But
And often that they misunderstand that no drift is our point. The Earth does not turn underneath the helicopter. That is what is proof that there is no motion underneath something that is no longer attached. But yet they want us, or they sort of act as though we're the ones who meant to provide the evidence of this drift, when we don't believe in the drift because it's not evidentiary. It's not, you cannot experience the Earth turning underneath you, even though your ball model says it has to.
yeah, all you have to say is conservation of momentum, and then you got him. Conservation of momentum means no 15-degree drift, and they conceded.
No Coriolis.
No Coriolis drift. Thank you. Conceded.
So
Done.
conservation
Spiral.
means no Coriolis. Coriolis means no conservation. So pick one.
Yeah, it's supposed to be moving with the Earth. You're not supposed to feel it, but it's spinning. We all know it's spinning. I mean, it's like gravity and everything else. I don't really feel it.
Well, one of the worst things is like, say, Pazza. He's been around for like a month or 2 or 3 or 6, and he'll still bring up gravity, even though he's been destroyed 20 times. He'll still throw it in there, and he'll still bring it up, and he'll still. It's like, gravity, blah 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 blah. It's like, what? You've been annihilated 20 times, and you're still saying it? But you need content. You need people to talk to. You need different people to practice debates. So, like, it's a melting pot.
Smart people say gravity, then it's gravity. You know what I mean? Like, if Newton or Einstein, Michio Kaku, the movies, and everyone in the world says gravity, then yeah, it must be true. I don't really want to explain it, but somebody does, or else we wouldn't, it wouldn't be a thing. Why would they lie?
And then you ask for their experiment, and then they either give you a pseudo experiment or they spiral, and then it's like they'll usually it's like, give me scientific evidence of gravity or space time, and then they'll say, where's your flat Earth proof? So I take that as a concession.
Or jump off a building.
Why am I not floating? Whatever. Yeah, it's.
Why should you?
Yeah, you shouldn't. There's no.
Because gravity is already in. So let's float off into space. Into the vacuum. That's the container. So.
And what exactly?
What's that, Solar? Cut out.
He's having ground tower issues, folks. Or he's occupied.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
My speakers are, well, my earphones are not working so well. What I was saying is what exactly is gravity? What is this effect we're meant to see? Do things pull towards the center to create one large sphere? So did the sun attract every planet towards the sun to make one giant mass in the center? As its mass becomes bigger, it obviously attracts at further distances and keeps pulling towards the center. Or does gravity create perfectly ellipsoid orbits, egg-shaped orbits, whereby at certain points it's closer and at certain points it's further, but it doesn't attract to center? Or is gravity the container that's holding the gas in? So is gravity the outer container containing gas? Is it pulling towards center? Or is it creating orbits? Or is it ensuring that helicopters stay suspended with the ground below them? Like, what exactly is this effect that you guys use gravity for as the answer to everything? When you ask them that, they'll say, oh, it can do all of those. Why not? Well, in your imagination, it has to do all of those. But in the real world, a single force creates a single effect. I'm sure there's even more fallacious reasons that they use gravity that is retarded.
Well, even Biodual, who's been around for like 5 years or whoever knows, he's doing the Cavendish experiment claiming gravity in 2022. That's how bad it is. Like, they're, yeah, it's like how, yeah. To be blunt, they Globers are insane.
So that's everyone. I mean, that's like 90-something% of the world.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say that.
Oh, you mean the guys that come in?
As a
Yeah,
pessimist, realist, cynic, I would say
the
that.
religious ones. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know, man. Gravity is not because of water, like, and when you drop things in the water or helium, when you drop a helium balloon, it goes up. It's like it has mass. Why is it going up? I mean, there's a balloon, right? If you drop, the balloon before you blow it up, when you let it go, it falls, right? But when you fill it with helium and you let it go, it goes up. So it's like, what happened to gravity? Like, it should be easy to keep. It should be harder for light things to escape, right? Because something like that. I don't know.
A new term would be like select, or maybe it's old, selective gravity.
Yeah, I don't know what that means though. What does that mean? Somebody's making a choice.
Yeah, well, gravity chooses. Sometimes it goes up, and sometimes it goes down, and sometimes it stays level. And it's very selective. It's binary or whatever, whatever the new term would be.
Yeah.
Anytime you want to stop a glober in his tracks, you ask him for scientific evidence of gravity, and the scramble ensues.
It comes from the Vatican, from the. So that's how you know. Right. Who would do such a thing? Who would try to develop such a theory so that they can have things like black holes. Not only that, the Big Bang. It's like, okay, the Big Bang came from the Pope and gravity. Okay, gravity and gravity.
Dwarf stars.
It's just
And
like it's like Santa Claus and gravity and Big Bang. They're all connected, but they try to separate them.
it seems like gravity is the god that designed everything, because the chances that the world with life like the way it does exist, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like rolling a dice 70 times and getting sixes every time. Like, trillions and trillions. One out of trillions and
Yeah, there's
trillions and trillions and trillions. Say 55 zeros or something like that. And that's what happened. And it's like, unless gravity, some kind of god. It's like, of course, it's gravity. It's gravity that holds everything together. It's gravity that is the cause and the effect, the uncaused cause. It's like, holy shit, this is
but
the
but
god.
they're what do you call it, polytheists. They have multiple gods. They have the radius is their god, and gravity is their god, and refraction is their god. So they'll just shout out any one of their gods and hope that it sticks to anybody who doesn't know what they're talking about.
Well, now you can have all the stars as your gods. You know what I mean? Like, especially in the solar system, there are these specific 7 gods that are used to be wandering stars, and there's the sun. So I was like, yeah, Roman gods, that's that's subtle.
Yeah,
That's poetic.
why are the months named after like gods, and why are all the stars and the constellations? Is everything's a coincidence? Why are all the celebrities doing eye symbols, and all the black eyes and the politicians, and every atheist believe in every single thing is a coincidence. Everything is just random, subjective.
Your life must suck.
What
All
about
right,
that planet
Like
that they say rains glass in? Rains glass everywhere, and you'll just be shredded to bits if you land on it.
I would, yeah, I would never even entertain. I would just be like, yeah,
Science, dude.
selective science.
Optical science.
I didn't make that up, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't make that up. That's an actual, alleged planet.
Yeah, I would just, yeah, I would just say, like, yeah. How did you verify that? How do you know it's a planet? How do you know it's physical?
And these guys are talking about space time and shit. You know what I mean? Like, um, the end game is to upload our consciousness into space time to stop the world from, the universe from, because you know how it's expanding and then it's going to stop expanding and then come back and everything is going to go back. Something like that. You know what I mean? It's like crazy. Like, it's really crazy. Like, in Michelle Taller and shit. Michelle Taller, yeah.
Shows all complicated. I think of myself as a complicated rock.
Well, somebody was here talking about it the other day.
how
talking about
how how does an atheist defend that? Oh, they'll just say it's a mistranslation or whatever. But just like if you post that the meme of how Operation Paperclip and how the Nazis were in the UN and the EU, and sometimes you get atheists arguing against themselves, where they're like, "No, it's okay for the Nazis to join the US. It's okay." It's yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Globe
NASA.
on globe violence.
It's mentioned. NASA, Nazi, NASA. Yeah, it should be NASA. 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 That's a meme. I don't know. All right.
Yeah, and if you know about the Ashkenazi and the Nazis and NASA, then yeah, it's a triple connection. What? Yeah, like
The Holy Trinity.
why would a bloodline be called the Ashkenazi, and then a fake World War be called the Nazis, and then NASA be used and hired Nazis?
Do you not see?
Well,
Do not see what's going on here
Mhm.
with the NASA and the Nazi. NASA. Yeah. Nazi. I can't. Friggin', who is it? Michelle Thaller. Yeah, some kid was in here talking about an experiment where stuff came from rocks, but they were ignoring the glass that they were doing the experiment in. It's only when that other element thing is introduced that it works, and I don't know. Yeah, I think that's where the idea comes from.
Well, you could even debate like Mick Toon, and he'll like he won't even know what an experiment is and a natural observed phenomena. So it's like what do you do? Just drop the red pill, move on, I guess.
People don't. So it's like, man, you don't even know how to do an experiment, dude. Like, you don't even know how to analyze like your results. Like, you don't even know how to interpret it. Like, you don't even understand what you're doing. Why did they even come out with this? Like, who wrote this? Like, in science.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, like the atheist secular believe that observation is experiment, while we believe that, or we want observable, measurable, repeatable, and that's a problem. Like, but
They're trying to say that life comes from nothing and life is nothing. It's not a thing. It's just, shit happens from nothing.
Carbon.
It's like billions of years, a million that happened almost like whatever.
yeah, we know
Yep.
it's the eugenics.
Life comes from carbon.
This is the bullshit
That's why
we
my
have.
diamonds talk to me.
What's up?
I said life comes from carbon. Carbon. That's why my diamonds talk to me.
You.
Lead comes from carbon. That's why diamonds talk to you.
Mm.
Is that rap lyrics?
Nah, man, that just means we're carbon-based life forms.
Carbon-based.
How much carbon am I as a human?
I
don't know. You just started as a carbon, actually. You started as a carbon molecule.
It's
And
a
then
carbon.
you grew fucking arms.
No, man. Like, no one started as a carbon. It's like, no, that's wrong. I believe we all started as sperm and egg, mom and dad. Yeah.
Yeah, but my great granddaddy started as a carbon.
As a carbon. Yeah. And then what? And then he grew arms and legs and a head? What? What year did this happen?
That
Is
was
it like in
before
the
Christ.
1600s or something?
That's before Christ.
Sounds like an experiment gone wrong. Like, what the hell were they doing back then? No. I mean, billions of years ago. Like, what?
Bunch of carbons walking around with arms and legs.
We were just nothing. It was like, oh, no shit. You may as well say, man. Gosh, man, what's wrong with these people? Like, why would you go with something that doesn't make any sense and is impossible? Like, not even a thing. Like, why would you go with the crazy person's idea? Like, nothing exploded into everything. Nah, that
Well,
doesn't make any sense.
I know you know that answer, but yeah.
14 billion years ago. Like, what? Like, how long? How do you know that? Like, how did you calculate this number? It's like, oh, 14, not 14 and a half, 13.9, 14 exactly, roughly billion, like, not trillion or million, but billion, not 14,000 or 40. Oh,
Yeah, I was talking about Polaris on another server, and I only have 20 years of living at this house and 40 plus years of life experience. And I called it before the debate or the conversation that that's not enough. He's going to say that's not enough time, not enough time to evaluate the movement of Polaris. And then,
well, yeah, I mean, think about a star,
But
you know.
but my point was, I called it before the argument that he was going to say 40 years is not enough time to evaluate Polaris. Yet you believe 4.54 billion years, and I even said, like, you think 40 years is retarded, then 4.54 billion years is retarded as well.
Hearsay.
So yeah, so I got it's like I said, if you can't trust 40 years, then how are you going to trust 4.5 billion years? Like, so
Yep, it's like a story.
And 40 years is more than enough. If you actually look at the what they state, they say that the Earth does a full 360-degree precession in 26,000 years. So you divide 26,000 by 360 degrees, and then you get that it would move 1 degree every 72 years, which means half a degree every 36 years, and a quarter of a degree every 18 years, and 1/8 of a degree every 9 years. So therefore, even going down to like a single year, it should be measurable. A single degree in the sky is about the width of your hand. So it should be discernible, even in very small amounts, what that precession would be that would cause the drift. But yet we look at the pyramids and all these other structures that are built in alignment with the stars and are still in alignment several thousand years later. There's just no defense of that point.
well, globe Earth is moving in at least 4 to whatever many different movements at 800 miles per second. So if it's moving at 800 miles per second, Polaris would move after 20 years, after 40 years, after 1 year. For it to be in the same spot is impossible. But yeah, you're not going to convince the hardcore atheist. It's anybody who wants to see the truth or look at truth, and they're yeah. Like, how can Earth move at 800 miles per second, yet Polaris doesn't move for 20 years, 5 years, 1 year?
So far away.
Well, they have an excuse for everything, but
The universe has expanded so big.
they have an excuse for everything, but they don't have evidence and they don't have the picture or it's.
It would take like millions of years, not thousands. Like, huh?
Yeah, it's certainly, yeah. Any argument is like first grade argument. They don't even know what a triangle is. They think level is curved, and like it's absurd at this point. But it's still fun to debunk them and destroy them. But
I used to look at the stars and think like, wow, that like took billions of years to reach me, right? Hey, that's
I
so
never,
amazing. I'm looking into the past. It's not even there anymore. Did you know that, guys? That light is probably already gone, but it's taking billions of years. Crazy, eh?
yeah, it's yeah. I never liked Star Wars or Star Trek, or I have the worst internet on this Discord, so I never I've never seen those things. Like I just so yeah. For me, it was easy. It was when I was if you're a truther for like 5 years, 7 years, and then flat Earth comes along, it's like wow, government lies. Okay, Earth is flat. No, like water's level. Chicago skyline. Like you need to contain gas pressure. It's like it's an easy transition from truther to flat earther, where it's just like government lies. They're hiding God. Simple.
Bro,
Notice how
lies
similar?
are so true.
Have you noticed how similar most of our journeys are? Like the demographic, like I mean the way like it's almost like a funnel. It's almost like a
Like a truth funnel, like a linear progression of a sale. Like we started skeptical and we're closed.
Let's filter out these truthers with flat Earth.
Wow. Don't believe there's something lying.
Yeah, I had a not a debate, but just we were discussing the 2015, whether it was natural, whether it was a release, and yeah, so like
Yeah.
Oh man.
And then there was Flyer Society.
But in 2015 to 2017, 2018, that was the heyday. That was like every day you'd go on new videos, new everything, like whether it be like people exposing people, and just it was like every day you'd go on there'd be something new until they decided to censor it, and then it changed it.
I saw Vsauce, Flyer Society's model of Vsauce, and I was like, the fuck is this?
Vsauce is fucking lame.
It's like disc in space. Oh, Flyer
V
Society? What the fuck? Vsauce? I was like, fucking Vsauce.
when I think like alpha, I think Vsauce.
Virgin sauce.
I was like, you can't be stupid, right? So you're obviously some kind of fucking, I don't know, science communicator. Like, why do Flyer Society, right? Like,
Mm, yeah, he's paid, and he's hardcore atheist, so he believes it, and like no matter what any
What
of us
the
say,
atheist part
he's
matters.
gonna believe the government, and the government never lies. The government never murdered anybody at the Gulf of Tonkin or 9/11 or Lusitania or none of those. Like the government is innocent of all charges. Waco, innocent. Complete like
I mean,
forcing children. What? Sorry.
I mean, anyone trying to do flat Earth, I was like, why would anyone promote, Flyer Society, right? And then I heard Barack Obama promote it, and I was like, okay, so everyone is. I was like, why would anyone do that? Like, anyone who's real would not be talking about Flyer Society. You get it?
Oh yeah, like there's no there's a reason why there's no celebrities that are flat earthers. There's no like tequila. Come on.
I know, right? So when
Or even though that's 2018, 2017, but a lot of new people don't know that stuff about tequila and all those other.
What about
crazy, man? It's like, what the fuck?
That those
TikToks is fucking crazy. Everyone is crazy.
what about tequila, bro?
She was a flat earther in 2018, supposedly, and then obviously she's a sellout to the Hollywood, but somehow a sellout to Hollywood is a flat earther. Imagine that! Wow. And then she believes all these occult things as well as flat Earth, and it disappeared quickly, thankfully. But it's flat Earth
So
memories.
because she has alignment, it's bad.
What's that?
Because she has alignment, or I don't.
In my opinion, in your first week or two or a month of being a truther, you find out that you do not trust any athlete, any geopolitician, any celebrity.
I mean, I think there's a 50-50 split of like, converts and just sheep.
Like I said, you learn in the first week or month that you do not trust any celebrity, politician, or athlete. And if you do, then diet woke, in my opinion. Like, how could you trust somebody that took the Freemason oath? Sell out to humanity.
Oh, you mean like capitalism?
No, to get rich and famous, to get a certain amount of money, you have to join certain societies and fraternities and do certain rituals to gain that success and fame.
Yeah, I mean, like someone like Tequila could be doing that, or she could just be a dumb hoe. You never know.
Like I said, I personally don't trust any celebrity, any athlete, or any geopolitician.
I get it, man. Geopoliticians, I'm with you.
Yeah, so anybody is like, what about Trudeau? What about this guy? What about? It's like they are all disgusting.
Oh yeah, man.
You don't want me to. I can't even say what I really want to
I
say.
already know, man. That's say shit.
Yeah, like I live in the most restricted area of North America for the past 24 months. So, yeah. But yeah. Earth is flat anyways.
Geopoliticians are sketchy suspects.
Yeah, unless somebody can say, I'll ask him, okay, name one trustworthy politician.
You just watch out, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. You just contact Cebu, and you'll find out very quickly.
I don't know if it's your mic or I heard contact civil and you'll find out quickly. But yeah.
If you contact any Filipino country, no, contact the Philippines, man. It's a very corrupt place.
Every country is a slave plantation, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah. Well, fucking America is.
If you buy a house, guess what? You're paying taxes
Yeah,
for life because you do not own the land, and you're paying taxes on the food and every single thing that you buy.
Yeah, capitalism is a great slavery.
Yeah, capitalism is awful. Capitalism is greed. Capitalism means that I have money and this other guy who could be lazy or could not work for it, or it depends. Like, I'm going to keep it, and this other guy's going to suffer. But I earned it. I'm rich. I have money.
Maybe I step on a throat or two.
But it's like there's a lot of lazy people who don't sacrifice and who gamble or who do other addictions, and then they want you to pay for, even though you're making less than them, they want you to help them and pay for their stuff. When it's a tough balance of helping people but maintaining your survival. Like it's and how you make your money. Is it evil? Is it hurting people? It's.
I think we're definitely due for a bit of reworking in a lot of sectors, education being one. But
Yeah, there's no stopping it. The yeah.
I don't.
They
You think you can play by their game, like capitalism, and just beat it?
They have an agenda 2030, and what are we going to do to stop it? I'm open to suggestions.
What's 2030?
I'm not allowed to talk about it.
Alright.
Yeah. I mean, it's. Yeah.
Maybe someone else can talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know what's against YouTube terms of service. So I just I'm avoiding certain topics for.
Oh, is this one on YouTube?
I think it's on YouTube. Yeah.
Alright. Can't we just talk about that shit?
No, they don't like you to talk about the psyops that they're doing at the current moment. If you talk about a psyop of 20 years ago, 9/11, you're allowed, but do not talk about the current psyop because there's a lot of people that still need to be programmed. So,
Oh fuck! What's a psyop?
psychological operations, government, MK Ultra, mind control, manipulation.
So if you get inoculated, you get that psyop success.
False flags, shoot, yeah. But.
Yeah, like so we can finally talk about like, the sinking of the Lusitania and stuff.
What's that? Lucifer.
No, we're allowed to after it's been 104 years, so we can talk about the Lusitania.
Why can't we just talk about it regardless of the timeline?
Because the iron fist of the tiny hat will squash us.
This is being broadcast live on their own media channel, so they don't want us to talk about things. So we don't want this channel to be taken down. If you know what I mean.
There are watchers in the night.
Shut it down.
Because you doesn't mean they're not watching you.
Oh, I know I'm being live.
Magikarp, carp.
Magikarp, let's go. Oh no.
Dang it.
You say their name and they run.
Like, oh shit, I just tried to sneak in here, man. Come on. Why are you calling me out like that?
Listen. I can understand it, but you got to do the research before you enter the debate. If you jump in, you're gonna get annihilated.
Well,
but in a nice way. I'll do it in a nice way. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm just. I'll get you to double speak as quickly as possible, as often as possible, and yeah.
Where's the channel where it's not streamed?
I can link it. Oh, there you go. Ooh, dislike.
This one. Health nutrition.
Nutrition. Well, this Fox is talking. Who's talking? Was that Quick Ben?
I have been, yeah.
No, it was somebody else, I guess. Maybe he took off.
I came in and mentioned the YouTube censorship thing that we don't want to have.
It's so hard to. Some voices I remember, but some of the newer people, I guess.
Yeah, I don't talk too often, so you probably don't recognize me.
Yeah, I don't. This is like the 5th time I've been on live stream, so it's. I tried to ask a question like 5 hours ago, and yeah, it was impossible. But it was a question to a Glober, so obviously when a Glober comes in, it's gonna be it's gonna be a feast, or it's like we're starving for Globers. Zaz.
I like the psyop talk.
Can't find. That's why I watch it. You wanna? Can you wanna unmute that new guy? Or is that forbidden?
He who saith forbidden.
It is forbidden to unmute in live stream. No, he took off anyways. What the hell?
He who is taken off.
Yeah, I like I like your comment, Adam. Do not talk about the small hats.
Oh, I think I know that one. You Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, I don't know if it's forbidden or if, like, like I said, is dead air better than exposing evil people? Or I don't know. It's a fine line. But yeah.
Well, we should have an open talk on it someday.
How much truth are we allowed to talk about? How, like, where's the line? Like, different servers have different things, and so, like, how do you expect people? I guess you got to expect people to control themselves and not talk about certain issues. And yeah, it's. But
We can definitely have an open chat about it someday.
yeah, I need like the antagonist like riding on eggshells or something. Like, I don't know. I need like the Glober to like expose, or like I usually don't just. Yeah, I can't. Do you see that GIF by Get Me Get? Or sorry, Cut the Shit. Would you ever wear that? And why is a basketball player wearing that? Or is that not Kevin Durant? Maybe it's not.
Mic check.
1 2 1 2.
Nice one.
New phone, who dis?
My wife's just complaining that her work headphones, she uses a gaming headset. She has to call people on her phone, and they're saying they can't hear her for some reason. So I'm just checking her headset. But do I sound okay to everyone?
So many people's wives work from home now.
That's true. That is true.
Bitch. COVID changed things.
Back in the home where they're supposed to be. That was a joke, man. Don't cancel me.
I could imagine like some.
Laddie, you sound southern.
Southern Wales, UK.
Okay, no, I mean,
I think I was.
Well,
I was doing I might be doing an accent.
You know that Wales and England sound like Australian sometimes.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, whether that prisoner story is real or not.
Yeah. But over here, we can hear a huge difference between us and Australia. But Americans don't seem to notice as much, you know?
Not even like.
Because we're ignorant.
It could be like say you came back from a soccer match and Manchester United won like 6-0, and then you came on here and you're like high energy. You might sound different. You might sound Australian versus like
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day. Like the UK is tiny and it can fit into like I don't know, one city over there in the US, and the amount of accent changes, like every 40 miles, there's a total accent change here. You know, so it's like all your states condensed into a tiny little, I guess, you know.
yeah, that gets into the accent debate and whether it's like genetic or locational, and like whether somebody moves from Alabama to New York and do they continue their Alabama accent, or a New Yorker moving to Alabama, do they continue like, or do they try to change it and adapt? So like some people do.
Some people instantly do. My cousin moved from South Wales, you know, here, UK, over to California, and within a month, he sounded like he was a Californian, you know, and he still does now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it could happen because, like I said, you're going to hear people and you're going to try to, or you might even subconsciously mimic what your surrounding is or absorb it, or like, yeah, like, or yeah, like I said, it's going to be individual basis, but.
Do you think kids' access to the internet, like a lot of UK kids are watching a lot of American shows now. So do you think that's going to kind of water down, or not water down, but kind of mix up a lot of accents everywhere?
It could be almost like what your parents say is what you're going to mimic.
Yeah, the reason I said that is because there's a 6-year-old girl that lives nearby, and her mum is from like Africa, from Zimbabwe, and her dad's from Wales. But she has got a strong American accent, and I'm like, is that because she's confusing like an African accent with like a UK accent, or is it due to the YouTube videos she watches all the time? I don't know. Quite bizarre.
Yeah, I would say it's almost the same as the globe or anything. It's programming. Like you grew up in the South, so you're gonna say y'all and y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Y'all. Like it's just ingrained. And then you may be the one in the 1,000 or million that like talk differently, or like say y'all, but you say, or like I don't know. It's like a lot of people are. It's your product of your environment. Like you're gonna absorb what the environment is around you, and you're gonna usually mimic it or be it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then you can go back to like the origin of man and how did we get all these accents, and it could get super complicated. But
let's talk about Babylon.
Yeah, but then like every flat earther would have a different age of Earth, and every flat earther would have a different origin story, and so that's why I said it gets super complicated. Where like, yeah.
Some of you were talking about, so I said y'all, and some of you were talking about like Star Wars and stuff, and one of you hadn't watched it, and like I was brought up with Star Wars and all, you know, Star Trek and all these kind of TV shows and films, but since discovering like, you know, the flat Earth, or since waking up, or whatever, however you want to kind of term that, I watched The Eternals last night with my 12-year-old.
Great.
I just find it so difficult to watch sci-fi now. It's really, it's bizarre. It's just like it's so fantastical.
Yeah, they romanticize it too much.
Well, you just watch it for the subliminals and the programming, and then like for the jokes, and you're like, "Wow, look at that cartoon!" And they're trying to say it's real, or like it's all just it's all a joke that you're watching. You're watching a joke as a movie they're trying to portray as something real, but
it's like pushing the limits of my suspension of disbelief. You know, every time you watch a film, you've got to suspend disbelief a little bit for just to enjoy the story, but it seems to be really pushing that limit.
My issue was like I've seen Star Trek when I was like 10 or whatever, like it was on TV. I never watched it, like I never cared. Didn't have Star Wars, Star Trek or whatever. I had 3 channels when I was growing up in the 1990s. There's 3 channels on TV. There was no 90 channels. We had to go outside to play. When I was 25 or 23, there was no internet. There was no high speed. There was no Facebook. There was no YouTube. So like, but
Yeah, maybe that's what we're seeing. Like, I don't know. We've seen a lot more Globers, but maybe we're seeing a lot of resistance to kind of the truth because the indoctrination's just like leveled up so much. You know, like we had not much. You know, there's a few space films and a bit of this and that. Yeah.
Magazine,
Bloody
Sputnik,
indoctrination is
all these other things.
yeah, like I said, when I was 18, there was no YouTube, there was no internet really. Like it was like dial up and like the worst dial up ever. So the kids today, they're on their iPad at 3 years old, connected to high speed and getting inundated with all the programming, Globe and Hollywood and all that disgustingness from 3 years old. So that like they live a completely different lifestyle to what I live or what I lived when I was growing
Yeah,
up.
100%. Yeah.
So like yeah, like I was outside in nature and like yeah, but you can still break programming no matter what age. Like there's many factors, but it's a daunting task or a bigger gauntlet when you're like a millennial getting an iPhone or iPad in your arms at 3 years old.
Yeah, I've got a 16-year-old, and he, has obviously had devices from a young age. But recently, I just, I like to teach them to be open-minded as much as I can, and I started just talking to him about not flat smacking him in any way, but just kind of making him ask questions about things. And now he's just come to me and said, "Do you think the world is flat? Do you think they're lying?" He's found that himself just from a little couple of nuggets that I kind of planted in his brain. That's how quickly that kind of brainwashing was undone for him.
Yeah, I was parenting is one of the most difficult tasks because do you tell them what you believe and like push it, and then they reject it, and then maybe they come back, or like it's like what do you do? Do you do it passively? Do you drop red pills and then hopefully they come? Like I would never. There's no set pattern.
Yeah, critical thinking is what you should.
You show them the world, show them the inconsistencies. Like all you do is point them to it and let them think for themselves. Most people have never actually looked at the moon themselves. They don't have a good pair of binoculars or a telescope. And they might say they have, and they might say they do, but they've never gave it an eye from a really critical, view. Like, am I really looking at what I think or what I've been told I'm looking at? Things like that. Things like information about the model that would be impossible.
Yeah, what you're saying is that Globers or new normies have never ever looked at the moon, or like they just take like they've never done the research until they do, and then they're like, "Holy shit!" Like I said, I heard you earlier today. So until they actually do it, they claim they did. The scientists know this, but until they actually see it, and they're like, "Holy shit!"
What's the
Wow.
deal with the moon?
Yeah. A lot of people don't do the research. They just take the government, take the science, whatever the quote unquote scientists' word for it, and then until they actually look at it, and once they do, then it's usually humbling for them. But
What's your research?
what's my research on what?
Oh no, like just what's the theory on the moon? Like the simple study.
Specific.
Yeah. Like, what do you mean when you just take the time to look at the moon? You'll see the truth.
Well, Elijah told a story earlier today, but I'm not going to repeat it because I can't do it verbatim. But the main gist of it was until people actually look at the thing that you're talking about, then they may actually see it. But a lot of people just claim they saw it, claim the government, or claim this, claim that. But like a lot of people just don't actually look at the things.
Okay, I see
When
what
they
you mean.
do, yeah.
Okay, I got you. No worries. That makes sense.
And they can say, when they look up at it, they can say, yeah, I can look up, I see the moon. But what they're not realizing is, as they're looking through their eyes, everything in their brain, all that brainwashing is skewing their view of what they're seeing.
Yeah, like they
Does that
don't
make sense?
look in depth enough to realize that it could be this, or it could be
Well,
light, or it could be illusion.
The most
It's a
honest
shiny
position
rock.
you can take. The most honest position you can take is, I don't know what they are. It's just lights in the sky, and that's all we know, and that's all you can verify. And anybody who says anything different, you don't. Yeah, you can call them whatever name you want.
Yeah, but the problem with science and how everyone's brainwashed is that we have to know everything about everything. To live on this world, we have to know everything or have a theory of everything.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then you're stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, if you as a flat earther can't answer every question in scattergun formation, then it's a globe. Like it's hilarious.
Yeah, you've got no model, so you must be stupid. How can you not have a model? How can you not think there's something? So, yeah,
it's funny. And then you just say, "Where's your globe model?" And they're like, "Well, I can't. You can't post your globe model. So, like, why are you asking for a flat model when you don't even have a globe model?" So, and obviously, models are reification fallacy, pseudoscience, and we don't live on a model, and so it's. But yeah, just like imagine you're a glober and all you're doing is coming and you're like, I'm gonna defend the government at every at every turn. No matter what the flat earthers say, I'm gonna defend the government. Like that's the globe earther position, is like, I'm gonna defend the government with my heart and soul. It's crazy.
No, that's insane. There's many.
I did hear Whitsit's girlfriend Kai say that she was the flat Earth model as a joke in a debate, and then I'm assuming that Whitsit lies on that model. So for that moment, he is living on a flat Earth model.
Wow. Good one though.
That was that debate that someone played yesterday. It was like a couple off, Whitsit and Kai against what's his name, Toon, and his girlfriend or whatever.
No, I wasn't. I don't think that's McFinn's girlfriend. It was a couple.
Are you saying this?
I'm good. Sorry.
This is new.
New debate.
You talking about a new one, or this was the one that
someone just played it on the music bot yesterday. I don't know how old it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I seen that one. That was pretty good.
Oh yeah. Whitsit destroyed McToon and Cassandra or whatever. It was like,
yeah, you could hear hear some doubt in Cassandra's voice, man. You could hear some
weird,
kind of
like even the flat earth chat, like the chats, the super chats, and like they were just like Whitsit and her were laughing, and just like it was just like I said, we don't lose sleep over this. Like the Globers are like they're in spiral mode, and we're just laughing and having fun. Like it's.
Did you say spiral mode? Like rotating on an axis kind of mode?
Oh, I got a good clip from a Geo server of couple spirals. I asked for scientific evidence of gravity, and it caused it's. And then the percentage jumped in, and like I said, the only rotation detected is Glober spiral. It was hilarious. But yeah.
And on the flat Earth model, generally a glober will concede that a map is a model, and every map is flat. Therefore, every flat map is a flat model. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, there's YouTube videos saying that every map in the world is wrong, and websites, and it's widely known that all the maps are wrong. So, like, if you're asking for a correct map, like you debunked yourself. Like, there's no accurate maps. All the maps are wrong. They're representations. Maps are representations.
Well, the maps are good for what they're purposed for, but when you try to apply it in an argument, like a world map, let's say, like you're not utilizing it for its purpose. And this is why you're seeing flaw in it, because it's not to be used to determine that the Earth's spherical or not. Like, it's ridiculous.
No, I agree.
And it's about their misunderstanding of the word projection. So they say, haha, that's a map projection, and it can only be projected from a sphere. And you say, well, what does a projector do? Projector projects an image onto another surface. Does it mean the projector is a sphere? Does it mean the original image that's being projected is a spherical image? No. To project means to try and sort of get to the closest version of something, but it doesn't necessitate that it's coming from a sphere, which is the way they love to take the word projection.
Yeah, from my experience, all the quote unquote higher end globers or sophisticated globers always want to take you into the weeds, and they try to avoid, they never answer a direct question and answer questions with questions, and like it's it's always going to be a diversionary tactic, like a diversionary flare that or whatever. So or it'll be your word against theirs, and then like I said, it's just let the audience decide, let them do the research, and like whatever.
Why does it matter, you know? That's what I think sometimes.
Why would they lie?
Like, why does it matter what they think of the Globers? And like, everyone knows that they lie.
Well, to me it matters because certain people are lying to children, and certain people are forcing children to wear masks or do other stuff, and
I know, but I
abortion
mean,
and war,
certain
murder.
humans, yeah, I mean, sometimes they're stubborn though, you know? Sometimes people are just stubborn. They choose to subscribe to that model, and it's like a model of their world.
Yeah, it gets into the psychology of why does somebody deny reality. So I know why, or I have my ideas why, but
Well, it's the narrative that's being pushed. They have no, you know, they force them to subscribe. So
well, they make the world a survival, and they make it scarcity over abundance and capitalism, greed, and then they program you with lies in school so that you believe you're a spinning ball or a monkey on a spinning ball with no purpose. And that means that you can rob people, cheat on women, abuse people, oppress people, and there's no repercussions. But in reality, you're going to be accountable for everything you do. So that's the issue. Where, yeah. If you
It's always been bad.
And the thing that's always made me laugh at them is that with their evolutionary paradigm, they think they're a primate. They think that they're a monkey. So with their monkey brain, they're thinking that they're that smart that they can deduce all this as, like, in the last 100 years, we've discovered everything. We know where we live. We know how the distances to all the galaxies. Before that 100 years, we knew nothing of the stars
Right.
above us. But in the last 100 years, we just got everything right with our monkey
I
brains.
know. It's really we've really been around for like 200 plus. You know, not that long.
well, the population growth and the technology growth pretty much debunks evolution because, like, how did we grow so much in these 200 years? What were we doing for 1800 years before this? What were
Making
we
holes.
for 5,000 years before this? And only magically we found our genitals in the last 200 years to populate from 1 billion to 8 billion. Like, no.
But again, that's usually sampling data, and then that's only existing in the maths. So there's this birth rate and a death rate, and if you multiply the two by each other, the same thing with the whole COVID thing. It was like, if you look at this potential death rate, we're going to have 1 trillion people dying per day, even though there's only 7 billion people on the earth. No, but these models show us we're going to have 1 trillion deaths per day
You
for
want
the next 100 years because the maths, you know?
Here's a funny stat. I was driving home today and the radio said you're 136% more likely to end up in the ICU if you're not vaccinated. Oh my god, it's like, what the, like, it's, yeah, but atheists will believe and they'll have an excuse for anything, and yeah, so it's but
Why don't we like atheists?
I mean, I be civil, but like, I need atheists to fix my car. There might be, or like there might be a dentist that's an atheist. So, like, I can be civil and like a human, but in the debate forum, if you're lying about how the world works, then you're my enemy. Like, you're lying to children. You're lying to people.
So what's the atheist lying about?
Almost everything.
Like I don't understand.
Evolution, Big Bang, the globe.
They're confused mainly, right? Not lying.
But they're
Lying.
scientists and it's scientism, so that is theology. So they are technically not atheist.
Yeah, there's they're not atheists because they don't know that God doesn't exist, so they're technically agnostic. But I just, like, I guess I say terms that not are meant to trigger, but just are polarizing. Like, I'm a flat earther. I'll say it. I don't care. I'm a flat earther. This guy's an atheist. Whether, like, okay, he's agnostic, or what? Like, it's, yes, like, if I say agnostic, then it gets lost, or like if I say something else, like I'm a globe skeptic. Like I don't try to trigger, but I'm just like, I'm a flat earther. Earth is flat, level, no curvature. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm a level earther, or like, it's just, it's ingrained in me, I guess. I don't know. I'm a flat earther. Right or wrong? Not wrong about flat, but right the term. Because I personally know it's flat. I will never go back to the globe. There's nothing anybody will say or present that will ever make me turn back, because it would have been presented in these last 5 to 7 years. So I know it's not coming, and I'm past the point of no return.
I like that we just admit that it's just lights in the sky.
I personally admit that all I see is lights in the sky. I've never seen any satellites in the sky. I've never seen any planets. I've never seen anything transit the moon. So whenever I ask for a glober to present their evidence of the ISS or a satellite or anything, they concede that they did not take it. They don't have a telescope, or they do, but they didn't get the picture. So I want the picture of the ISS with the details from your own personal camera, and it never happens. But
Well, I guess I could at least get that, right? I mean,
Right? We could
I
look
got
at
a
the
pair of good
ISS with a
binoculars.
telescope, right? Couldn't we?
We can look at the lights in the sky with the telescope, sure.
Mm-mm. A good enough telescope. You can see the people, right?
Hmm?
I'm surprised they don't have a picture of all the people inside the space station looking through a telescope. Sounds like a dope picture to me. And just as a photographer, I would love to photograph something like that.
you could get the Nobel Prize if you photograph a large body of water curving. Or if you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, that'd be, man, you'd be like even higher up than Neil deGrasse.
But legit, if we had a picture of someone in the space station with a telescope, would that be real?
How would you verify that?
I don't know, man. I guess you gotta like see it on TikTok. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem for the Globers is I want measurable, repeatable, observable, and it's just lacking in the globe model. in every way, in every single in every single way.
I don't even know how I would like show that water stays flat all the time.
Can I ask you a question?
I guess in a container, it's like always like that. So I mean,
Forex, does a helicopter rotate underneath the globe Earth? Or does the globe Earth rotate underneath the helicopter?
no.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You just confirmed that there is no 15-degree drift. Thanks, Bob.
Bob's Burgers. I mean, like, I just want to see a picture of the space station now through a telescope.
Yeah, I try to Google it and try to find like the best picture of the space station. Unfortunately, Box Ops just destroyed this ISS with this meme that you would never see the ISS from that distance. I've never seen anything pass across the moon ever. If anyone has, post the video. But I bet you it'll be fake.
Have you seen the videos of the moon wave that Flat Earth Dave puts out?
Is it new?
No, I think it's quite old.
He's talking about Crow.
I've probably seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna set up my binoculars. Need to put them on a stand because they're way too heavy. And I wanna see that happen for myself if I can. Because if I see that happen, then I mean shit, man.
Like, I'm a flat earther, but Crow says he's a flat earther, but how come there's not like 20 videos of that and just Crow's is the only one?
Oh yeah, it was Crow, sorry, not Flat Earth Dave, wasn't it?
Yeah, Crow 777.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, how come I've never seen that? How come I can't get that on video? How come there's not 100 of those videos? It's just his. But yeah, that would be my criticism of video. But
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
What's going on?
Hello.
surviving the NWO New World Order
Yo,
takeover.
what's up, Elijah?
I'm back.
Dude, I'm in Canada, dude. Our whole country's in an emergency state right now. It's the funniest shit.
Wait, why?
I can't talk about it. Livestream rules.
That's what I said.
What retarded shit is this? What do you say?
I don't want to, you know.
You DM me?
You guys
Can you
know,
just
but I don't want to
DM
say
me,
it.
bro?
Yeah, I'll DM you. It's just funny, dude. Who wants me to DM Forex?
Forex.
Do you trade on Forex?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I hate currency trading.
No, like Grouchy, it depends like where you are, because a lot of people do not feel that. I had a flat earther telling me that the government is not oppressing me.
Okay.
And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
They are and they aren't. It depends. It depends what you're doing in your real life. Like if you do certain things in certain spots, you will get oppressed, and I guarantee that.
As a whole, the
Certain things I
government
can't talk about.
the
Yeah,
government is oppressing me as a whole, whether it be taxes, whether it be hydro bills, electricity bills,
that is
hiding.
true.
So but
Vaccinations.
this guy was saying, I'm not going to name names, but he was saying that the government does not oppress me in any way. So I was, but yeah, so but my point was, like, you're in Canada, I'm in Canada,
Bro,
I'm
did
in
you
one.
DM?
I'm in one of the most restricted areas, and you might be close to
Where
me,
you at?
but a lot of people don't have empathy because they weren't locked down for 24 months like I was, so they don't give a shit because it wasn't
Did you
them.
DM me? Yo, this motherfucker's in Ontario. Yo, did you DM me? What am I
I'm in
supposed to talk
Toronto.
about, bro?
Yeah, I'm from Toronto. So
Yeah, I'm near like
they're literally taking police from different cities and provinces, and they're busing them over to Ottawa. Hours.
Do you know why?
I sent it to your DMs. I can't say it.
Oh.
I was under the impression that
It's really serious shit.
I was under the impression that the Emergency Act was still to be voted on in Parliament.
No, Trudeau just invoked it. It's actually that they didn't use it when gunmen went into Parliament buildings with guns. They're using it now because people are outside with children and playing in bouncy fucking castles in the main city of our country. There's
Yes, I know.
children jumping in bouncy castles and adults waving flags.
Well, they shouldn't be waving that terrorist flag anyways, in my opinion. But
Oh yeah, the Canadian flag. You're right.
why would you wave a terrorist Canadian or U.S. flag? That's disgusting, and it's not patriotism. That's supporting the colonialism and slavery. Bullshit.
Ridiculous. You're ridiculous.
Yo, why?
Patriots. They want to. Otherwise, if they didn't wave that flag, they'd be shot.
What I want to know is how far can they push the people until they snap?
Well, look at
Because
them
it's gonna
now. They're all in the streets.
Yeah, they've been there for 20 days. They shut
That's right.
down. They got donated $10 million on GoFundMe. They shut it down. They got
I know
donated
all about-
$8 million
yeah.
on a Christian website. It got shut down. And now,
Yo, this is dope.
since they're being given Bitcoin, that's why they invoked the Emergencies Act, so they can stop Interactive transfers, so they can
with
investigate
Bitcoin, yeah.
crypto
Is
accounts.
this live? This is live right now, hey?
Yeah, dude, it's been live for 20 straight days.
That's what the mainstream media here doesn't even report. One of the major events in the world right now.
The police made it illegal to.
administration.
They started confiscating gas cans because they didn't want you filling up their gas tanks, and they were arresting people for it. So the whole population there started running around the streets with empty gas cans.
No, they gave them. They were ordered to give back the gas cans. The police were, but the police put water in half of them. That's
how you destroy their engines.
Filled with water. You see, they need those gas cans because they're sitting in their trucks in 20 below weather.
Minus 30, actually.
Minus 30, is it?
Even minus 40 with the wind chill sometimes.
Right.
Celsius. If you're in America, I don't know what
And they're
Fahrenheit
doing this for They're doing this for all the Canadians, and they're doing this for all the people in the world that have been locked down.
Dude, there's protests. America has a convoy now going from
There's
where
one
is
in
it?
Australia,
From
one in New Zealand, one in France.
20 countries have convoys.
And Americans are just sitting there, they're watching their football.
No,
You
they
know?
have a convoy now.
Completely
It's going
dead
from
brained.
it's going to Washington from California.
Unbelievable.
And they're trying to keep themselves off of the major scene until they get there so they don't get shut down.
Interesting. You know that guy, all gas, no brakes?
Yeah.
Do you like him? Because I like him.
He's alright.
I think he's cool because he just talks to normal people. And, like, he gives you an unbiased kind of thing.
Did you guys mention the confiscation of the funding?
Yeah, dude, they're trying to confiscate the crypto now too.
Yeah, so that GoFundMe page, they confiscated over $10 million and then tried to redirect that to charities of their own choice,
That's fucked
and then
up.
with the Bitcoin donations, I think they said that they raised over $5 million in a matter of, I think it was a couple of days.
20
and
in
now they
48
want to.
hours.
Or was it 48? Shit.
Yeah, 2 days. 2 days. But
Yeah, I think that's why they invoked the Emergency Act, because they can't stop. They couldn't stop the Bitcoin from coming in.
With the GoFundMe, what happened was when they canceled the funds, this is what they said: either you can leave the money and we will
So
donate
isn't it
to
Emergency Act invoked now?
Yes, but what happened with the GoFundMe was they said that we're gonna either you can request your money back, or if you leave it, we're donating it. And what they did was they created a forum page and said, everybody, call your banks and do a manual cancel, because every time you do that, it charges them $15. And then they just said, all right, we're just gonna send back all the money a couple days later.
Okay, so this is so cool, man. I want to drive down there, go buy myself a nice camera, and then just find a way to stream it constantly.
They're trying to use the Emergencies Act to get into your what you're looking up online and shit, to see if you're looking up their convoy to donate to them. That's how they're really getting at your crypto. They have a website with their wallet, and they basically monitor that. It's a pretty shitty system. They're basically colluding with other services to commit thievery. Basically, that's what they're doing.
So this is cool. Should I get a camera and drive down there?
I don't know if you want.
I think you might have missed the boat.
Why?
In terms of the guys who have been recording it.
No, that's all. I don't really I mean, I think it's cool. I would like to attach the brand to that and just kind of do my own personal brand thing.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
Trudeau
good.
also
Good.
called the parliamentary members. There's Jewish
just
members
it's just
on the
tagging
Conservatives,
on
and he
to the
called them
thing.
Nazis. In the House of Commons, he was directly calling Jewish members of like our prime minister was calling Jewish members. He was saying that they're standing with the Nazi flag holders.
Yeah, he's fucking.
He also, whenever somebody asks him a question he doesn't want to hear, he'll just walk out of the fucking House of Commons,
man.
dude.
He's like a baby, dude.
And how is it
Talk
that
about
they?
plastic straws and then learn how much training he had just to do a debate and talk up, and then he fucks up on plastic straws. And that's pretty much it.
I guarantee you he's in the World Economic Forum's fucking pocket. 100%.
And also the misrepresentation of the entire thing. It's been a freedom convoy for freedom. And then the media's made it this anti-vax convoy or this terrorist convoy. They won't use the word freedom or why the people are actually doing the convoy in the first place.
Yeah, because if they do that, the sheeple will fucking start running over there and helping them. They got these little sheeple held by the balls, dude. They've been manipulating them for years.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Borax, you sound like you're in underwater or something. Yeah, you're like.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I'll fix it.
I don't know. I just think it's pretty crazy. I've never. I'm 26 years old. I live in Canada, and I've never seen anything of this magnitude. I don't think there's ever been a protest this large in Canada ever.
No.
I don't think there's ever been a
They don't
protest
invoke
this large in
Emergencies
the
Act
world,
for
my
BLM
friend.
protesters burning down buildings and stealing and killing, but they'll call an Emergencies Act for some people standing waving flags and kids jumping in bouncy castles.
And they were also saying about how when a truck drives past you and he hoots his horn, generally the kids in the car all wave. There's a bit of a good vibe created. Or you tell the guy, honk the horn. And when he does, everyone gets all excited because there was a bit of communication on the road.
Yeah.
Now they're making that honking of a horn like a terrorist type thing, saying that if the truckers are hooting, then it's an act of terrorism and it's there to disturb, and it's a sign of solidarity. It's a sign that we're one.
You know,
But
they were
just
blocking the
their
border.
ability to system.
Stuff. That's pretty good normal human
They
communication.
were blocking a big bridge that leads to a border, and it's about $1 billion both ways of GDP that goes through that border, and they cracked down on that hard. That's
And they
when
say
they
that the
started
truckers are
listening.
destroying. They say the truckers are destroying the economy, and it's
Well,
like, no, Trudeau did that in the first 2 years with the lockdowns. Them
well, they
doing
can't
it
go
for a
there
couple of
anyways.
days.
They can't fucking drive their. Okay, I can't talk. They can't do their job anymore because of what the government is pushing on them, and I think you know what I mean. So that's why they're there.
Yeah.
Well, it
And
probably
then
comes down to they're going to lose their houses, they're going to lose their trucks, so they're like, shit, we're going to protest because we're going to lose everything anyways, or get a new job.
Something I was wondering about the truckers, in Africa, there's normally large companies that own all the trucks, and then they just employ drivers. Are these truckers, do they own their own vehicle and sort of outsource the
Some of
vehicle
them
to
do.
whoever needs
It's a mix.
it?
It's a mix. There's a lot of big companies, small companies, and individual owner operators.
Yeah, some big companies actually were supporting their truckers who were going there. I saw some interviews with the truckers who came from big companies.
Well, not like there's big companies that are not like Masonic sellout companies.
The tow truck companies even laughed at the police too.
So,
They
like,
said they weren't towing any vehicles, and they started laughing and said, due to the I can't say the word
The risk,
due to
the contagiousness.
yeah, due to the
due to
contagiousness.
the common cold,
Just like Justin Trudeau said, due to the contagiousness, we have no tow truck vehicles available. Due to the contagiousness, we have no personnel available. And he just started smiling and laughing in the video.
Yeah. And now they've released something saying that if the tow truck drivers won't tow, then the government will go and tow the tow truck vehicles away.
Yeah,
It's like,
good luck. Good luck, dude. Dude, this is literally the start of a war on people. It's
no, this is the first
fucked up.
psyop of many psyops. This is just the testing. They're testing, they're feeling it out, and then eventually they put in measures just like Patriot Act, and they squeeze, and then in 5 years, 2 years, a new strain, new lockdowns, new measures, and more restrictions and more fines. You come and protest, $5,000 fine. Anyone. So all they have to do is put that $5,000 fine, and you're toast. You're not
What if you
protesting.
got no money to pay for it?
Then you go to jail and they lock you up.
Yeah, for how long?
Yeah, they can build the prisons. They print the money. They can lock anybody up.
Oh, they actually built a new I think it's called a processing center for inmates. They built a new one just for the protesters.
Yeah,
no
like
way.
if anybody who thinks this is over is delusional. This is step 1, step 4 of Agenda 2030. There's no stopping it. There's going to be more lockdowns, more tyranny. It's yeah. It may not be in your country right now because of whatever reason, but it's coming.
Yeah, I thought the US was going to be the first country to declare martial law, just in terms of the rising pushback. It was quite peculiar that Canada was the first one, but all countries want to implement a martial law because then you no longer have a democracy, you have a dictatorship, and they can dictate whatever resources they need if they can declare it a national emergency. So the playbook, that thing that was released in 2010, I'm trying to think of the name now. It was the
swine flu,
either the Rockefeller, that Rockefeller Foundation that said how to roll out this top-down oppressive government with public pushback, and the rising public pushback would lead to martial law, giving the government all the control that they need to implement everything that they want to do anyway. So their purpose is to drive the public through this sort of lockdown procedure type thing of opening up and locking back down and opening up and locking back down to get the public to the point where they really start being violent in the protests, which then allows the government to assume martial law and go in and do whatever the hell they like.
That's very pessimistic.
All right, like I said, for me, I'm a pessimistic, cynic realist. So that's my stance.
Yeah, but what are we going to do? Lie down and just cut our own throat because we have no chance?
Oh, I don't have the ability to protest, whether it be from distance or logistics. So all I can do is spread truth to who I can. And
What? But to advocate lying down and just taking it. Is that?
no, I'd be all for protests. I would be like the other people, where it's like you got to protest, but you got to kick the people out of parliament. You got to kick the politicians out. You got to change the whole system. Other than that, nothing's going to change. If you have Trudeau in there or Harper or any other retard, it's going to be the same bullshit. You got to get rid of this fake democracy, this fake capitalism, this fake whole system. Everything, everything's got to
How do
change.
you do that without complaining?
Oh, yeah, like I said, if I lived in the big cities, I would walk and protest and do activism on the street, but it takes me an hour to drive to the city, so it's just not logistically possible for me.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily about lying down and taking it, but the government wants to be able to assert that kind of dictatorial dominance. And if you think how it occurred with the Nazis,
does that mean that we can't complain, that we can't object to it at all, because
No,
we
we
know
must.
that that's part of the psyop, that's part of the whole system? What are we supposed to do? Nothing.
Well, I think that there's some really intelligent people who are challenging it legally, from a definition perspective. There's definitely small groups that are well connected, well financed, that are challenging the narrative. Those could also be controlled opposition. But the point that I was just making was that the government, in that Rockefeller document from 2010, where it spoke about releasing a pandemic type illness and how to manage the lockdowns over extended periods of time to get the population to start pushing back, so that then they can come at you with guns, because then you are a terrorist if you're now disobeying your government. So it's the government's goal to get us to the point where we're so frustrated that we start crossing the wrong lines, and then they can clamp down, put us in FEMA camps, do whatever it is. They call it a redistribution of resources.
What would your solution to that be?
For me, it's just survival, and it's going to be different for every person based on your location, your age, your sex. And I would say you have to save yourself. And if you have to protest. If you can, protest. If you can't, then do whatever you can to raise awareness. And yeah, like.
You know, Trump even talked about the convoy in Canada. He was praising him, dude.
The whole thing is, there's more of us than them, and they know it. That if we went and surrounded the parliament, we could hang that guy. Or like, if we went and surrounded Rothschild's mansion with 100,000 people, he can't go anywhere. So like, they avoid that while manipulating us and screwing with us, but trying not to cause enough revolt so that we go and hang them, but causing enough revolt so that they can do these emergency measures and pay the military and police enough money, the corrupt atheist police and military, to harm and oppress the people for money, because you can pay people pay people money to oppress people. So yeah, Maybe the military or police now are not as corrupt and are not willing to beat the people, and it's going to take a couple more psyops until the military and police are crazy enough to do it. Like everything they're doing is programming us and preparing us for the future and their depopulation agenda. It's never going to stop. We can fight it. We can, but we can slow it down. But yeah.
I don't know, dude.
Like I asked somebody in a different server, is humanity getting better or worse? Are we on an upward trend or a downward trend? Like whether it be truth, are we on an upward trend or a downward trend? Whether it be degeneracy and immorality, are we on an upward trend or downward trend? We all know that humanity is on a steady spiral downward.
I don't know if I agree with that. Because there's a drum being beat.
There's horns being honked,
right now
dude.
that everybody's starting to hear.
You think humanity is on an upward progression?
No, I think the truth, you can almost feel it in the air that there's something changing. Maybe it's going to be for the worse, but something's changing.
No, I agree with that. Like, there's the few chosen people who find the truth or who realize the truth or who accept reality. But as a whole, are we going to overcome the 6 billion or 5 billion subjective truth believers?
I think we're like the remnant church, if you ask me. And, it talks about a remnant church in the Bible, I think those that hold on to truth,
No,
that's
I
all
agree.
that's left in the end.
Agree. That's why even before, like hours ago, it's a narrow road, and the few are chosen on a certain path. So yeah, that's why this server should be at 50,000, 100,000, 500,000. This VC should have 200 people, but guess what? People worship money and they worship material and lies. And the programming is so strong that that's what we're fighting.
Yeah, so it was called Operation Lockstep. It's the Rockefeller 2010 Foundation Report for the Future of Technology and the Management of Resources. I've just posted in the live stream. It says a world of tighter top-down government control and more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback. So they planned this from 2010, how they would roll out the limiting of our innovation and how they anticipated the public pushback and how they're going to effectively try and sidestep that force that's coming towards them. And I think part of why they've accelerated the whole medicine program that has been rolled out is that they know that they can't take on all 7 billion people, but if they can just halve our numbers or get us to a quarter, then suddenly they can respin the scenario, and then people have a short attention span. So in 5 years' time, they'll forget about this and carry on with their lives.
Are you trying to
So
say that you think these medicines will actually wipe out half the 75% of our population?
I can tell you just from the people I know that were normies 2-3 years ago, nobody trusts the news anymore. Like everybody's got a different conspiracy theory they're pushing, it seems like. It's in chaos. They're causing chaos for whatever reason. But don't ever confuse that they're more powerful than they think they are. They're not that powerful. I mean, you could take down the grid with a couple of slinkies and a bow and arrow. But this thing is so fragile, they don't even realize it.
Yeah, it's only powerful because the legion of subjective truth believers. Like we
Yeah, but if the power went out tomorrow, who would they would eat each other, those subjective truth believers.
We'd be out on the streets, dude. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Like if they
if
shut
the power
down
went
the
out
internet,
tomorrow,
fuck yeah.
they would eat.
Yeah, but if the power went out tomorrow,
Yeah,
we'd all be
they
on
would-
an even playing field, though. In a way, but some people would have more resources, but it would run out, and yeah, like that. It's like they won't let the power run out because then, like I said, then we would have revolt and like it'd be chaos. They want managed chaos. They want managed chaos. They can't have. That's what. Yeah. Like it's status.
But that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. You could take out the grid, the thing that supplies electricity to everyone, with a bow and arrow and a couple of slinkies. This thing is not held together as strong as they want you to believe, and I don't think it should fall. But I think a lot of what they do that they release to the public is to make you think they're more powerful than they are, because they need to come from a position of strength.
Well, they're only in power because they run the courts, they run the police, they run all the systems. So like, it's hard for one man to beat the courts and the judges and the judicial system. So like, they own everything and they run everything, so that one man will just get annihilated. And then they have all the subjective truth believers backing them up, and like they don't care. Well, yeah, it's like do you like subjective truth believers do not believe in injustice. They don't care about injustice really, or they do sometimes and they don't sometimes. They're super hypocritical.
It only depends on whether it affects them. Is the
Yeah,
only time that they care.
exactly. That's the difference between subjective truth believers and me. I can care about diabetes or MS or any other thing, Palestine or whatever. I'm not Palestinian. I'm not Semitic. But an event doesn't have to happen to me for me to care about it. And that's the difference. Where I stand up for blacks, whites, natives, any race, any color. I'll expose any liar. I don't care what color you are. So yeah, like yeah, it's like
Well, even the people that push evolutionary biology talk about how there's like one male and one female that we come from. So technically, the idea of races is wrong. So it's a little bit twisted.
well, that yeah.
Because we're all genetically related.
In the atheist mind, like it's twisted, but like different races get different genetic diseases, and like there's no debate. So
Well, no, like okay, say I have within my chromosomes a disease that's built into it, right? That will affect my progeny. Does that mean that my brother who does not have that genetic malformity is not my brother?
no. I'm saying like a lot of people confuse and say that Zionist Jews are whites, but Zionist Jews are not whites because Zionist Jews get about 19 to 30 different genetic diseases than whites these diseases are more prevalent in Zionist Jews than whites. So, like, a lot of Zionist Jews like to hide as whites and change their name as whites and pose as whites. But blacks get different diseases than whites, diabetes or whatever diseases, and Zionist Jews get different diseases than whites, and whites get different diseases than blacks. More prominent, they get the same diseases, but there is a higher rate of certain diseases in certain races.
Yeah, but that didn't answer my question. If I get different diseases than my brother because I'm predisposed to those diseases because of my genetics, does that mean that my brother is no longer my brother?
No, because you can give yourself diseases. You can give yourself diabetes. You can give yourself cancer. You can give yourself all these different things, and you're still your bloodline with your brother. You're still the same race as your mom or dad, unless he's a half brother.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't point to diseases as, the thing that separates us. There's way too much that we all agree on. You know what I mean? We have a lot more in common than we do that separates us.
Yeah, I know. I would, like I said, that's what I was saying. With I expose any color, or I support any color and defend anyone who's oppressed. Like, every race has its pros and cons. So, like, I personally don't trust whites. I'm white. I don't trust whites. I don't trust blacks. I don't trust Mexicans. I don't trust Indians. It's because I just don't trust people. So, like, whether it doesn't matter what race, like we're all humans. We all are held to the same standard at the end of the day. And there's no, whether you're poor or rich or whatever race, there's no excuse for being a scumbag.
I don't think you fully understand what I'm saying. I think you're close to it, but what I'm saying is it all had to start somewhere. If you follow the lineages back, it all has a source.
We are all related.
Now,
we are all related for sure. Yes, we're all connected. We're all related, but we're separated by the government and the lies and the programming and all these different things. If I don't know if that answers it or if I'm right or wrong, but
no, yeah, that's it. But like geographical separations too. Like over time, my progeny's skin may darken if I live in a desert for 400 years. That doesn't mean that 400 years ago I wasn't, damn white as white can be. Looking like a snowflake like I am now, but that doesn't mean that my descendants' skin couldn't darken. But that genetic ability was already there. It just, the situation brought it out.
yeah, no, there is variables. Like, there is variables. If you move 400 years and you change, and maybe you don't get those, like you don't get those diseases, and there's, but yeah, like I said, it'll sound anti-Semitic, even though it's not even a thing, because Zionists are not even Semites and Palestinians are Semites. So I'm pro-Semite by being pro-Palestinian, but I could post the picture of all the diseases that Zionist Jews are presupposed to that other races aren't. But yeah, I don't have the blacks versus whites. I don't have all these other races. But I'm not trying to convince you or like.
No, I'm like saying, okay, well, if you think about it with like dogs, right? Like that started with playing around with wolves or wild dogs, whatever. But look at all the different kinds of dogs because we've bred them to look that way. You know, we've just been bred to look this way. That doesn't mean that we aren't from the same source, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I like you can mix. Yeah, like we're all mixed. You can mix. Yeah, over time we're gonna mix, and there's gonna be different genetics, and like, but like some people are more of that race than others, and some are more mixed. So then there's gonna be more variables in the mix. But if you look, I'm gonna post that the genetic diseases that maybe it's only like 15 genetic diseases more prevalence in Jews than Gentiles, even though Zionists are not Jews, they're fake Jews, but so yeah, you could convert to Judaism and you would never get these diseases, or like you wouldn't be as prevalent because it's not like a converting is not in the blood, but yeah. Wait.
Any of you guys ever hear of the Flesh Pit National Park? Mystery Flesh Pit National Park.
No. Flesh pit? You'd have to post it.
I will, dude. It blew my mind. I thought it was fake at first, and then I found out it was real. It totally blew my mind. This creature is massive, and they built buildings inside of it, structures inside of it. They were harvesting parts out of it. And in 2007, it caused a giant disaster, and they had to call out FEMA and National Guard and killed 700 and something people. Ate them. But yeah, I'll post it right now. Let me find it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think. I'm a proud auto hoaxer, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
All right, there's the documentary on it.
Mystery Flesh Pit. Can you give me a 2-minute breakdown?
Yeah, it is a giant living organism, the biggest in the world, big enough that they built an elevator in its throat. And when they disturbed it, it freaking spewed out some gases that killed a bunch of people, and then it ate a whole bunch of people. Dude, there is no way I could give you a rundown in 5 minutes of this whole thing. This thing is like 7 miles long and a couple miles wide. This creature. It's massive. It's the behemoth, I'm pretty sure. I was just dumbfounded when I ran into it. I lived in Texas.
The only thing I would say in my first, I haven't pushed the link, but yeah, I don't know. Like there's like quicksand or like.
No, dude, look it up. Look it up. There's all kinds of videos on YouTube of people touring it and taking videos of the inside and touching the walls of touching the walls of it and stuff, the meaty flesh. There's all kinds of videos. There's tons of stuff on it. It's a real place. It really exists. It just blew my mind because I've never heard of it.
What state?
It's in Texas. You just have to watch that documentary on it. It just blew my freaking mind. And then we started doing all kinds of research, and it's like, why have I never heard of this place? Why didn't I hear that it killed 700 and something people in 2007? They say
There's like there's many things you don't hear about. Yeah, I can't.
Well, I know that, but they're not like trying to hide this. They just never gave it any media coverage at all. But you can find all the information about it. You can go into the government's website, FEMA's website, and find out about it. I mean, they give you the whole report and everything of how the people died, and it's like, wow.
I would like, not saying that I would trust it, but I would need to see the video of like the people going in there and then getting eaten or killed.
Well, I don't think they released any of that footage from the inside cameras and stuff, but there is all kinds of. I mean, there is tons and tons of proof this place is real. There's tons of it. It was founded in 1970.
I'm the kind of person who's like, show me the bodies. You're saying people are dying of COVID? Show me the bodies, and there is none.
Yeah, well, just look into it, man. Just look into it. I'm not here to argue about it. I just wanted to point out that this place is real, and they built structures inside of it. It's disgusting and inhumane. I just can't believe it. When I was,
I would just ask, like, I'm not trying to attack or anything. I just want to, like, what is your opinion? Is like you said, it's a living organism that is Earth that's eating people, or
no, the Indians, I think, have been sacrificing to it for years. The natives, I should say. I apologize to any Native Americans, but anyways, they've been doing rituals and sacrificing it for years, and it says in the modern reports on it says that they're back to doing the rituals. It doesn't say nothing about the sacrifices. It just says that they're back to doing the rituals, and they put a big fence around it.
What is this thing called?
The Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. It's a real place. It was in Texas. It's closed now after it killed 700 and something people. The earthquakes were felt all the way up to Dallas Fort Worth in 2007 is when this happened. They found this creature back in 1972 or something. Some oil drillers came across it. You just have to watch it. I can't. Words cannot describe what you're going to see in the video.
like how is there a creature connected to Earth that's a part of Earth?
It's like buried in the ground. And it's got like a big blowhole that is just open so it could breathe, but it goes into its stomach, and they've got pictures of them going into organs and stuff. You just got to see it, man. It just is baffling to me how people could be so inhumane. To build structures, they held open its mouth. They built big clamps to hold its mouth open so they could put an elevator down its throat. They call it a mega organism, I think. Anyways, I just wanted to bring that up because I've never heard about it, and it just really, I don't know, it made my heart hurt when I was watching the documentary on it. I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, no, if I can remember, I said, I'm not. It sounds far out. I would think of different ways where it's a ritual site, but if you're saying there's an elevator in its mouth and it's eating people, then
No, not deliberately. Okay, they were going in and harvesting parts out of it and stuff. Black bone, blue flesh material, and it bleeds. It's got red blood. It bleeds. It's a living, breathing creature. They say that you can hear its heartbeat while you're inside of it. The people that have toured it and made videos on YouTube. I mean, this park was open until 2007. How come we've never heard about it? Oh, that's because only the rich and the elite went there and visited. They had a motel in it. This thing is huge, massive. It's a huge, massive creature. It's like I said. I'm pretty sure it's the behemoth. Anyways, I'm not here to try to convince anybody because you just gotta watch the whole thing. I'm sorry, you just gotta watch the whole thing and then look into it, investigate it. And there's another one they found in the ocean. Imagine that.
is yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I have to look at the videos, or if I can remember to check it out. But I would need to see, yeah. Like I said, maybe there is a video of a guy walking up in with a handy cam or a GoPro, and yeah. I'm personally skeptical of a lot of videos because a lot of videos can be edited, so
Yeah, I was very skeptical of it too. That's why I started looking into it, and I looked into the Park Service, found out that it's a real national park. It's on the list of national parks. Looked into the USGS. It's in the USGS. Looked into freaking the company that Anodyne, and the company went bankrupt when the monster freaking destroyed a bunch of stuff because it was Anodyne's responsibility. But the information's real, man. It blew my freaking mind. I'm still in shock by it. I found out yesterday. I just was like, dude, I did nothing but research on it yesterday.
yeah, I'm scrubbing through the video right now.
Yeah, you got to watch the whole thing.
And it's just pictures.
No, you got to listen to it, and it's a documentary. You just really need to watch the whole thing, and then you can do your research. It's the report. It's the incident report. He's reading the declassified incident report. Well, it was never classified. Everybody knew about this place, I guess.
So,
But us.
What is the location of this place? Is it on Google Earth?
I'm pretty sure it is. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Well, they usually
they're not trying to hide it.
They block things out on Google Earth many times. So.
But they're not trying to hide this at all. They're not trying to hide it. They're just not giving it any coverage. There's absolutely no news stories, no newspaper articles that I could find back in 1972 when they first found it.
Yeah, no, yeah. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know how to. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can look into it, or I can ask you questions, or
look into it yourself because I thought it was fake to begin with. So just like I thought, just like everybody thought that the Earth wasn't a globe. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knew that the Earth wasn't flat anymore, but we know for a fact that it is.
I was a stoner, played video games, and watched sports till 31. I didn't defend the globe. I thought it was on the globe, but I never like it. Yeah, but
That's what I'm saying. There's a
when
lot of things that.
when I was a truther for 4 or 5 years, and somebody said, "Hey, did you?" I was spreading on Twitter, and somebody said, "Did you look at flat Earth?" It took me 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and I knew it's flat. Holy shit! So yeah, like I never heard of flat Earth before, so I was
Well,
never. But yeah, the only thing I would ask is like how, like it says Bible study. You got the Bible study tag. Like, so you're saying like
Yeah.
God created this creature that's part of the earth.
Well,
It's
it mentions it in the Bible that he created a massive creature that is just bigger than anything ever. You know what I'm saying? That he made two of them. And it says in the scriptures that one is called the Leviathan and the other one is the my gosh, the behemoth. And the behemoth is a land creature and the Leviathan is a sea creature. And that's just what it says in scriptures. So, but that has nothing to do with what this Flesh Pit National Park is. Just look into it. That's all I'm saying. I don't really give a shit if you do or don't. I
yeah.
mean,
No,
you
I'm trying to
sit and
remember,
think
but
for the rest of your life. I don't care. It ain't going to affect my life, but I'm just saying it's
I
real.
I would love a second or third opinion, and like maybe I'm way off
Your own
base.
opinion, look into all the government websites that talk about it, that talk about the disaster and talk about what happened. I mean, why would FEMA make a report on something that never happened?
Because NASA does things. NASA writes
No,
reports for things that
no,
doesn't
you're not
happen all the
gonna get
time.
it. Why would they? Why would
Yeah.
these people died, man? I mean, there's proof that all these people died.
Well, I would say,
Why
show
would
me the
why would you
bodies.
think that a big giant flesh pit
Oh,
ate them? They've been, you know,
yeah. See, I'm the kind of guy who's like, show me the bodies. I want to see the corpses.
they crawled back in. That was one of the crazy things that they didn't understand. That the people they rescued, 38 of them got away from the hospital and crawled back into the pit.
It's sort of like in March 2020 and April 2020, and they're like, people are dying everywhere. I'm like, show me the bodies. Nobody here is dying.
The greatest sci-fi story in the world. Okay, it was like Orson Welles, 1951 kind of thing when I was reading it. It was just caught a hold of me, man. But my daughter, while I was reading it, my daughter is looking. She's on the internet and looking at other stories about it, and she's like, "No, Dad, this thing is real. This isn't a freaking sci-fi story. It's like this place is real. There's pictures of people inside of it touching it, and they're showing the tunnels that go through it, and videos of people going down in the elevator, and you can see the fleshy walls on. Yeah, dude, you just got to look into it. Wow, it just is still blowing my mind, man.
Yeah, yes. Even it might sound cruel or inhumane, but
Yeah,
to me,
I get you, man.
I would be like, it's only 700 people. There's like tons more atrocities that are way more important and happening right now, and
Yeah,
like
but a living organism that is like 7 miles long, 2 miles wide, a living organism. Just saying, man. Look
yeah,
into it.
I
Look into it. Don't believe me. It's just a story, man. When I was reading it, it was just a story too. So look into it.
Yeah, I would need to see like multiple videos on YouTube of like handheld iPhones going up to it. Yeah,
Yep.
like
Yeah.
like
Look, there's freaking hundreds of them. Just type in the name of it, Mystery Flesh Pit National Park,
yeah,
and
I'm
you'll
gonna
come up with 50,000
mystery
results.
flesh pit mystery flesh pit what? Should I look?
National Park.
Okay, mystery flesh pit national park.
It's a real place, bro. It's it's a real place.
Oh no, there's a bunch.
Mind-boggling, but it's real.
It's this flesh pit of disaster. Yeah, there's like 5 or 8. It's all mixed up here. Yeah, it's. What was it? What was that? Humanoid. So yeah, like, do you have like the best video of like live action of anything happening?
No, my daughter was the one that was looking all those up while we were going through I was going through all the government documents and looking all those up.
Let's see what Adam posted. Science fiction world building project. Is a
It's
science
like
fiction
a science fiction
world
movie, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, that's the stairs going down to it.
Yeah, see, it says geotectonic carnal moans. Like, what? Carnal, carnal moans. What the hell? Oh, shit. Yeah, no,
Hey,
all I can say is I can hopefully try to look at it. But yeah, if I run into you again or not, and what, yeah.
no,
But
I'm on here all the time.
I've seen you in biblical or chill or something, but yeah.
No, I come in here early in the mornings, middle of the night. I don't sleep well. Anyways, that's just, my mind still isn't, you know, I still have a little doubts in the back of my mind about it because, like you said, I haven't been there and seen it myself. But nobody's allowed to go there now. They got a big fence around it, and it says there's nothing in here to find. There's no truth. There's no because there's stories that all the people that visited the place are trying to get back in there. They say it has some kind of like hold on you, makes you want to go near it, be with it. I don't know.
The like
There's also a Indian ritual site above where they say the brain is. And the Indians have been doing rituals there for years and years, and they let the Native Americans start doing the rituals again.
how do you think a location would attract you and lure you? How is it possible?
I don't know. How does a female attract you or lure you or whatever your heart's desire is?
No, that's completely different because male and female are opposites, so they're going to attract. But
Maybe it
how?
gives off some kind of hormone or something that makes you pheromone that makes you want to go to it. I don't know. How the hell do I know? I'm not
The
even.
women
Hell,
don't even give off a pheromone because you can see a woman on a picture on the internet and then you can be triggered. So it's not even a smell or a pheromone.
I'm the wrong person to be talking to about any of that shit. I'm uneducated.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
Man. Hell,
but
I graduated the 8th grade without being able to read or write. So
no, I'm just saying. I'm just asking you how, like, in a biblical sense or a godly way or any humanly way, how is a human attracted to a location?
I have no clue. I don't freaking know. I'm just saying
Yeah,
what I read. I'm
no, I
just
know,
saying
right?
all the different articles that I read on it, the different reports from the different scientists that they had visited, and that's all I'm going off of because there's hundreds of them, hundreds pages of them.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like it's just poking little holes where, like I said, like to
Yeah,
me,
I don't
there's
see
no like
why so many
I am.
people would go out of their way to write reports on a non-existent creature
They lie
about
about everything. Loch Ness,
insanity.
Bigfoot, everything. They lie about everything. They lie about
Okay, but
anti gravity.
they don't have a Bigfoot, and they don't have pictures of the insides of a Bigfoot. Okay, and Bigfoot gets all kinds of publicity, right? But have you ever heard of this flesh pit? No.
No, no.
It gets zero publicity, but they're not trying to hide it at all. They're just not telling you about it.
But
Anyways, man, do your own research. Do your own research. I just spent over 24 hours on this, reading papers and freaking watching videos and reading more papers and reading more papers and
yeah, no, I'm
wow.
probably one of the worst person you could bring it up to because, like I said, I need verifiable, observable, measurable usually, and I
Well,
like
you watch that whole video, dude. When I watched it, it brought me pain watching it. It caused me to hurt. My heart literally hurt. And my wife said the same thing. And so did my daughter. They were like, yeah, I know what you mean. Inside my chest, my heart is hurting watching this, listening to this documentary about how all the thing cutting into this thing with the laser carterizing as they go. And they're talking about how they're filling around inside of it looking for stuff,
you're
looking.
you're having empathy for this land creature.
Yes, yes. Yeah, we all
What?
did. We all felt the same empathy for it. We all
What?
experienced the same thing.
I have empathy for like animals, but like
I watched the dodo, but I never felt a pain in my heart like I did when I watched and when I was looking into this stuff, man, and even talking about it now. What they did to it hurts me. And I don't know why, it just does. I don't know how to explain it. All I can say is just look into it yourself, man. Just look into it yourself. Don't take my word for nothing. Because hell, I'm fucking nutty and crazy as could be. You can ask any of my neighbors, they'll all tell you I'm a freaking nut job.
yeah, no, like I said, it'd be like you saying, like, say you like you were saying, this thing's happening at the North Pole, like,
Right? I agree.
uh,
I agree
I'm like,
100%.
I need to see it and like how yeah, like and people can say, well, you say there's a dome and a firmament and blah blah blah, and that's a story that's made up. Well, I have some stuff to back it up, but like,
Well, there's tons of information. Just the fact that they never told anybody about it, but they're not hiding it. You get what I'm saying? I wish Hank Hill was on because I know he lives in Texas. I'm pretty sure he's heard of the place.
yeah, there's yes, yeah, I'm yeah, I don't. Like I said, there's a lot of people here who believe a lot of different things and a lot of
I
different
know.
theories, and I'm
I'm
not
not asking.
I'm not here to attack every person for things that I don't believe or I don't know. So I don't. Yeah.
You know, it's a good thing that real things don't require belief for them to exist. You know what I mean? Because then there'd be nothing. Because there's always somebody that just doesn't believe in something. You know what I'm saying? So
I need the like if I can't verify it and measure it myself.
Well, go to Texas. Go verify it. Google it. Did you Google Earth it and see
I
if it?
can't even leave my province because I'm a slave with no papers.
Did you Google Earth it to see if it's on Google Earth? I don't have a computer. I'm only on my phone. So
show me. Yeah.
I'm curious if it is on Google Earth. I'm sure it is.
Yeah, no, the best way I could put it is like I personally would be skeptical. That'd be like the best way I could put it. Super skeptical.
Right, because this is like the greatest government hoax that they never told anybody about.
Not not even close, actually. But like I said, 700 people dead. That's nothing. Like
No, it doesn't matter. Okay, the body count isn't the point. The point is that anyway. Whatever. I'm done with this.
What just happened?
you don't want to know.
What's this about body count?
Would you believe? No, I'm not. Yeah, not. Yeah. Did you hear that or what?
I think body count in this guy rage quit.
Yeah. But did you hear the story of the pit?
No, what happened? Can you tell me?
I can try. He said that there's a pit in Texas that is alive, that is eating humans, and they put an elevator inside this living thing, and humans are going in the elevator down and like stabbing the walls, and the creature is like crying or something. I don't know, something like that.
You know, that makes me think of like Boba Fett in Star Wars. There's like a Sarlacc pit, and he goes in that Sarlacc pit, you know, and he's stuck in there, and he's going to be digested like over 1,000,000 years. So he has to get out of there, you know. So he climbs his way out, you know. Badass Boba Fett, you know.
Like I said, it sounded far out to me, and like I said, the video he posted was just all still shot pictures, and like maybe there is videos, but like how is there a
Yeah. How is there a 700-foot creature in the ground that's alive? I don't know.
Like conspiracies. National Park Sarlacc creature underground.
Yeah, I said there's all I said was need to be able to verify it, measure it, and observe it, and all we have is videos and hearsay. So
And the story was just getting good. They had to leave.
yeah. Well, you came in like a minute too late. Maybe, like I said, I needed a second or third opinion. Like maybe I was wrong, or like. But I told him I'm probably the wrong guy to bring speculation to because my standard of evidence is going to be super super high. I don't trust a lot of fake videos and like yeah, I don't yeah. And you can say, how do you know they're fake? How do you know they're not? Well, guess what? I have the God code, and if it doesn't go with God and the biblical model and the biblical earth, then I know it's bullshit. It's very simple, actually. I'm sure you would probably agree, but
Did you show pictures?
there's just that one video, and then the whole 40-minute video is just all like still shots and screenshots.
Is his name Papa Joe Fix It?
Yep, yep, yep.
Okay, I see the video. I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, if I can remember, I'll look into it and see. I yeah, I'll see like my own personal debunking of it. I'll put in a couple minutes if I can, but to me, like I said, when he first said it, it's like, how is there a creature in the earth that's alive? How is it possible?
We're talking about a demon from hell, bro. That's what it is.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice. I didn't, like I said, I don't, I don't. I was trying to say as nicely as possible that I'm very, very skeptical.
And watching it, it looks sounds like a B movie.
Hey, good morning. Is anybody hiding around here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm finer than a frog's hair in a biscuit. Just getting the workday started here in about 15 minutes, and just been listening off and on this morning. And it sounds like everybody else headed off to work as well.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to be going soon too.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. So I've come up with a interesting new strategy for dealing with globe trolls, at least on Fascist Book anyway. And anyway, that I was testing it yesterday, and it actually works out pretty well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just, long story short is instead of engaging them when they get acting stupid, is, to be thankful that they're actually coming on and reading our stuff and thanking them for spending hours and hours with the people they think are stupid, and just thanking them and saying, hey, you know what? We as the Flat Earth community really appreciate your valiant efforts in volunteering hours with our community, and every post you make sends our memes and our images and our data and our truth and to the higher and higher in people's news feeds. So, thank you so much for that. And I did a bunch yesterday. That's because I thought of it yesterday morning. And with all the exception of 2 people, they were gone about after the second round of that. They'd say something like, oh, you're stupid, blah, blah. I say, oh, you know what? Like I said, I just really can't thank you enough for sharing your opinions. It's really appreciated around here because everything you do just sends our content higher and higher in the news feeds. Man, it's just dynamite. All the hours you volunteer with this, man. It's just, we couldn't even pay people. Thank you. And like I said, I did it to about 25 people yesterday, and all but two went away pretty quickly.
How long have you been in this debate?
Well, I've been flat Earth since 2008, but I only came online about February of 2021, and so I've certainly had my fair share of trolls. Like yesterday, I had one cat who was just arguing and arguing and arguing. I'd argued with him for probably 4 days, and he messaged me back again yesterday, or what do you want to say, commented again yesterday. And so I changed it up on him, said, man, I just can't thank you enough for I think that meme was talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson not being a PhD. He was an actor. And so I just remind him, yeah, each of your posts here sure have put, and so more and more people are seeing that Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a PhD, man. I just can't thank you enough for that. That's just so kind of you to help us out like that. And he stuck around for 2 more after that one. And this debate that he was just going on and on, he couldn't cite any proof. He just kept citing web pages that made more and more absurd claims, but no proof of anything other than Google it, man. That there's, those are the scientists. That's what the scientists are saying. I was like, okay, well, that's great. So what's their proof? You're using it to claim as a claim. So what's the proof that claim is true? And we kept it on, like I said, he kept it on about 4 days. And well, the moment I changed it up, he was out of there.
Well, good luck with that. Let me know how it turns out.
Yeah, yeah, shall do. I'll give you. I'll give you an update in a few days. See how. Normally, I don't interact with too many trolls, other than just to keep bantering. Okay, well, where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Normally, that's. And then they'll just continue on and on and on. That's usually been about the only time I've interacted with them. But now it's funny because they'll be like in an argument with somebody else, and they'll just be going on and on and on, and then I'll pop in there with, "Oh, hey, thank you. We just can't thank you enough for keeping this conversation going. It just gets it in that many more news feeds, and so I'll just insert myself there, telling them thank you, and then they'll act like I'm half crazy the first time. The second time, they'll say something ridiculous, and then after I respond the third time, they're usually gone. But how long have you been around the flat Earth community? How long ago was it that you learned the Earth was flat?
I came aboard in October 2016, and I started debating about let's say 2019.
Yeah, hold on a second for me. They're trimming the hedges outside here. Now they're got the blower.
I think I've been on this server for a couple of years, but I was debating before that.
Okay, hopefully he's done. Hang on. Oh, no, he's coming back. Hold on. Okay, start. Hey, would you say that last word again? He was right out my window with this big leaf blower.
I remember the video that got me. It was a Mark Sargent, Flat Earth Blues.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, I didn't know until last year that there were really flat Earth people online. I'd seen memes over the last several years, but I didn't know that there really was like a pretty big community. I had no idea.
You said 2008. What happened in 2008 for you?
Yeah, a very very good friend of mine. He was a world renowned snake expert, especially on the Bushmaster snake, and so he had flown through to all 6 continents collecting snakes. And one day I go over to his house, and he has probably 2 or 3 reams printed out of stuff in Portuguese. His wife was from Brazil, and he had several books. And he said, Leonard, he said, you got to hear this. The earth is flat. And I said, what? And he's like, yeah. He said, the earth is flat. He said, come over here, read some of this with me. And I know Spanish decently well, so I could pick out some of it, but then I'd have her read a good bit of it. And it started showing these things in Brazil. Like, for instance, there's a constellation called the Three Marias that you should not be able to see, but they can see pretty much, I guess, most every night of the year, if I remember right. And then we were talking about it, and I just took it as a matter of fact that, like, this is a man that traveled on all 6 continents, and he's telling me of all the traveling and all the flying over the ocean and everywhere else he'd ever done, he had never one time seen any kind of curvature. And reading through all of these reams of paper, trying to pick and peck through it, and it was pretty convincing. You know, on top of his information he had, it was just hard for me to argue with somebody who had traveled so far and had done so much. And then he asked me, well, when have you ever seen evidence of the curvature of the earth? And was like, no, never, absolutely never, one time in my life. And it just clicked.
A lot of globers like to say gravity will make everything into perfect spheres. So what do you say about that?
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't catch it. You were asking about gravity in the perfect sphere?
A lot of globers would say that their evidence is gravity, because gravity will make everything into perfect spheres. What do you say to that?
Well, I always say to him that, you know, I always act a little incredulous and say, well, how could that possibly be? Can you show me where that's actually happened? Can you show me any kind of evidence where it's happened? If that's true, I'd love to see an experiment that proved that. And,
dude, you got a nice voice.
I thank you. And that usually kind of ends that. I mean, I've heard that a few times. I don't even know if I've heard that 3 or 4 times, but I don't know what would make anybody think that. I really don't know. That makes no sense to me. Of all the things you could come up with, how gravity would make a perfect sphere, I think that's one of the crazier claims they've come up with. The obvious, easiest answer of gravity, and they don't like to hear it, is density versus buoyancy versus the telluric currents in the ground. They hate that one. They definitely hate hearing that one because it's Occam's razor at its finest. It's the simplest cut, and it's one that they can't dispute. The only thing they can say is, well, we've got this drawing, or we've got this encyclopedia article, or we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson telling us, well, we don't know what gravity is. No, wait a minute, they're not going to say that. Like, describe that to them. Oh, so you know more than Neil deGrasse Tyson. How come you don't make millions more than he does a year? But I always act incredulous. Like, well, how the hell would gravity have anything to do with the shape of the Earth? If gravity is just pulling everything down, how would that prove a sphere or a flat Earth? That would, if there's some truth to what the claims of gravity, this and that, how would it? How would that prove one shape of the Earth or the other? The only thing we know is you step outside, and if you jump off the side of your house, you're going to fall somewhere about 9.8 meters per second squared. But we don't actually know provably, reliably, what's causing that. Is there something pushing us down, pulling us down, or what? We don't know. But the Occam's razor tells us that the density of something versus buoyancy of everything else is the easiest explanation.
So, do you believe in a downward bias?
Now I have about 2 more minutes before my first work call comes in today. So if I bounce off in a hurry, you know why. But there's definitely a downward bias of some sort until you get into a more dense substance, like you go from air to water, and then depending on the buoyancy of the object, it goes the other way. So there's an equilibrium point somewhere, so there's a downward bias above that equilibrium point, and there's an upward bias below that equilibrium point.
Okay, cool, man. I'd like to talk to you more next time.
Yeah, sounds like a plan, my man. Hey, look, have a great day. I'll look forward. Are you normally around about this time?
It's a hit and miss.
Yeah, same here. But I'm sure I'll catch you around, brother. Hey, go have a great day. Have a safe day at work, and I'll jab with you soon.
All right, Barrington. Take care. God bless.
God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hey, Farguden, are you trying to get a word?
Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to let you get the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, hello. I was hanging here for a few minutes, a few 15 minutes, watching all this going on, and I must say that they didn't quite look that good.
The last gentleman.
Oh yes, especially the last one. He was a bit fast-paced.
He seemed like an interesting guy. So, what side of the fence are you on? And in this debate here?
I think just to set it all a bit straight on my side, I am a current student of physics, so I place myself on the very, very other side from yours. That the Earth is a globe, and everything that entails it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Glad to have you.
Well, that's good.
I just have one question, and I'll let you guys take care. Is there a difference between physics and theoretical physics?
Theoretical physics leans more towards generating new mathematical models and theories that are then observed and verified by experimental physics. They are both both sides of the same coin, experimental and theoretical physics, but they just focus on different areas of physics.
Are you saying there's no difference?
Oh, it's a difference of either spending the whole day in a lab or right next to a blackboard, doing math, or creating theories to test. That's the word.
Making stuff up, yeah.
The difference in physics and theoretical physics is one is doing experimentation to draw a conclusion from the hypothesis test, which comes after the hypothesis, which is a supposition as to what causes a natural phenomenon, versus theoretical physics, where you have presupposition or theories as to why something's happening, and then you draw up a mathematical abstraction with that. Would you agree to that?
In the broad sense, yes. Physics can be split this way into either focusing on doing experiments or creating theories to test in those experiments. I mean, like 50, 60 years ago, there wasn't much of a distinction because back then I think everything was a bit more simpler. So physics can be at the same time very good at doing mathematics and theory, and also doing experiments in a laboratory with glass, bells, and vacuum pumps, and such things. But yes, in a broad sense, yes. I mean, there might be some disagreement in the details, but in a broad sense, I didn't hear anything that was blatantly off. So yeah.
Yeah. So were you in here when we were explaining that all of these theoretical physicists and different astronomers and people with PhDs or whatever, they're all on record saying that there's no way they can actually prove that the Earth is heliocentric in a heliocentric model as opposed to geocentric and stationary?
Yeah, I did hear you talk about it, and I think there must be some things to remember. I mean, this might seem like a cop-out, but it still must be kept in mind. Those quotations, where did they came from? Was it from a book they made to the public or in a textbook? For instance,
all kinds of different ones. So they have lectures they gave, textbooks, books, like infamous books like authored by Stephen Hawking. So these are direct quotes attributed to the people in this field, supposedly subject matter experts, right? I mean, within these quotes, we have Edwin Hubble and Einstein, and again, Stephen Hawking, Lawrence Krauss. It's ridiculous. We have the Royal Astronomy quotes. So an attempt to try to hand wave dismiss the whole thing with some excuse isn't honest. You should look at each quote individually, right? And if you really want to think there's a globe, you may instinctively want to assume that they're out of context. Well, I encourage you to check them. They are not.
Oh,
so
yeah,
here's
that's...
another one. Go ahead.
Okay, so on. Yeah, all right.
Cool,
sorry.
because it's the best way to learn, right? If you think that those people are right about the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun in a heliocentric model, then you should fully understand what it is that you believe, right? So whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors believed, the observable phenomena will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observation. Dennis Schema, the unity of the universe. One of the founding fathers of modern cosmology.
Yes, I do get it, but to be fair, I'll tell you what. Those quotes, they are very interesting, and I would love to see them search back to the source and see that in the context. Because it is a quote.
You understand? Well, we need to make sure they're understood, right? So, like when it says this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, right? We're talking about Newtonian physics, right? So, like this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observations. That's a very important quote if you understand what it's saying. He's saying that for Newtonian to be taught as physical definitive reality or make a claim as such is ridiculous, because it cannot claim to be empirical science when within it is contained a metaphysical assumption. That's philosophy, religion, belief. That's not empirical science. The conflation debunks it.
What do you think he meant by this metaphysical condition?
Yeah, like these fantastical concepts of gravity causing us to move around in this other concept of a universe with solar systems.
Metaphysical, abstract.
Yes. I do get what you mean, but the thing is, Newtonian dynamics, the model in which forces are applied to objects which then cause them to accelerate to accelerate. Those can work without a local acceleration, i.e., gravity. But that's the whole equation F equals ma, from which we can derive many interesting things about how things can change in their position and speed.
That's not the point. The point is that using it doesn't differentiate that the Earth is spinning and there's magical force called gravity that's causing it, or that the Earth is stationary and things just fall based on the equilibrium being side over top of it, not moving. That's what it's saying. That's why it starts off with the distinction that you couldn't tell the difference if the Earth was moving to the east or if the sky was, or from the east.
Yes, I mean, if I just go outside and look at how the stars move across the sky, from that alone I wouldn't be able to say which one is moving, because that's relative. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's right. So how you apply Newtonian dynamics is different if the Earth is moving or not moving.
Well,
so
of course,
if you understand there's a difference if the Earth is spinning and you're applying Newtonian dynamics than if it's stationary, which is why he's explaining that it was nonsense for Newtonian dynamics to make claims about definitive physical reality, including the assumption the Earth is spinning, because there's a metaphysical assumption intrinsic within it. It's just a belief. It's a philosophical belief of the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun. So since of that philosophical belief, you cannot conflate that to science. That's what the quote is saying.
Yes, but the thing is, you can apply the basic Newton laws of motion, and and I don't know if I remember this correctly. There is one of the three laws says that there is a local acceleration. Is that right? I don't think I can quite remember them correctly. If you can correct me.
It's an overview. It's not to get into random specifics of what you think about Newtonian anything. It's an overview of the foundation of Newtonian dynamics as a thing that was proposed. That's what it is. It was postulated as explanation of definitive reality when in fact it requires an assumption that is metaphysical, ontological, spiritual, philosophical, conceptual, abstract,
religious.
I frankly disagree with this. The laws of
what part of it do you? What part of, before you continue? What part of it do you disagree with, and on what ground?
That the basic form of Newton's law of motions, the three basic laws,
we're talking about the difference between. We're talking about the difference. We're talking about the difference between physics and metaphysics still, right? And so we're pointing out that you shouldn't conflate the two, because natural science and writing on the chalkboard is two different things. What about that do you disagree with? Because this is what's it was summing up.
But it's not a metaphysical. It's a physical assumption about reality. And metaphysics is by definition beyond reality, unknowable.
Right. So these things that are balls that have mass that we haven't verified or validated in any way, it's just presuppositional, which presuppositions don't belong in hypotheses or scientific theories either. Which part of this do you agree or disagree with?
Let me think. Sorry, could you repeat that question? I didn't quite catch it. I'm sorry.
Hypotheses don't have presuppositions that are predetermined, such as the mass of objects and how they move because of a force, without being able to validate or verify them in any way.
Hypotheses can have presupposition if they can be valid, and they can be valid if they are valid in an experiment.
No, but presuppositions aren't tested. Only suppositions are tested. So the supposition is what caused the natural phenomena observed. That's all it is. Then you run experiments to figure out either my independent variable does cause the natural phenomena or it doesn't, which gives you either a positive result or no result. Then your conclusion is the result of the hypothesis test. That's it. That is very different from a presuppositional statement that will not get tested.
Yeah. So, let me ask you this, bro. So, do you agree that in science, preference or convenience or philosophical idealism, so philosophical preference, right, or convenience, is that included in science?
You are talking. Yes, but those are subjective notions that differ from person to person, right?
That's right.
No, in science we strive to not include these in objective models. That's the reason why it is a science at all, to create as close a models to reality as possible. If you include these cultural notions of philosophy, you muddle a local version of reality which is not, real. Like, for instance, trying to incorporate your notion of, let's say, superior genders to others. If that is not true in reality, then it would not be. Then it is not true. No matter what you think, reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth, as in or models, which work and which do not work.
Exactly.
Hold
well
on.
said.
Listen, I don't think he's understanding what you're saying.
really.
Well, but I got him. Because where he's about to go.
I think he needs like a specific example, like a
Yes,
specific
please.
example of where this fails.
Yeah, maybe so. Go ahead.
You want me to give it to him? Okay.
You can.
So we have epicycles, right? That predicts the planetary motions as accurate as the second, can't remember his name, Kepler's laws, or Kepler's planetary laws, right? So Kepler's 3 planetary laws of epicycles. They're 2 models. They both have the same predictive power. Now, which one do you choose as the reality?
That's a good question. Because
so this is what they're talking about. How and even if you have one model, right, there could be another model out there with the same predictive power that you just nobody's thought of yet. This is why you can't say models are reality.
Of course, they're not reality. That's true. They are a fiction of our humans, but still, if we try to model nature, reality in those models, we will not get a true value, but we will get a very accurate, pragmatically accurate value. So in the case that we have these 2 models with the same results, then that's a big problem. That's a big problem in science. It's called the indeterminate. It's indeterminate. In which case, we try to step back and see from what tinier models are the bigger models made out of. What are their predecessors, as in on which theories those models are being based on, or models. And then try to evaluate closely and see if those models that those 2 are made out of are actually accurate, and see if they can fail in some experiment or observation.
Okay. So philosophical preference and convenience can only taint any attempt to accurately recollect on reality. So a model is tainted intrinsically if it has some philosophical undertone of preference or convenience.
It's subjective preference. Philosophy is a very wide subject. For instance, it does like a logic. It was originally included in philosophy. It was a field of study, which then evolved into math. So So if you mean philosophical by subjective cultural or social values, then those can only model the experiment and the model unless that model tries to explain these social dynamics, like groups and nations.
Okay, bro. So I'm not trying to. You did pretty good. You admitted there's a difference. So here's a quote. The ancient argument over whether the earth rotates or the heavens revolve around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Well, we just talked about how convenience is literally irrelevant to actual science, right? Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the earth our fixed frame of reference, we do not have to, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening, the Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless, which actually isn't meaningless, of course, but do you understand what he's saying?
Yes, unless you try and see what other metric these two models predict and how they differ, then if you just focus on this simple notion of whether I'm rotating or the sphere or the universe is rotating, then it'll be very hard to see which one is more right in this case or more accurate.
No, they're explaining there's no difference in predictive capability, and I'll give you plenty of quotes about that as well. That's what they're explaining. It's nothing more than, it's not that one's more viable than the other. And if that were the case, it would be geocentric because that's the default. This is what they're saying. I've showed you quotes of them saying it right now. Okay. So it is nothing more than a convenience issue, a philosophical preference. So you cannot adequately make claims about definitive reality if they are confined to your philosophy. If your philosophy is wrong, as you just said, then automatically your claims about reality are wrong.
If my philosophy is, as in my approach to or my view of how science is done, is that what you mean?
Yeah, you just now agreed and long-winded that philosophy is not science, and even Indio jumped in and gave you an example. You have to make some philosophical decision, or you just choose with arbitrary means which one you want to believe in. That is not science, and people are shocked to find out that in fact heliocentrism versus geocentrism is that very type of a decision.
Can I read two quotes also?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So before I read these quotes, now the reason that we're pulling these quotes is because you just said yourself that in science, if you have, what is it, two explanations for the same thing, something is wrong.
Well, if you have two explanations that are by themselves contradictory to each other, as in they can be both true, then you have to, then you find yourself in a very serious problem. As in, you can't say which one is which. You can't prefer which one is better solely based on what their predictions. Now you can try and be a bit more pragmatic, saying which one has more complex calculations or which one makes more assumptions. I think that's called the Occam's razor.
So you do know that that would be the heliocentric model. That would be the one with more assumptions. But setting that aside, because you're probably going to ask for that citation. So reading this one right here, all masses, all motion, indeed all forces are relative. There's no way to discern relative from absolute motion when we encounter them. Whenever modern writers infer an imaginary distinction between relative and absolute motion from a Newtonian framework, they do not stop to think that the Ptolemaic and Copernican are both equally true. Ernest Mach is his name.
So did you put it into the chat? I can't seem to find it.
No, I didn't. I'm just reading it. I can put it in there for you in a second. But here's another one.
Yes.
Einstein and Infeld, The Evolution of Physics. The struggle, so violent in the early days of science, between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. Two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems.
Yes. Again,
so you don't see how parallels with.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. You don't see how this parallels with what you said about the problem in science. If you know what you just said prior, you don't see the parallel here. And then you said, well, the one with the least assumptions, Occam's razor, and I said, well, the one with more assumptions is a heliocentric model.
The thing is, the number of assumptions is not set in stone. Anyone can try and question the assumption and then split them into smaller assumptions. But it's more of a which one is probably more accurate. It's a guesstimate. It's a guesstimate. Unless you can definitely discern which one is more.
But it's not science, though, right? Because it's a problem.
No,
so it's not a problem.
Operating by these estimates and guesses is more about pragmatism.
Oh, estimates and guesses. That isn't science, is it?
No,
natural science. I'm sorry, natural science and dealing with the physical and natural world through the scientific method. What you detailed is not that, right?
It's not accurate. That's the problem.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The question that I'm asking is guessing a part of the scientific method? Oh, well, outside of the hypothesis, right?
Well, the
Or
oh, sorry, go on.
is calculation and guesswork without the test of a hypothesis science? Yes or no?
If you don't test your guesses, your hypotheses, then you can't really say that they are true because you're not, you didn't test it by nature, but by experiment.
Okay.
So they only remain hypotheses, unformed, unbased. Of course, they can have very elegant maps, very nice results, but if you don't test those results in reality, seeing it, if you set an experiment that can tell you if this number is the same number as the one measured, as the one that came out of this model or hypothesis or theory, then it just remains a hypothesis. Experiment is the sole judge of truth, accuracy, truth in this case.
Okay. So anyway, man, dude, we're trying to explain to you that it's philosophy, right? So they did this thing where they looked at the microwave background. The idea is that it's all the energy in the furthest parts of the universe they can see and all this nonsense they make up. Well, it showed you that everything was dispersing away from the Earth perfectly. And so here's another quote. But when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. I need you to listen to this part, bro. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe.
Yes, if that was not a coincidence of alignment, then it would be a very strange thing and would warrant further attention.
Okay, I'll go find the quote that explains to you. It's nothing about a. It's
why do they call it the?
That's not how it
I
works.
want to know why do they call it the cosmological axis of evil? Why is there a moral connotation to what's supposed to be a scientific question? That's what they call this observation that Earth appears to be in the center of everything. It's called the axis of evil.
The axis of evil.
Yeah. Cosmological axis of evil.
Correct.
Yes, that's a name.
Oh, yeah. So astrophysicist right here. The apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. So he just told you why they call it evil.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then they came up with a mathematical explanation to band-aid the issue on top of the bad science. You don't see a problem with that?
Wait a minute. Could you expand on that, please? Or elaborate.
It's been a long time since I've... So after they came out with this result, maybe Indio can help me out. What did they propose to correct for this issue? Was it dark matter or is that something else?
I have not yet studied these matters.
I actually can't remember, but they did say they came up with some weird geometric thing. I don't know, where like I can't remember off the top of my head. And I'm not at my laptop, so
I haven't really come up with much viable at all from my understanding. I'm trying to find the quote where the dude just admits as much.
No, I saw a Vsauce video on it. They did have something. Something like maybe things are different at different scales or something. Like physics are different at large scale. I think it was something like that.
Yeah. So that's what they're gonna have to say.
I mean, physics as we have it today does differ based on what scale we are,
We're literally sitting here hearing you admit that everyone that you look up to doesn't know anything about what's out there on that scale, or even about the scale, or how to prove the scale, or that they know anything about the movement in the scale. So how can you then turn around and say that it is like that? We're literally covering in excruciating detail how the people that have given you this story, when you say scientists and they are telling you that they don't even at all know how to adequately map out that scale. they have no idea what it is.
To be frank, I have not yet looked at this particular issue, and to say anything on it from my side would be an opinion in this case. But the thing is, there is no center of the universe. That's the whole problem.
Right. So, yeah, I was able to find a quick article, but yeah. So the problem with the CMB is specifically off of the back of the Big Bang Theory, quote unquote. We wouldn't expect to see what they saw with the cosmic microwave background. That's the problem. Right here it says,
Correct.
right here it says, at the heart of the picture is the cosmological principle, which says that the universe appears the same on the largest scales no matter where you happen to be looking. This is what you'd expect in the aftermath of an explosion like our Big Bang, with all the constituents winding up mixed together in a randomized homogeneous soup. The reality, it seemed, wasn't like that, meaning the observations didn't match the model.
Correct. But yeah, so
Homogeneous.
say the adverb version. Wait, say the adverb version. That's the hard one.
It's the homogeneous. That's what it
Homogeneous.
is.
Yep.
No,
That one gets
it's like hypothesis and hypothesis. To me, it's tomato.
Well, they're two different words, homogeneous and homogeneity. But here's
Is it? I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, oh yeah. Here's a different bro, for you. So, dark energy appears to be in the dominant component of the physical universe, yet there is no persuasive theoretical explanation for its existence or magnitude. The acceleration of the universe is, along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical science.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
There are
so
still
what they're doing is,
things.
wait, no. What they're doing, instead of going and even acknowledging that there's a viable option, which is that the Earth is stationed with a fixed frame of reference, they're frantically trying to explain the other as if it's not even an option. That is not science, is it, right? That is religion. That is zealotry. He's sitting here saying, we have to scrap everything. Our fundamental understanding of everything has to be wrong. And they're not even going to address that there's one other alternative that isn't wrong at all. And all this does is confirm it even more. And they pretend it's not even there. That is religious zealotry.
But that's not quite true.
It's literally true.
I'll tell you why that's not really true. Because
Wait. What's not true? Specifically.
The notion that the geocentric position of the Earth still remains a viable alternative to this problem that you mentioned.
Okay. So you're answering a question that wasn't asked.
I'm answering an issue. Can't I do that?
I'm just saying you're answering a question that nobody asked here instead of addressing directly what's been said here.
I'm just putting up. I'm
I know
raising a problem that I spotted.
because the point that we're making to you is that though both mathematical representations or coordinate systems are identical, actually practically the same. The only reason that the Ptolemaic model is not viable is simply because they don't want it to be, because they don't feel like it should be. And there's tons of where they say specifically that. There's no actual evidence, according to them, that could go against this. There's no hypotheses or no test that would disprove that the Ptolemaic model is correct. But on the grounds of philosophy alone, they accept that we're not at the center of the universe. So what about that is incorrect?
Yeah, when you disagree with it, you're disagreeing with the people that brought you your belief.
Well, to be frank, these are quotes. And the problem is science is not through quotes. You are basically distilling a whole position into a few sentences.
They're not true quotes. Okay, so what
they are true.
Wait,
but
don't
sorry,
freak out.
sorry, cool.
So all you can try to say, and I covered this with you earlier, right? Because we're experimenting with this, and what we found out is that anyone that needs to cling on to the ball, they don't have many options here. It's very difficult for them because they think they know the Earth's a globe because they appeal to this idea of these superhero scientists with their capes on that did it all for them. So when you start to bring them those people one by one, and you show them what they're actually saying to explain what it is that they hold to be true, right? Then you don't really have many options to disagree with it. So the only thing you can really say is, oh, this must be taken out of context or cherry picked. Now, if something is cherry picked, that means that if you left it in context, it would actually reveal information that was contradictory to what you're claiming it says. Not one single quote that we're showing you is like that. They're all completely in context, and we encourage you and any of the readers to look up the citations and go verify this. I did.
All right. I thank you for the quote that you have posted in the chat, and I will go look at them later.
Okay.
But you should already know this, because in academia, these kinds of arguments happen all the time. There are hundreds of models. Like, you should know that if you're in school for this stuff.
So do you know what
I'm trying to figure out what's going on, because I'm an outsider looking in. I didn't go to university, and I know this. Why? Because the people at university are informing me. Because I care about the information, right? So I don't understand why you're just hearing about this today.
It's not that I'm hearing about it for the first time. It's about that I'm hearing this particular. Yes, I am kind of hearing about it for the first time, because physics is a very large body of knowledge. So to expect anyone to know every single bit of it is.
No, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying, though. I get what he's saying, because he's lumping physics in with theoretical physics, and we get that already. Please continue.
That's what I about.
Okay, well, we get it, man, but we need you to understand what we're trying to inform. Like, the reason you don't know about all of it, even if you are studying it, is because they don't teach it. That's right. They don't actually teach it, because what it's set up to do is to get other people to try to help figure out the holes in the story. That's literally what it is. You're going into a field of study that has already made the assumption. That's what astronomy is. That's what modern astronomy is. It is a field that has made the assumption of the Earth and its position. It doesn't even cover the fact that that entire field is actually not even viable or in any way has been proven. They just assume it, and then they try to teach you the details about what's wrong with some of the stuff and mostly what they think they've gotten right. And they want you to, over the course of years, once you fully get the fairy tale, try and help them piece the fairy tale together. We're letting you know the people that helped bring you the modern version of the fairy tale let you know they had to piece it together just to even propose it to you, and it's with all kinds of stuff they can't prove or understand. There are all kinds of stuff they can't even adequately explain. Do you see the bigger picture, bro?
I think I do get what you are meaning meaning to say, there's the idea that you're trying to get across, that this is a big narrative formed from narrative and not from reality, and it's trying to make a fairly fitting narrative of the real world that can be or should be fairly easy to find spots where this narrative should and will agree with reality, or i.e. experiment.
Yeah. So what exactly is it that you're going to school for?
Physics, science in this case.
That's a super.
But of course, yeah, it's a very vague idea, I know, but still.
Okay. Fair enough. It's cool. So, to understand the physics of the natural world, and it would depend on where your focus is. So, are you interested in explaining physics on the Earth, or are you interested in explaining physics in outer space?
Well, it is kind of true that some experiments done on Earth will be different than ones done in space. But so the first thing is to try and see what the underlying physics would say would happen if it was done on Earth or in space.
You're answering a question that wasn't asked. I don't mean to be rude.
Oh, of course.
I'm just pointing out that a question was asked to you, and I don't know if you're aware or not, but you're not answering the question. You're answering a question that no one asked.
Okay, well, I must try to get to it through this context, but all right. I don't really care if it is done on Earth or in space because I believe it is universal, depending on the local context. Like things don't fall in space, but on Earth they do.
Okay, so anyway, dude, I'm gonna fast forward this, dude. The reason I brought it up was I'm asking if you wanted to explain physics on the Earth or not. All right. Well, because if you want to fully understand physics on the Earth, you need to look back and see what brought us to our understanding of physics that we currently have on the Earth. For example, electricity and everything that we use in the world. And so when we look back, then we'll figure it out. And so all the people that gave us everything we still use for physics on the Earth, the original people, they actually assumed there was an ether. Then there was a test where they tried to.
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
They try to do a test that proved that the Earth was spinning in the ether, and it showed that the Earth was completely nil. Its velocity was nil, nothing. So it was like, damn, what do we do now? Obviously, the ether must be wrong because we can't even entertain the idea that the Earth's not moving. That's what happened.
Well, yes, that's a Michelson-Morley experiment, right? Yes. Yes. Yes, that's true. That's yes, that's true. The thing is, okay, go on. Acceleration doesn't always mean that the speed changes. Only the direction can change.
Yeah, and really the important part that you need to get, bro. I brought this up because you need to understand what happened. Okay, because obviously as we show you these quotes, you don't know what's happening. They found out the Earth wasn't moving. They had to pretend that that wasn't the case. They didn't even entertain that the Earth was moving. So then the theory of relativity eventually was come up with. And they took something called the Lorentz contraction, okay? And Einstein tried to apply it to the actual apparatus in the Michelson-Morley, saying that the apparatus itself, the physical apparatus, was contracting. Literally, okay? It's insanity. And that's just the beginning of the insanity. Then the theory of relativity goes on to desperately attempt to explain how the Earth's a spinning ball on an axis, but it's going to appear to be the exact opposite. That's what happened. That's what relativity is.
Quick question. Oh, sure. I've only had experience with the special theory of relativity. I've not yet encountered the mathematical theorem behind the general relativity. That depends on what you usually mean. As in, do the photons that left my feet how much time elapsed since they departed and since they arrived in my eyeball? Then is that what you mean?
Wow.
The feet are older than I see them. That's the word. But the relative speed of velocity is nilch, zero. In that case, they both experience the same time. Could you elaborate on that? What you
Going on in here?
Yes, but to keep in mind that the twin was in a spaceship moving at very high speed as well, had very high velocities.
Is this a recording or something?
They do still have the same angular velocity.
No, radius, dude. If you're in a little gravity well space-time fabric, then you're in a different place in that relative to the mass that displaced that magical space-time fabric. So you would have a different effect, and he incorporates time to that, right?
Yes. Oh, that's general relativity. Yes, that's if you are including that one, then yes, those will have different time spans, but of course very tiny, very tiny. I wouldn't have to even measure them. I was assuming that you were speaking about special relativity, but yes, from what I know of general relativity, then that would be true. Of course, you wouldn't really know how you wouldn't really detect that.
That's
Because
pretty
you don't
crazy.
know.
Is it not? That's pretty crazy, bro.
It is not common sense, but no, it's crazy. I know, but the thing is, we cannot rely on common sense in these cases.
Oh, that's fair. Fair enough.
Right.
You mean actually have to exclude common sense? Is that what you mean? You have to get rid of it.
Look, where do you think common sense came from?
Common sense is inherent in our
Senses?
reality. Common sense is inherent in our reality and whoever made it or whatever made it.
Yeah, I mean, they come from your senses. That's why it's in the word. That's why the heliocentric model is, by definition, nonsense.
Well, let's get to the let's get to the crux of the philosophical debate.
Okay.
So now people say, what shape is the Earth? Is it flat or is it round? Now, problem number one: flat is not a shape; it's a description. It's an aspect of something. So automatically, this this juxtaposition is that the media puts out is already incorrect on arrival. So the question is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? So how do we determine that it's a sphere? Well, they've given us certain methods to calculate that it's a sphere with a certain dimension. Now, being that that's the case, we can actually measure and test to see if the sphericity is there or not. So before we even go into that, if the Earth isn't a sphere, what really changes?
Okay, well, on the locally, like within your room and such, as now
No,
excluding
no, no.
for
If it's not a sphere, like if the Earth isn't a sphere, what does that change
oh, I was thinking on
academically
that.
for you?
Well, I was getting to that. Uh, Locally, not much difference would be felt. Like your cup of coffee wouldn't be different or on the different laws of physics.
Well, is there
The thing
any
is,
difference though? You said not much difference. Is there any difference? Is what he's asking.
oh yes, difference would be that under known laws of physics, a series of things would happen depending on what exactly do you mean by flat Earth.
Okay,
Well,
so
well,
all the
look,
physics were come up with on the assumption that the Earth is stationary and flat. That's the only way we can physically do anything in the world successfully. So, physics, if it's science, then you can physically test it, meaning you can use it. You can do something with it successfully because it's physically true. It's physics. That all assumes that the Earth is flat and not moving. So when you say on the local scale, not much would change. No, the answer is that literally nothing would change. And if you claim the Earth's a globe, you just have to say that it's identical to what it would be like if it was flat and not spinning. But relativity says it just tricks you. It's an illusion. And that must be true.
Well, let's not for a moment include general relativity because I don't have the math behind it to tell what would be the consequence.
Okay, it's
So
just important to understand it, man, you know?
yes, I do not know what you mean. But when you ask what will be different, well, to answer that, I would need to know what is different in the scale on the Earth. So would this flat have a thickness? Of course,
The deepest anyone's ever gone in the Earth, ever, is under 8 miles. So it doesn't matter what anyone says about anything beyond that. Literally means nothing. It's just a fairy tale. So we know nothing more than that.
So let's. Sorry, go on.
Well, yeah, because when the globe Earth made all kinds of predictions about what would be all the way down to the 8 miles, they were wrong about the entire thing. So that definitely doesn't help out anything but flat Earth. And that's the point we're making, is everything is like that. Let's use radio waves for an example. What would it change if the Earth's flat? Nothing. That's how we use them. We shoot them horizontally for thousands of miles.
Not quite. In a flat Earth, the signal bouncing back from the ionosphere would travel a larger distances because they would encounter the upper bounds of the atmosphere at a different angle. Thus, this
Wrong.
comes from.
Well,
Wrong.
I didn't really want to get into. I don't know. Maybe I asked the wrong question. So what I want to do is take you to whether or not the Earth measures to be a globe or not, and then go from that perspective because we can't measure it not being a sphere, and then you then say, well, it wouldn't work if it weren't a plane, therefore it is a sphere because of uh, lasers bouncing off the ionosphere, whatever the case.
But
right?
real fast though, bro.
Is
Like,
it?
I think it's important to make him before that. I mean, okay, the conversation was, so like, what would be the difference? And so I brought up a perfect example that not only would there be no difference, but it's just how we actually use something. And so he said, nuh-uh. He needs to know specifically. This is a good example because this is how the whole thing is going to be for you. You think right now, nuh-uh, the radio waves wouldn't work like that if the Earth was flat. Now, here's what actually happened. Someone named Marconi sent the longest radio wave ever, radio transmission ever at the time, over 2,000 miles, 2,200 miles. All the people said, you can't do that. The Earth's a ball and it'll block it at 200 miles. He ignored them. He used line of sight. He horizontally hit his target the first attempt 2,200 miles away. He then ended up sending one 10,000 miles horizontally, hitting his target using line of sight directly in front of him, assuming a plane underneath him. Then people had to theorize with the idea that there's an ionosphere up there and there's an area where it actually reflects back down and comes down and lands on the globe. Now that's what actually happened in actual historic reality. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's a good example of what you talked about before about two models still giving the same result. So in either case, the signal did go a very long distance, and in your model, on flat Earth, you say that the signal went further because there was no bend, no curvature, so there was a line of sight between the target and the receiver.
Correct.
Yes, and on the globe Earth, another idea was formed that there could be something like that, or can be some. There might be something that can reflect back a portion of the signal from this layer of ionized atmosphere.
Right, but they came up with that idea to try to explain how it could have happened on a globe. They said, you can't do this. It's physically impossible. There will be a huge hump of Earth curvature physically blocking the radio waves. You cannot send it that far. He ignored them, sent it anyway, and it hit his target the first try 2,000 miles away, and it was supposed to get blocked by the Earth's curvature at 200 miles. But then he sent one 10,000 miles. Okay, so the facts are that when you assumed the globe, you said you couldn't do it. Then you physically did it, and we do it all day, by the way, every day, all around the world. Okay, and it showed that it wasn't over top of a curved surface. It was over a horizontal.
Hello?
How could that have happened hypothetically to keep the assumption the Earth's a globe? It's just objective. If you want to know the truth, you have to put your big boy pants on and be honest about it, right? So like they didn't teach you this in school. There's a reason, right? But this is just very easy to verify. National Geographic covered this, saying what I'm saying to you. Even mainstream knows this. Correct. The military had a ground weapon system. As a weapon system, they send radio transmissions, a ground weapon system, and then title of the military millions of dollars to protect.
Is anybody in here able to fix that, or am I the only one that's awake?
It glitches out.
I'm awake. I don't have the roll.
What are you trying to do?
Deuce it.
Well, I was just wondering why we couldn't hear the recording. It kept cutting out, and then
Yeah,
I'm just curious if we're gonna.
It's probably Discord. I heard it cutting out too.
Cool, just checking in.
Spherical Earth are more complex. They need to account for curvature, so we need to use.
What happened to Occam's razor?
No, it's very simple what happened. If they shot the waves assuming that the Earth was a globe, they couldn't hit their target. So they had to create a viable model to shoot and hit their target because we're talking about the military. That people's lives are at stake. You have to get the bad guy. We're not talking about I want to play games and make up stories. This is like real life. And so they have to assume that for it to work. And it's explained in the document. They have to assume the Earth's a dielectric plane. Dielectric is just a word that means electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic and it's a plane within a magnetic field and it's horizontal. They have to assume that to use the weapon system that they do use on a regular basis. And this is they are dropping the document for you. If they're not, I will.
Okay, I'll take a look at it later. Thank you for that. Hmm. Kinda. We have. Well, that's a good question. So when light does reflect off materials, of atoms, two things can happen, or two kind of thing happens. Either the light reflects elastically, just bounces back off like a perfectly elastic marble, which doesn't really happen that much, or it. Yes, that's true. And I can give you a physical explanation. Yes, that's the word. That's the word. No, I can give you an.
All right, bro.
Yes,
But just because I did take it away from Eli and like he's asking the most important question. I wanted you to realize that it sounds like a crazy thing to take in. We get it. We thought the same thing. Everyone has different amounts of times they can even be honest about it. You find out, well, what would be different if it were flat and not moving? And then you look at everything else in life and you realize that literally nothing else would change because that's how everything you've ever experienced your entire life is. And you see the sun move in the sky because it moves in the sky. And you don't feel like you're moving because you're not moving. And the horizon is horizontal because it's horizontal. That's why it's horizontal. Sea level is called sea level and assumed to be flat because it's flat and level. That's why it's called sea level. And you will find out quickly that everything that works in the real world has to assume this and utilize this fact. And we're trying to break it down for you. You're going to have to look into things because it sounds crazy. And we were all taught that I did.
Sorry?
Cut out with
Yeah, like if you want to know the truth, well, okay, Eli was telling you the most accurate way, most efficient way to know the truth. They claim the Earth's a globe. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. It's on a 23.4 degree tilted axis. It spins 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator. If you want to know if that's true, then you can physically measure the surface of the Earth. It has to curve at a rate consistent with that radius value. That is 8 inches per mile squared, specifically 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is where you would see the curve of the Earth. Now, I'm not trying to overload you. I'm just trying to explain to you. It's very simple. The Earth's a sphere with a certain size is a geometric claim. The way that you can test or falsify this claim is by physically measuring the surface, and geometry is how you do that. When we did that, and you can do it, it falsifies the radius, which means everything they told you about the Earth cannot be the truth.
Well, I'll take a look at the geometry of that later. Okay,
You
yes,
agree
thanks for
that geometry is how you measure shapes?
yeah, I think using geometry in this case is a valid method of saying what will happen and what is, well, yes.
Well, it's what we have to use, right? Because if the Earth's a sphere that's this size, you're making a shape claim with a size. The only way to test a shape claim size is by the measurement of shapes, which is defined as geometry. And it's simple. The sphere has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere with a certain size. So that's the most efficient way to test it. We tested it, bro. We have observations where the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. And they claim that it's 3,959 miles.
Did you post your methodology in the what was it in the videos in the section about some of the topics below?
Yeah, everything we're talking about is in the sections below, and we can drop in the voice text the observation that showed the radius would have to be over 250,000 miles.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'll look at that, please. Let me just write it down.
Don't want to drop the black swan. I never use commands or anything. I'm modded, but literally never use it. Do you see the voice?
I'm not familiar with those. What are they? I have not yet come across them in linear encoder. Continue.
Thing ain't working very good.
Yeah, I think I'll stop it.
I definitely don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Okay, the bot's been cleared, stopped, and queue has been cleared. Yep, there we go.
Morning, everybody. How's everybody
Good morning. Wait. doing? 8:44 in the morning.
I'm 44 here.
Yep, it's 8:44 here.
California.
Yep. We're in California.
Yeah, I'm in the Bay Area.
Had a cool spell come in, huh? Pretty cool up there where you are.
It's
like in
been
the
back
40s?
and forth, yeah.
40s.
Well, yeah, it gets cold at night, and then during the day, it's like 60s, 70s. And it got up to the
Yeah,
80s the other
it's
day.
the same thing here. It's basically about the
Weird.
same weather here.
It's like spring just happened all of a sudden, right?
It's like low 40s. Like it was 87 to like 5 days ago.
I got 2 inches of snow on the ground here in Arizona.
Oh, you're
Really?
I heard that you said you were hour difference, so I figured you were right there. That's cool. We have a couple friends in Arizona. My son lives in Arizona. Josh lives in Arizona.
That's funny. My son Josh just left Arizona and moved to Nevada.
Really? You must be in like the higher deserts if you have snow, right? You're like north of Phoenix.
Oh, definitely. I'm up in Show Low.
Oh, okay, I know where that is. I've looked at property in those areas online, anyway. Not for real.
I've only flown over it, but I know what you're talking about.
You got snow just a little north of Phoenix. You got no snow here in fucking Wisconsin.
Wow, isn't that crazy, man?
Yeah, what is
Yeah, I
that
got
about?
2
Like, it
inches.
was cold for this place.
I'll take a picture and post it.
I think it's those lake effects you guys get in Wisconsin are so erratic up there, right?
It's not usually lake effect that hits us on the west side of the lake. We do get some lake effect snow happens, but
Yeah.
usually it's just pretty contained along the lakefront. It doesn't like spread
Get
too
that
far
far.
inland.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
How far are you from the larger lakes? Quite a ways.
If I drive straight to the east, I'm at the lakefront in about 20 minutes.
Lake Michigan?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah, I had relatives that lived in McHenry, Illinois. It's quite a ways north up there. I guess it's right across from Wisconsin, not far from the border.
No, it just freaking figures like, yeah, I bought all new fucking snowboarding gear, and then all the fucking snow, the little bit of snow we had fucking melted. It's been like warm and rainy the last couple of days. So there's nothing. There's like no snow on the ground pretty much.
That sucks, bro. I'm sorry you spent all that money and now you can't use it. That sucks big time.
No. That's not exactly how it is. It's just I want good natural snow. I mean, they have a somewhat of a base still of the man-made snow on the hills around here, but actually I'm talking about heading out west for heading to Colorado and maybe in like April.
I know there's some good skiing in Nevada and Reno or the Reno area and all that. I don't know if the snow's still there, but I know there's some good skiing in California here nearby.
Even Colorado, they haven't really had much of a snowfall year, but
Really?
up in the altitude, like you never know, they could still get huge dumps.
Yeah, you get that late spring weird stuff, huh? Or late fall, early spring, you know.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going. My dad actually called yesterday to bring it up about going out there, me, my brother, and him, in a couple of months. So we're probably going to do that.
I was just going to say something to him and he left. Oh well. So what did you think about the Super Bowl, Lou? Or did you
It's
watch it?
already been a little while. No, we watched it. We watched it in the freaking.
Yeah, I always have a party every year and
But-
invite friends over, even though I don't really like football anymore. But yeah, I just like to watch the commercials and how crazy they are.
It turned out to be a pretty decent game, actually. I like close games.
Of course. Yeah, it was a good game.
The thing about commercials, I don't understand why people say the commercials. The commercials haven't been good during the Super Bowl for like 20 years. They're freaking
No, I
terrible.
know, but you can kind of gauge what they're going to push for the next year by the Super Bowl, kind of. At least that's what I've noticed. Some of the stuff that, like the stuff that they mention in the commercials and the weirdness of it, it can kind of give you an idea. I don't know. I was looking at stuff like that and reading more into it, I guess.
I saw a couple of meta commercials that looked high budget. Otherwise, everything just nothing stood out.
cheesy.
Like they used to like go over the top with all their Super Bowl commercials, and everything just looked like any other that you might see all year long. Like it just.
Well,
it
they did
doesn't-
have one of the Clydesdale or whatever, the horses playing football ones that were kind of cute, but I thought it was kind of cheesy. Did you see with the dogs? Anyway, I guess we don't have to talk about that. We can talk about Flat Earth.
I didn't pay that. I didn't pay.
I was
much
trying to
attention
remember
to it.
what I was just over at another place talking, and Witsit was in there. I can't remember the exact conversation, but I was trying to remember so I could bring it up and maybe keep conversation going. I can't quite remember exactly what the details were, but he was like being honest, and he was like basically giving exact references, and they were just not accepting it. It was like kind of weird because I don't know, it's just kind of weird, like how many anti-flat earthers there was in there. And then he finally just left because they wouldn't let him get it out. You know what I mean? How they always do. It's kind of tough in there. Just as a conversation piece.
Where did we segue from the Super Bowl commercials to Witsit?
Well, I was trying to get back to flat Earth. That's all. I'm trying to stay on topic, right? I try not to forget where I'm at.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Since I thought we were still talking about the Super Bowl for a second, and then.
Well, we were, but I mean, I don't know how far we can go with it. I was just, trying to strike up combo. I know sometimes I fail miserably at that, but.
I know. Can you imagine 3 football fields whizzing by you every second?
That doesn't happen?
Flat Earth, flat Earth. No, it doesn't happen. No.
I make jokes like that, and then people that don't know me yell at me, and I'm like, I was only kidding, bro. Like, don't you see that I have a badge here? Like, it's funny sometimes. This place can be a riot on occasion. It's for all of us, I guess. Like there's a lot of ball earthers that come in here that I have a good time with too. They're funny and witty, and I dig it.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, it's been pretty good lately. I've enjoyed it.
But then there's been those parts that I can't take, and I just leave.
Yeah, mostly the parts I can't take come from flat earthers.
I was going to say that, but I didn't want to be the first one to say it.
Well, yeah, it's only a select few that start talking about some weird shit, and I'm just like, okay.
Well, I do it, so you probably my name's probably at the bottom of that list, or at least somewhere near the top.
No, not really, Rookie. Actually, not at all, really. I've never found what you're saying boring or monotonous. You usually have pretty good things to talk about that are interesting. Yeah, so I wouldn't say that's true.
I appreciate that. I just know it's easy to get off topic and talk about things you're not supposed to and this and that, and then forget where you're at and all that. You know what I mean? Because I talk in so many different places now to get conversations and get to know people. Trying to get to know everybody a little bit so that people know who I am, and then I don't have differences or issues with people.
Yeah, I don't go to
You know what I mean?
that.
There's a lot of people.
I don't go to that other server anymore.
I don't go to too many. Don't get me wrong. It's just sometimes I'm bored. It's like I'm looking for conversation and related to flat Earth, and it's hard to find. So I go where I have to sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Gamma Pandas is just too caustic for me. I don't need that kind of shit,
What is Jim? What is his channel called? I don't even know if I'm part of that. I think
What is it? Fight Flat Earth and more. Debate Flat Earth and more. That's their whole purpose.
Oh, okay.
Is to debate Flat Earth.
I see. Oh, that place where it's so toxic you can't even go in there?
Yeah, they mute me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. They won't unmute me, I guess. But I've actually gone on QE's show and Nathan's show, and they've treated me decent, which surprised me.
Yeah, I've been on that one too.
Well, no, it doesn't surprise me, but you know what I mean. I don't mean that literally. I'm just joking around. But
Well, they kind of have their crew of regulars, and it's kind of hard to come in.
yeah, you have to know where you're going and where you're at before you go in there, because there's a lot of people and trolls in there that it's easy to get confused on who the trolls are and who the other people are, because your roles are different in every place. You know what I mean? I'm still learning about Discord,
Yeah,
so
that's true.
bear with me. Like what I can and can't do, and where I can do it, and all that kind of
because you go
stuff.
on Nathan's, and there's flat earthers there that I've never seen here, and same thing with Gamma Pandas server. I mean, there's mostly Glovers on there, or mostly anti-flat earthers, to be honest. But there's flat earthers in there that, I don't recognize the name. Now I know the names changed, but I think there's absolutely some that go there that I've never seen here, which is interesting.
Right. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of people in there that, I mean, I don't go there much, but like I said, there's a lot of different. I join pretty much anything, and I'll test it out, and if I don't like the people in there, then I'll just quit. But I usually check something out if somebody invites me, unless it just sounds, or unless they're an asshole. I mean, sorry, but if you're an asshole, I'm probably not going to check out your thing. I'm probably going to send you a note that says, "Who are you? Do I know you? Okay, I might have had a conversation with you, but that doesn't mean I remember your name and all that. Sorry, dude."
Yeah, I used to go on just for like a refresher to see, okay, let's see if I have any value, and I'd go back on and I'm like, nope. So then after a while,
I did it exactly
there's
the
no reason to
same
go
way.
on
Oh my God.
gems anymore. I mean, unless like a bunch of us went over there at the same time. Now we've done things like that, and that's pretty interesting to do. Most of us all just stay quiet and have one or two people, select people, do the talking.
Right. Well, to keep it, otherwise it gets crazy. But and moderating sucks in some places that I've been. It's like, wow, like there's a lot of people in there talking, but nobody's really like making sure that everybody's not being, because it's like a slam session. I'm not really nuts about that.
Yeah, it's like a
I guess
mosh
the young
pit.
people.
How do you have a mosh pit?
Yeah, it's a mosh pit
with voices. Like it doesn't work at all.
Well, I mean, I get it, because I do talk over people, or I try to cut in a lot just to let them know I'm listening or whatever, because it's hard to, because you can't see people. So, but then, you always have that where people get mad at you and they really have an issue with that. It's like, dude, please calm down. Like, don't get mad just because I say a word here or there, and don't stop talking. Just keep talking. And if everybody keeps talking, then I'm sure they'll deal with it, At least that's what I hope. But it seems like there's not a lot of moderation in other places. You know what I mean? Here, there seems to be a lot of it, but Not
I'm gonna say
that's
that's.
much over there.
It seems like that's how it ends up working here. Is people they'll like for me at least. If I want to get a word in, I have to say it quick, and then I'll remute, and like it's almost like I didn't say anything. But then sometimes I'll get a response. It just depends.
I know that's the difficult
Yeah,
part
and
because
sometimes they'll.
a poignant some point gets brought up, and like sometimes I have something I'm like, oh, I want to comment right there, and I miss the moment, like I can't get a word in.
Exactly,
And
or
so
you
then I have
forget
to
about
wait.
it, or you can't remember what your comment was by the time they call your name.
Usually,
like, damn it, I shouldn't need a notepad in front of me every time. But even though I do.
I need to use that more.
Who just came in?
Lou? Was that Lou? Or is he being
Yeah.
here?
No, Sonny and Lou are both in here. But I don't know if that was Lou. I think it was Sonny that was talking. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sonny. Their voices are different enough, I can tell. Although sometimes I do get confused between on what you guys say, just because you have a similar voice.
What
A lot of
Lou
people
and I do?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes with what you guys say or the way you, no, I'm serious. It's not the sound of your voice.
Says
It's the way you talk. It's the way you talk and the way you guys carry yourselves. It's just different.
Who's the other couple that you freaking mix up all the time? Like
Sasha,
Glatt and somebody else, and I can't remember who it is now, but I get Glatt and somebody else mixed up. There's certain people that I don't get mixed up at all. Like I don't get Battle Mod mixed up. I don't get the girls mixed up for some reason, even though they have very similar voices too.
I used to get them mixed up when I first got here. I don't anymore. But Crypto and Crack Villain.
Oh yeah, those guys are really hard too because their accents are so strong.
But not anymore. Crypto has almost like more energy when he talks than Crack does usually. Like Crack
it's
is
the
more chilled
personality.
out, laid back kind of
Yeah,
person.
it's a different tempo, different candor.
Mm-hmm. That's how I.
Yeah, whereas like when Sonny and Hank and all you guys are in here and you guys all the light voices, it's easy to get you confused on who's talking just because you're not looking down at it. It's not that you sound alike. It's just that you guys are so similar in how you speak, and you know what I mean. It's just a friendly way, and it just kind of it's easy to kind of like lose track of who's talking.
Crypto sounds more posh than Crack.
Crypto, yes.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Crack is more he sounds like he's drinking even though he's not. Sort of, you know what I mean? He has a slosh to his voice a little bit sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Are you guys like identify what I mean?
Yeah.
Understand what you mean.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's Sasha and somebody else that I get confused. Get sometimes I get those two mixed up.
Get and Sasha, yeah.
Yeah. Sasha 1. The original Sasha. Or the only one I know of. Well, I know Sasha 2 as well.
Sasha Innova or something.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I was going to say is I get people mostly confused because I listen to so many people and I talk and I have good conversations with people. And I have so many of these individual little conversations that I forget which conversation the thing I was talking about was. Because you know what I mean? My mind's so busy with all, I meet so many people and sometimes I just go through all the people that I've talked to that are friendly and I send them a, hey, how you doing today? I haven't seen you in a week or so or whatever. How you doing? Just to like strike up conversation and, like keep a rapport with people. I think it's cool. I don't know. Something I do. Or you could just say, I'm a natural, like, chatty person. I like to talk and I think very quickly. It's not my fault. It's the way I'm made.
I like the conversation Witsit was having on that recording. That other guy.
Yeah, what part? What part?
I wonder if that was here. The part I liked is, like, Earth's not in motion. The way you tell that is you're not in motion. Like the simplicity of like the horizon is horizontal. Like, like all these things that we all use, like that's the way we have to use it because that's the way Earth works. and so
Right, yeah.
the humor part is like the Glovers are coming in here telling us why their senses don't count.
I know, that's kind of odd, isn't it? Like,
This is why
seems to
we're
be going
crazy,
that direction.
guys. This is why we can't see, can't hear, can't feel. This is why.
It's all an excuse of why we can't sense or experience the globe. Like there's no sense that you can use. If there is, I'd like to know which sense it is because people come in here and say the globe makes sense. I sure would like to know what sense they're using because unless you can measure something, you telling me something has a shape and a size that you can't measure, you can't see, and you can't experience. What else would you call that but imagination? That's all it is.
Yeah, it gets on my nerves too, sometimes. Because it's like that's all they have, and so they argue or they do the character assassination. That's the part that gets me the most, actually.
That's a good one. A logical fallacy. Appeal to imagination. That's what they're doing from the get-go. As soon as they bypass the radius, they're off in imagination. I'm gonna start calling them out. Well, why'd you go to imagination? I thought we were talking about the actual Earth, not imagination.
Yeah, can we talk about reality? And then they go, oh, well, you say this and this. And I hate when they try to take the stuff, like, with the science that we do have, once you, like when we tell them that, no, we're not saying that all science is wrong. We're saying that this part of science is wrong. And theological science is wrong. And then they'll always flop over to that and say, oh, well, you use all these, stuff from, collegiate and all that stuff, scientists to argue your point. It's like, well, yeah, because there is real science, remember? And then it's like, why do they always talk in circles like that? It confuses me why they even go there. And then when you try to like tell them, no, we're not going to do that, then they get all mad, like as if they get butthurt, as if you're like not going to give them a chance to talk or something. It's like, huh? Like, I don't understand. Can anybody explain that one to me?
Yeah, the only part of science that uses imagination is when you're developing your hypothesis, right? You're going to kind of like see something first. That has to be the first one. You don't ask a question or imagine something before you've actually observed it, right? So you have to observe it first. Then you're going to say, I wonder why this happens, And you go, okay, well, let's see what I can wiggle. Can I move this? Can I change this? But
at the core, I am curious why they're holding on to it, though. And sometimes I get,
you can't manipulate.
We're trying to feed them.
You can't manipulate something in reality that only exists in your mind.
Right. And of course, they look at it the same way if they're honest, right? Until they start to see, until you start to show them otherwise. If they want to see it, that is. Right. What's up, Hank?
That's interesting. The Glober gun. Yeah, they have guns that go around straight up, shoot right around corner, right? Go up to corner, it turns 90 degrees.
Thanks, Vladdy, for the comment. By the way, I just saw it.
The Indian space program.
Now it's Indian.
Hello,
oh, yeah.
NASA, we have a problem.
What?
Oh,
NASA, we have a problem.
President Brennan just in time. Yeah, you go ahead, Brendan.
What was that?
What's up, Hank?
I can't hear you. Okay. Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, Hank.
Good morning.
Morning to you. Yeah, the bent gun was something the Germans invented so they could shoot around corners. So I guess that's the refracto gun.
Actually, they do have a gun that goes around a corner, but it just fires the bullet around the corner through a mirror or something. I'm kidding. It's true, though. I'm not messing with you on purpose. I'm just making fun.
Well, I should probably go to sleep. I finished all 50 of those.
What?
Little
really?
Short videos, so I'm out.
Refracto gun. That's
You're out.
That's a good one.
That's fine. We need a good subject, don't we? I know there's lots of good subjects, but it seems like they're always hard to get right. Otherwise, it
doesn't help that Hank drops the refracto gun comment and then just drops from the chat. No fair.
He's just fueling the conversation.
How's it go? Damn it, Hank! The refracto gun got dropped in the chat again.
There's Hank Hill again with that hit and run refracto gun.
That's a good one.
He's all hit and run with that refracto gun. You should call it something else. Coriolis bullets. Wanted. We're looking for anything in reality that uses the spinning globe in technology. Any technology that uses spinning globe. No, I got one. NASA CGI technology. They use spinning globe. I think they're the only ones. And I should have made a caveat. It has to be something actually physical being done. Cartoons don't count. Sorry, NASA. Sorry, NASA. We're waiting for some real technology. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. They do shoot rockets. Oh, guess what? Over flat and stationary Earth. Just like all the other ballistics done on Earth.
Yeah, I agree. Funny should be part of both. Funny is more fun than angry at me.
Well, if you can't make jokes about a subject, you don't really understand it.
I agree. An intelligent conversation, yeah, usually the person joking around not always, but usually knows more about the conversations than the people that are just arguing and won't stop.
Mm-hmm.
I told someone today, I said, we all think we're right? Because we're convinced it with our own witnesses and our own experience. But the real man stands out in how he treats other people's ideas, beliefs, and all that. That's how you shine, and that's how you you distinguish yourself from other people. That's the way I see it anyway. It's not about winning. It's about finding the truth and in a respectful way. Just saying.
This just in from the news desk. There's some information here about Coriolis. Hold on, please.
Cornelius, what?
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. Or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Mirage. This here is a mirage. What you see here is a mirage.
Apparently, everything we see is a mirage,
Yeah. Have you heard enough times the word mirage? Haven't you heard it today? Make sure you hear it 10 times a day. Mirage.
Yep. So if you follow that, not trusting your senses to the logical conclusion, those people shouldn't get up out of their bed and move around. It would be too dangerous. Going to the bathroom would be like a major logistical operation.
For me, it makes perfect sense. The slave master wants his slave to believe him, not what they choose to believe.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting statement. Your senses are not trustworthy is a really interesting statement. Yeah. Really? So do you wake up and then just like assume that you're horizontal when you're actually vertical? That's pretty weird. I think you would need to be put away somewhere.
Not really horizontal, somehow curved.
Yeah, I mean like floating, curved, like presenting an arc. I mean, like, how would you know you're actually on the ground? You could be floating. Watch out. Watch out for that tree.
What did you say? Ground? Do you mean like up and down? What is that?
round. I don't know. Like, I'm just imagining, like, if somebody that doesn't trust their senses, what they could possibly be going through their minds of where they think they actually are. That's insanity.
This whole world is
The only
irredeemable.
The only ones that you can actually tell that by looking at them that they don't know where they are meth heads on the street and globers. There's only two choices here. That don't know where they are.
Well, Glovers by default, they have no clue about anything. Science, engineering, nothing. I mean, they are only capable to be obedient users.
Yeah, if you were out somewhere where you had to actually build shelter, fire, hunt food.
Yeah, they are
would
just
need
like
to
a
be helped.
simple script. They are just like a script, like a bot. Give him a simple task and to do it repeatedly. You know, that's all they. If you give him something else out of his realm, you know,
sit here and
yeah,
wash
you messed him up.
towels or something. Sit by the
Yeah.
stream. No, don't sit by the stream by yourself. You might fall in. Sit over here with this like little basin and wash these towels.
Yeah.
No sharp objects. Stay away from all of those.
You can give him the fishing pole, but they don't know how to fish.
I mean, they have special places for those people. Like they put them like locked up because yeah, those people over there, they can't be allowed out because they don't trust their senses. Yeah, you can't. They can't be trusted either if they don't trust their senses. Bound to have some erratic behavior.
Yeah, like strapping pieces of cloth to their heads and yelling at you like you're an asshole because you won't.
Mm-hmm.
There's something I can't see. It's in the air. It's dangerous. You know, kind of like how you can't see the curvature, can't feel the curvature, can't see it, but it's there.
Yeah, it's like we're listening to people that have blindfolds on.
Yeah, it's like they have a piece of cloth over their eyes too, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if that's what you first meant about the cloth, but I thought about it for a second. I'm like, yeah, like they have a blinder on. Like we're talking to somebody that's telling us to not use their senses. They're not using their senses, and they're trying to tell us some information.
Now, I was talking about those masks that they force you to wear when you go to work or the grocery store or even to go get a haircut.
No. Like, there's no surprise there. Why is that surprising that a bunch of sheep posing as human or posing as earthlings, literally two-legged sheep walking around, doing whatever they
The
want.
wind is very dangerous.
Why aren't you?
I think the wind is making you robot,
blowing
Jet.
your hair. That's very dangerous. Everybody should fear the blowing wind.
Why aren't you people behaving and
A world
obeying?
full of
Why aren't you
schizoids.
listening to the authorities?
To a certain degree, it's not surprising. At least the aspect of
Yeah.
it restricts oxygen absorption, so you get less oxygen to the brain when you strap something over your mouth and nose and all that. And I just think it's interesting how it does that, but a lot of these people that are doing this and trying to force this on other people, they don't really seem like the kind of people that would really want so much oxygen to their brain. Like they seem to be like happy with very little oxygen going to their brain anyway.
Happy with reducing
Ryan.
into the brain. Like they're okay with being that. Like becoming more decrepit as time goes by.
Lack
Jet,
lack
Jet,
of
you're breaking up.
oxygen
You gotta like jump out and get back in or something, Jet. You're robotic.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
It must be the Coriolis effect on those absolutely straight transmission waves or whatever they are. Are they waves? I don't think they're waves.
Gravity. Is it a wave or a particle? It's both. Or neither.
It's a smarticle. It's so smart, it knows exactly when to be a particle or when to be a wave.
It's a super smarticle.
It's so smart. It's making gravity is making curvature disappear.
On the topic of that mask thing, that force to strap something on your head so you can't breathe so easily.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that in a lot of the United States, in like the next 2 weeks or so, the mandate, or with an exception of like a few places, will be ending. And the reason why I find that so fascinating and wonderful because it's easier to breathe, obviously. But one thing about this that I think will be really fascinating is just to see who continues to strap these things on their head voluntarily,
Yeah. It's like they wanted to separate those people out visibly.
It's kind of like watching a small child with a blanket, and it like loses the blanket and then starts crying, won't stop crying until finds its blanket again. Can't feel comfortable or safe without the blanket.
Yeah, crypto, you're right. Certified, huh? Oh, he's not even in the chat. Send the live stream voice text. Yeah, I mean, really, like I was out telling people, I'm like, you know who else had to wear that? People didn't like hearing that. People whose generations before were enslaved. And now they're just willingly, voluntarily doing the same thing that a slave would have to do. I was yelling at these people.
Yeah, the mass complacency I found to be kind of disturbing. Like those few moments, not even a few moments, but a good handful of moments where you'd either be in like a Home Depot. I think was one of the most interesting ones, just because it's such a big open place, and like there'd be like 200 people just in the aisles just around me or whatever, just in the place, and like I'm the only one not wearing one of those things on.
Yeah.
It literally looks like a scene from out of a modern incarnation of the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, and that's ridiculous. They can say whatever they want. It's all bullshit. Like all of it. Any kind of, I don't know, man. I'm over it. I just used to like ride up and down the Embarcadero where all these tourists were thousands of people, and 95% of them all had that, and they're a captive audience because they're standing in lines. And I'm like all you people have Stockholm syndrome. Like I would just like Hear ye, the town crier. They heard me. I wasn't being quiet about it. And then hearing a bunch of people going that aren't wearing it saying, yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right about that. Like a lot of people giving me support for being vocal about it. And these other people just looking, just horrible, man. Like the looks in their eyes when presented with that truth of what they're doing to themselves. Wow.
I don't even really think less of anyone. I mean, I'd be a hypocrite if I did for being initially fooled by it, because I myself was. I even made these masks at home out of tape and fabric, like for the first 2 weeks. But then by the time the first month came to a conclusion, I was like, something doesn't seem right here. This doesn't seem right. Did a little research, realized it's just all a hoax. See, it's the people that choose to continuously be fooled by it when they really should know better. Those are the ones I just look down at.
Yeah,
I mean,
so the bottom line is now, like this much time later, now when I go to those places, I don't see as many. So that's what I have to share. I don't see as many people doing that.
Yeah, by the time the second month came around, I was just like, oh, this has got to all end. All of this shit. Every fucking bit of it. Every fucking bit of this needs to end now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm kind of glad. Actually, I don't know, is this bad or not? Like, I'm kind of happy that there's a bunch of people that are afraid to be outside. Less numpties in my open spaces, man. I freaking love it. It's been better. Like, some things are better, I swear. I'm taking the good parts. Like, honestly, I'm a bike rider, and I love riding all over different terrain, like on the street, like go over to the sidewalks. You know, like slow down, go on the sidewalks, go back on the streets, go into trails, go into like, and it made it just wide open. They started fixing some of the sidewalks and stuff, give me these wide open, nice flat sidewalks to like cruise around on. I mean, in some ways that made me really happy. I was like, shit, felt like.
Oh yeah, so just the other day or a couple days ago, I was handing one of my cards or whatever, you know, with the Discord QR code on it, to this guy, just out of my car actually, because I rolled down my window and told him like, hey man, you should take the mask off or whatever. You know, you don't need to wear that over here. Take one of these cards or whatever. And he was telling me that, you know, he was only wearing it because he had a warrant out for his arrest. That's probably the smartest masking in the whole world, right? Don't want the cops to see your face.
I lost focus a little bit. What was the last part? Well, maybe we should change the topic, but I don't know.
I was just saying, one of the guys, you know, walking down the sidewalk with one of those things strapped to his head, but he wasn't wearing it because he was afraid of Miley Cyrus. He was wearing it because he didn't want the cops to see his face because he has a warrant out for his arrest. It's kind of worth pointing out. This is technically empowering the criminals. But he seemed like a nice guy. I don't think he did anything terribly bad.
I think that's what the purpose of it was. That's my personal opinion. I think that's why.
That, and, you know, also to get people to submit and to see who will submit and who won't submit, keeping them on a list.
I mean, you never thought you'd hear that in a store. You have to put your criminal outfit on. You have to put your bandit outfit on before you come in our establishment.
Yeah, the banks and credit unions of all places.
Now you have to cover your identity. It used to be illegal because robbers would cover their face. Duh. Now it's okay because of pseudoscience. Pseudoscience says, do what we tell you. Got it.
Pseudo Simon.
Got to do it. Better do what they tell ya.
Hey, maybe that would work as like a cartoon character. Pseudo Simon. and Pseudo Simon says everything that pseudoscience says. So there's just a cartoon character that just bullshits people halfway to death.
Orion, that's a great idea. Pseudo Simon has an assignment for you today.
Triple, quadruple mass.
Yeah, there we go. Here's the pseudo Simon assignment for today. Next week you'll have to everybody buy knee pads because you'll have to bend down on your knees because this problem occurs only at a certain elevation above the ground. How'd they measure that elevation? Elevation angle? Sea level? It's too bad that sea level thing is just everywhere. Such a sturdy reference that it's just always used every time, everywhere, whenever we're building anything.
Pseudo Simon says the horizon is curved and horizontal.
I know. Then we need to have somebody else like real earther asking Pseudo Simon questions. But Simon, why is it that we see horizons that are 10 to 30 times further out than they're supposed to be due to the geometric limits of the globe Earth?
Yeah, we'll have objective O'Reilly as like the good guy, and Pseudo Simon as the bad guy. Just make a comic book with going at it.
Bobjective.
Objective reality, reporting for duty, sir.
Yeah, there we go, man. This is called character building. So we got Bobjective.
See, the backstory of Bobjective is he was lied to about the Earth, and when he found out it's not a ball, he was just kind of annoyed and pissed off, and at least for a little while. And then he realized, maybe I should tell other people about it.
Bobjective's going to be like a hyper realist, a hyper empiricist. Is that a correct word?
Yeah, I think so.
Empirical. But he's going to be nice about it, though. He's just going to state the facts plainly and calmly. But Simon, reality isn't showing those results. My name's Bobjective. Here with the objective reality for the day.
Yeah, Pseudo Simon's got a NASA t-shirt on.
That's pretty fun. That's fun. That's pretty funny. See, man? Can be creative like that. Should be hundreds of stories being created like this.
I think it'd be really great, though, if Mr. Grouchy or Dr. Grouchy or whatever his name is, I'm not even sure we're allowed to say it, about triggering one of those censorship bots or whatever. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I think it'd be great. I think it'd be great if he went on national television and said, you have to put a veil over your eyes in order to, not get the next Miley Cyrus in the air. Like, can you imagine how many people would put those over their eyes and just like wander around? Like I bet a lot of people even drive with them on.
Maybe like they had to put it over their eyes and they had to wear a big inner tube over their belly so they don't bump into things. So they bounce off. Boing, boing, boing.
Oh yeah, they have to wear life jackets when they're out of the water.
There you go. Life jacket and a big inner tube around their belly with something over their eyes. Mandatory. They have to change all the doors for the shape of the inner tube. Like, now that would be considered like handicap access. All the ramps have to be changed. I think it's a perfect idea. Just give them all inner tubes so they don't hurt anything. So they bounce off. Ping, ping, ping.
But you see, if you're not wearing this veil over your eye, then you might see that you've been lied to.
Mm-hmm. You can't have that. Because then you might want to open that dirty mouth of yours and talk about it. Sound like an Orbit commercial. That's a weird name. Holy crap. Better stop. Why would you name gum Orbit?
Well, whatever happened to the Orbit gum girl? She was weird, but I liked her.
Yeah, I know. The way she said dirty mouth was...
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the accent. Was that an English accent or something else?
Dirty mouth? Yes, it is. It's British, of course. I'm sorry.
She looks kind of Swedish.
That's racist of me. I'll stop.
I bet the commercial would have continued on for longer if she had a Swedish accent.
Yeah. So we need to write a storyline for the Bobjective and Pseudo Simon. Storyboard, is that what they call it? Yep. Flat Earth plays, movies, music. Real science education.
Come to think of it, I think a lot of that Orbit gum had a decent amount of aspartame in it, at least certain versions of it. So it seems kind of appropriate for Globers, you know? The brain damage and all that.
Oh no. Yeah, we have no idea what all that aspartame did to those brains.
It made them, you know, made it easier for them to believe in the globe.
Yeah, I don't see anyone checking that the levels on that substance. How come?
I'm really glad that stuff always tasted really bad to me. Like even when I was a child and I tried those diet sodas, I was like, oh, these things are nasty, dude. I'll just drink water.
Sure I look at stuff. Like sometimes I accidentally get some of What if all that stuff is sending all these Globers into some kind of like mini acid trip, believing in the globe? And that's why they're so zealotous. Zealotous? That's why they're so full of zealotry. No, that's not
Zealacious? Is that it?
Fallacious, zealacious.
I've never heard it in that form before, but I think that would be it. Zealacious.
I mean, look, you and I are like coining terms, like 5 per 15-minute period, 5 new words. We got Bob.
Don't be zealacious.
Pseudo Simon. We creating characters now. Zealacious, zealotry, and fallacious.
Don't be zealacious. Chew Orbit gum. Or be as zealacious as you can. Chew Orbit gum.
Salacious mouth. Try orbit.
Do you have the dirty taste of flat Earth in your mouth? Chew some aspartame orbit gum. It will help your brain.
You won't have to worry about those silly flat earthers anymore. Or any longer.
After a little while, you won't even be able to think about them.
No need to think for yourself or use your senses. We'll be sending you messages through your media. Don't worry, we'll tell you what to do next. Trust us.
Are you having trouble breathing because of these mask mandates? Chew orbit gum. You'll forget that you can't breathe.
Dirty mouth, don't worry about how it got dirty in the first place with that thing over your mouth. Just chew orbit gum and forget about it. Oh man, you're funny.
It's kind of true though, right?
I know.
I'm just saying, because I saw that meme you put, and I was thinking, nah, that's funny though. I mean, it's not funny. It is funny in a way, but it's terrifying when you think about that.
I know. Anyway, tears are coming to your eyes, whether the real tears or you're laughing and you're laughing.
Yeah, it's whether you're laughing to cover,
you're
cover
crying
the,
anyway.
the terrifyingness
I'm
of
doing
it.
it right now. I'm actually crying.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
just going to cover it up with this laughter.
Right. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Those are the things that get me. It's like we could do something about it if we all put our heads together. But we seem just too busy with our own thing till it's too late, and then it's like, oh crap! I should have thought about that when I was. You know what I mean? It's kind of silly.
What's almost the saddest part is that these people would just do that to themselves without questioning anything, you know? Like, I can't get over that.
Me neither, and I try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but after a while you start to realize that they can't see. It's difficult to deal with that. It's like, I just look up and think to myself, okay, I guess this is one of those you spoke about, you know? Like, what else do I say?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like they've obviously so convinced of their own ideas that they can't even like learn from anybody else. It's like I learned a lot. I learned from coming in here that I didn't know as hardly anything what I thought I knew. You know, I thought I knew quite a bit of evidence and all that, but I've had people like talk about evidence that just blew mine completely out of the water. You know, like scientifically, I was like, wow, I didn't even know that was the case, right? So. I don't know. I just kind of like, you know, you kind of learn from your mistakes and whatever.
Yeah.
If you don't, then maybe your ego take it over. Sorry.
Do you notice this? Like, not to talk about people when they're not here, but some people actually deserve it. You know, I'm sorry if that hurts people's feelings, but like one thing I'm like noticed that I'm actually grateful for is Matthew's coming in here. He's getting more and more angry. He's getting more and more angry and spiteful and saying things that are just hurtful, you know? And like, it's not working. It's not working.
You know,
now
I'm thinking that
I don't believe it for a second. I don't believe not Matthew, not the Matthew I know. No freaking way. What did he say to you?
Oh man, he tried to tell me I didn't know what I was talking about. That he just assumed I didn't know anything I was saying.
Are you talking about yesterday?
No, he did that. He did that like a week ago, and then he disappeared for a while. Or I didn't see him for a while. He came back on, and he is just losing ground left and right, man. He is.
Well, saying you don't know what you're talking about isn't like an attack on your person, on your character. Like it's when you say he's being hurtful, was that intended to be like? Was it with spite? Was it meant to be hurtful? Because that doesn't sound like Matthew.
Yes, because I've had conversations with him for almost 2 years. Yes. He never.
Well, what tone of voice did he say it
any,
in?
any part of anything I've said has been wrong. He's never been able to like put my feet to the fire and prove me wrong of what I'm saying. Like I'm fully willing to like I'm not always right. I'm fully willing to say like I made a mistake. Yeah, I was wrong about that. All the time. But the things that I know, I know. There's not like anybody could ask me questions about it. Like I'm not opposed to that. I'm not the smartest. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed either. You know, really. I'm just an average person, average whatever.
Matthew just needs some Orbit gum.
I think so. I don't know. You know, I mean,
I didn't notice him being mad, but
I'm gonna stop. But actually, kind of makes me.
And didn't you say you weren't going to name names?
I know.
No, he says he said he doesn't like to, but some people deserve it. That's
That's
how
right.
he's
Oh, that's right. I guess he did stipulate, didn't he?
I'm honest about that.
I feel almost a little guilty for laughing so hard when EXO was calling him a sun worshiper. It was like an asshole thing to do, but it was like a funny asshole thing to do. Like
that was.
Yeah, I think that was intended on being funny too, but that's just my opinion.
that little recording Indio got of that.
I don't know EXO to make jokes.
Yeah, I think he was joking either.
Well, I guess I don't know him that well.
I don't know.
But seriously, like for an actual asshole flat earther to talk to a non-flat earther in an asshole way, like that's probably the funniest way. Calling him a sun worshiper.
Yeah, I hear you.
But you know, it is what it is. The facts are what they are.
I don't know, makes you wonder though, right?
What's that?
I said it does kind of make you wonder when you have people that are passionate like that about stuff, if there isn't some truth to it. That you know, that they actually put behind all that passion, right? Or is it just all dumb? You know what I mean? Like I always wonder that. Like where do people find the passion for stuff that I think is crazy, right? Like I'm always curious. It's not like I really want to attack them. It's more like I'm curious, why are they that way and how did they get that way? Like what in the world have they seen that I've missed that made them draw that conclusion? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That whole sun worshiper thing, it actually reminds me of years and years ago, the dumb shit boomers say, like my dad. It was it was a nice day. It was sunny out. And he's just like trying to make conversation, I guess. But he's like, you know, in some countries, they worship the sun. Like, I mean, I just love the sun. I mean, I would be one of those countries. I'm like, okay, like,
okay,
so much wrong with what you just said. So much wrong. First off, you're not a country.
The nighttime is the right time. The nighttime is the right time.
Honestly, I've laughed at boomers my whole life. Like the people in my generation, I think they are stupid, ridiculously stupid. Most of the people.
Hey, watch it.
Just gnarly. I'm sorry. Like, what happened to them?
I'm teasing.
Like,
I'm not. I got away from that by a couple years. Being a boomer, that is.
Like,
I think I'm a Gen X. I think is what they call me.
I don't know. I've never felt the same as my generation. And they never understood me, and now I understand why they didn't understand me, because I didn't think the way they did, ever.
Probably because you're not one of those countries that worships the sun.
Yeah, well, I like the sun a lot, too. I could say at times in my life, I lived in Southern California for quite a few years. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in the sun. Now I try to limit that a little bit. I'm out in the sun quite a bit, though. Still. almost every
So-
day.
Is there really anything wrong with saying that the sun? I mean, you need the sun for
Mhm.
to live, right? So I can
Yeah.
understand you like needing it and putting it in your life at some point, you know, and
Right.
integrating it and not hating it. But I can't see you like saying that it's the thing that rules the world and it's where all, you know, like even though it is a source of energy and all that, I mean, it doesn't mean that it's all knowing and all powerful. It's just a light in the sky, right?
Yeah, yeah, like saying you live for the sun, that would be kind of weird. No, the sun the sun allows us to live. Living is a whole lot of different things.
That's another good answer. It's another good statement. I should. Somebody needs to do a good size. Maybe, you know, we can't make a perfect vacuum, but I wonder if we could make like a big fish tank or something that was strong enough to withhold like a really good vacuum. So we could test something in a space where we could see if it would actually move, like a jet or something, or a rocket, you know, like a small model rocket. Put it in a big enough space to where the expansion of the gases that are emitted when it lights, you know, because obviously it's oxidized inside, so it can burn. Because I've seen that happen, so I'm assuming that's true. But if it can somehow light, that will it actually put out thrust if there's enough vacuum in there to keep that small, you know, that amount of gases from making you lose the vacuum as it expands, right? You see, do you get what I'm saying?
I think I've
Or am
seen
I-
a demonstration like what you're talking about with basically like a tiny little like model rocket, basically, right? So they put it in
Yeah,
like
and
a
but it
small
was inside a
container.
small tube. Yeah, it was like
And yeah,
ridiculously
it
small.
doesn't move until enough gases are created, basically, to where now there is like it no longer
Exactly.
has its
Enough pressure
vacuum.
to push
So
on, right?
yeah,
I thought that was interesting because it made me realize, you know, just by watching that video, even though that video is a fake, it made me realize how fake it was and how I was like, well, wait a minute. You know, like I instantly popped into like, well, that's only a small tube. Like, why would, like, either you would have to have a constant suction on it to make sure that vacuum didn't, you know, lower at all so you could keep the test, you know, balanced. It was almost like they forgot all about, you know, putting in the different, what do they call them? God, my brain is not working today. Um, um, both sides of your, you know, you have your hypothesis and you have your different things that you have to have. Your, damn it, I can't think of the word. Come on, somebody help me here.
Controls, the controls.
There you go. Yeah,
the
your
variables.
controls, right? Variables, right? You got to control your variables, and I don't understand like why people always bring that into conversation. It's like just weird how that all gets twisted together so easily to get. And I wonder if it's genuine or if it's just their confusion.
Who
You know what I'm
like
saying?
anything in specifically that you're talking about? Like, what do you?
No, I just kind of lost where I was going with it.
Oh God.
I don't know. I was thinking too far ahead of it.
It's about the scientific method, is what you're discussing, though. Like you're saying somebody's
Yes.
confusion about it.
Yeah, it's like they don't realize that when they're bringing up an argument, they're not comparing it to what we can prove, right? They're always going by a different scale, and then once you get down to that's what that scale is, then they flip on you, like I was saying earlier. They flip over to where then they start saying, well, you're taking this evidence from science and you're saying that it's true, even though you're telling me I'm full of shit because the science I'm talking about is true. And then of course we go back to that same argument. See what I'm saying? It's just flip flop, flip flop, flip flop. It's that happening in conversations every single day, and it's like wow, like it catches me up too, because I just you know because it's easy to get off topic. I'm just trying to ring this back around. I'm sorry.
No, that's true. That's true. Like for instance, when they say like it's too huge, you can't know, like you couldn't see the curve because it's too huge. That statement. Then when you pointed out, no, 5 miles is only 16 feet. Then they have to change to another subject right there. Then they never address that part. I've never had them address it ever. Like they can't answer the question. Okay, refraction. So show me where refraction is showing it lifts up at all these specific increments at 3 miles, 72 inches, 5 miles, 16 feet, 10 miles, 66 feet. Like all, like go through the whole thing. They need to show each part that's on the Earth curve charts. Those are specific numbers of drop over distance.
Oh, the electrical nature of stuff was, I think, what I don't know. I was in a chat earlier, and Witsit was talking about it. You know what I'm talking about?
The
I don't know if you were in there. I don't remember. Yeah, dielectric. The dielectric. He was talking about the North Pole and whether or not what your compass would do when you got there and all that kind of stuff.
Right, right.
And of course, his first argument was whether you can't go there. It's not possible. And then of course he just said he brought up the fact that he thought. I mean, he wasn't saying he knew it, but he was saying that he thought that you couldn't actually get to the North Pole. That you couldn't enter it. That there would be some kind of an anomaly, a dielectric magnetic field that would actually stop you, like you wouldn't be able to penetrate it or something like that. Or like it would be there'd be something physical there to cause the magnet. You know what I mean?
That's
Okay,
quite possible. I think that's quite possible.
And I wanted to talk in there, but I couldn't. But at the time, what I was going to bring up is like the electrical nature of the height. As you it's not just pressure. Like I get where people are talking about pressure gradients, but there's also an electrical gradient. As you rise up, if you ground a pole, you'll get an electric charge.
Yes,
It has to be used properly, but yes, you can use it. Now, what about when you go below the ground? Does that change, or does it go in negative, or how does that work? Because I've never heard anybody talk about that.
Right.
Is it just ground is ground? Because if that's so, then we should not be considering that there's a bottom or even a center of anything, right? You see my point? It's like, yeah, if there's a
yeah.
center,
I mean, essentially,
whatever.
I mean, I don't know how to answer exactly what you're trying to figure out, but I mean, I was an apprentice electrician for a while, and we would, basically what you just said, ground is ground. All you got to do to ground something is run a, copper or, run a good conductor, run a rod 10 feet into the ground, and you're well grounded. You just connect your ground wire to that rod, and you're good. Anywhere you
There's
go.
one on every house.
Actually, need two of them. You connect the two rods, but
Right. Yeah, there's usually one on each side of the house or something, right?
no, they're about 10 feet apart. They're about 10 feet into the ground and about 10 feet apart, maybe 8 feet apart.
They're usually near where the electrical comes in, right? Or does that matter?
Yeah, it'll be near the meter.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I think mine's behind my gate next to near the area.
I mean, another way to ground things is you can actually, if you've got copper piping, you can clamp to the cold water supply, because that's coming from inside of the ground.
Yeah, and then I wonder about as you get high enough, like there's sprites. We've seen that. Like, I mean, I know we can't confirm it because it's just stuff I've seen in videos and stuff that's been put out by whoever that's taking pictures of it. But I'm assuming it's legit. That makes me wonder if the charge above us isn't some different kind of charge, and as it drops down in altitude, it changes, and that's what causes. Like that could explain why we get like things that seem to fall from the sky, like shooting stars. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe it's electricity that's shooting down. It's not actually a physical thing, even though it appears to be. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe it's some kind of a gas that breaks loose, or I don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of like crazy ideas, but I'm getting into theological stuff, but I'm saying like I think there's a way we could figure a lot of this stuff out if we would just put our minds to it, and focus on it and like do some real research and get to know what they know, what science knows, and what we can depend on and stuff, and like start writing it down. I mean, it seems to me like there's plenty of us that are smart enough. Maybe not me, I'm not necessarily, but you know what I'm saying? Other people around us are smart enough to actually start to write that down and figure out what we can depend on and what we can't, so we have something to go by. You agree? Like an almanac or a encyclopedia of factual stuff that we double check and check to make sure that it matches up with reality, not necessarily theology and all. Anyway, that the thing he was talking about there being some kind of an anomaly and that we couldn't actually enter it, and that he also mentioned, just supporting what he was saying. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying report. I'm just saying it sounded to me like he had, Whitson. He's pretty smart. Usually he researches stuff before he comes around and talks about it. So I trust him a lot. Pretty much. I'm sure that there's been things he's wrong about, but anyway, so let me move on. But what he was saying was that
he was wrong that when he said Trump was going to win the last election.
Yeah, you're right. I remember that. That was a long time back. That was funny. You're right about that. I forgot all about that. Yeah, there's been a few things. Yeah, so. But I mean, he is pretty knowledgeable, so I respect him when it comes to that. Like I usually go by what he says and I'll check it out, but like I take the stuff. Usually I take it serious. But now it's like really driving me to want to know what is at the North Pole, and if there is one. Like I've always wondered that. It's like, and it's close enough I could probably get to it if I really wanted to, right?
I assure you, it's still quite far away.
Oh yeah, I realize that. I'm just saying it's a lot easier than finding the other direction, right? I got 3 times as far to go. We're damn near 2/3 anyway. I don't know. I guess a lot of this isn't really, can't prove it. It's just kind of ideas. But I love the stuff that on the side that it makes me wonder, and I always want to discuss it because curious what everybody else thinks. You know what I mean? I'll shut up. Has anybody done any looked at any of the stuff about like reciprocating and spinning things and making things like lighter than they are in some sense and changing density by rotation? Like, the science behind it, not talking about like gravity science. I'm talking about centrifugal type of stuff. Has anybody really looked deep into that? So I've been looking into some videos lately and learning stuff about it. I'm fascinated by the possibilities of it. Do you have a new person coming in out of here or something? I thought I saw a new person. Da, 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 da.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
A single idea from the human mind can build cities. An idea can transform the world and rewrite all the rules. Which is why I have to steal it. He's hiding something and we need to find out what that is.
We gotta break out of here. Give him the kick! This one's not a part of the plan! Wake me up! Wake me up!
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think.
As the galaxies go whizzing by over the glass domed ceiling. Now tell me that doesn't work for you.
If it's true, does it change how I live my life? This is something that is not an easy answer because of the magnitude of what we're talking about here. How it will change your life, first of all, when you understand it, is dramatic, to say the least. Will it change you from having to go to your job every day and the things that you typically do every day? No. But when this knowledge becomes more mainstream and these agencies are starting to be held accountable, and you understand that they're all participating in this, not just the United States government, not just NASA, but China, Russia, India, all of them have space programs. They all have the same symbolism. They're all doing the exact same thing to their citizenry. And the first thing you have to understand about this is that the deception goes all the way to the top. And when I say all the way to the top, you have to kind of get rid of the notion that the people at the very highest levels are working together. Why would they do this? Why are they trying to hide the fact that we are on an infinite plane or on a flat earth rather than a ball? Well, if you isolate people into the idea that they're on a blue marble that's in the middle of a universe that is really insignificant and there's thousands or millions and billions of other worlds and possibly other civilizations, That makes most people think that we are insignificant and that we did actually come about as some sort of an accident. Now, when people believe that, their minds are much more malleable into being given the idea that there is no God, there is no creator, and because of that, that also gives the controllers this fertile soil to build other deceptions on.
You think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that.
It's about total control, mental, physical, spiritual, every way, shape, form possible.
You have to remember how big of a conspiracy this is. This isn't talking about just the JFK thing or isn't talking about just 9/11. It's on an umbrella kind of system to where it is the biggest deception that there is. It actually exposes every other deception, and nothing else brings down the power of the elite because it really exposes education, science, the economy, television, museums, universities. Think of all the things that have been fooled. I feel worse for the people that are out there building satellites, the people that are out there actually working for these space agencies, the people out there teaching in schools as professors, because they would all come to the conclusion eventually, once this gets out, that they've all been contributing to the lie.
Why do you believe what you believe? Prove it without using NASA or any other space agency, the government or military of any country in the world. Why would I say that? NASA has been proven to be liars time and time again. I could spend a whole weekend here showing you the lies of NASA. How many of you believe your government is 100% honest and can be trustworthy? And how many of you know the military answers to their government? Okay, so if those three sources are all proven liars, why would you trust them? Fool me once, right? Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I say, continue to believe pathological liars and you're an idiot. But that's what we've all done. And so, I look at these stuff, we've all seen the textbooks, we've all seen the videos and movies and all these things, and there's so much of it. Do you know what the budget NASA has? Do you know how much they get? How much money they get? Have you seen the movie Gravity? Okay. That's made for about $100 million, give or take. And if you saw the movie Gravity, that was pretty impressive. I saw it on IMAX, big screen. Wow, I mean, I felt like I was with Sandra Bullock flying around in space, freaking out myself. Okay, this is what they're able to do with $100 million. What are you able to do with tens of billions of dollars a year since the 60s?
Now, in my opinion, we're being lied to not only about the shape of the Earth, we're being lied to about the very nature of reality itself. In 1954, Admiral Richard Byrd, a highly decorated naval officer, conducted an interview where he alluded to the idea that there may very well be land beyond the poles.
Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
It's a tremendous
So there's a lot of adventure left.
Well, do you hope to see that? We don't know. That's the big problem. We don't know where we are, okay? That's what we're all trying to figure out here. But there is the Antarctic Treaty where, 53 or so nations have signed saying that no one's going to lay claim to Antarctica and that there are massive restrictions for travel there. You can't just get up and go to Antarctica on your own. You have to have a tour guide with you. There are only certain entry points and there are limits on where you can go search.
Personally, I think the Antarctic South Face is the only one worth scaling.
It's a 20 cosmic which you realize, but that's never stopped me before.
Welcome.
No, I just want to stand on top of the wall and piss off the edge of the world.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make? Yeah, that's their favorite line. Got a lot of people, what difference does it make? You can't figure out what difference it makes? If you can't figure out what difference it makes that the people running your world are lying to you over and over your whole life, if you can't figure out that someone lying to you is trying to control you, suppressing of information, of knowledge is control. Deception of information and knowledge is a form of control. So what difference does it make? It makes a big difference, because once they start omitting information or lying about information about where you live, they're doing it to control you, period. Why am I having to explain this to critical thinkers in the truth movement? The way you control billions of people is to keep them divided and fighting each other. Flat Earth is not a psyop. Flat Earth destroys the psyop. Every psyop that's been used to control us for as long as they've known about it. So this system has been in power and control for hundreds of years, ever since they convinced the rest of the world that they didn't know where they live. It created this fantastical scenario to make people feel insignificant and to follow those that appear to know better. Why is the flat earth so important? Because it shows the deception. And if everybody would just come together and demand answers, they would be in checkmate. They would not know what to do.
Train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. I believe that's why we have so many who are indoctrinated to still believe and fight so hard for the heliocentric model. The reason being is because we've been taught the globe model since before we had the ability to think for ourselves. Think about that. Before you could think for yourself, before you could form rational thought, you've been taught that you live on a spinning ball, although your five senses tell you something totally different. Our senses tell us that the earth is flat and stationary, that the sun and moon and the stars rotate above us just as we see, that they make their annual cycles in such a way that we can calculate days, months, and years of the passage of time, just like in Scripture. The earth in itself works like a well-designed timepiece, and we all know that any timepiece that we can think of has a designer. What if the lie is to hide the existence of that designer? What if they're lying to us about this because they're hiding God?
And ye shall know the truth. Truth shall make you free.
Man, I'll tell you what, there may be some controversy to Daniel Pratt, but when he gets on a roll, oh man, I love it. Especially when he starts talking about representatives of our politicians. He's like, what the fuck do we need representatives for? You know, we live in an age of technology. The representation, from my understanding, the behind that was because we didn't have vehicles and what we have now. People had to. It was a labor to travel to meet in Congress and such. I don't know. That's what I think I was taught that in the indoctrination school. I like that. Well, yeah, I don't agree with everything he says, but the man's got some fire in him, so that I appreciate for sure. How you guys doing today?
Doing good, Jenny Lou.
Hi, Sonny.
The sun's shining in my window right now. It's awesome.
It's raining cats and dogs where I am.
Wow.
Yep, I am in progress of preparing my kitchen to make my very first cheesecake. And I'm going to be making the cheesecake in my Instant Pot. And it's allegedly supposed to come out perfect.
Oh, yeah?
And then I'm going to make my own caramel sauce and put pecans on top of it.
Oh, man. I wish I could be there and enjoy that with one of
With
your
coffee.
awesome cups of coffee that you tell me
Yes.
about.
We'll geek out on coffee like Beavis and Butthead. Like Beavis did when he turned into Cornholio. That's how much coffee we could drink and just get crazy. Oh boy. Yeah, I can't drink coffee like I used to. I'm a new old person. Sometimes I have a bladder of a squirrel. Kidding.
Yeah. I usually have one large cup in the morning.
Yeah, if I do more than that, I'm in trouble.
But sometimes I drink it in the evening. I tried to last night. I couldn't drink it after a while. It starts bothering my stomach.
Well, I have to be careful. If I drink it how I want to drink it, it'll give me like a little bit bout of anxiety and shit. It's like, woo.
Oh, I've heard that from people. Yeah, it doesn't do that to me.
Yeah, because, I think it's a big, a thing that should be put out there more. People don't realize you are what you eat, and the food you eat affects your body. People think they buy it in the grocery store. It's 100% safe. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of maybe being unfair saying it like that, but
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people probably take prescription medications thinking they really need it for anxiety when they could probably just calm the fuck down on coffee.
Yep.
Because I sure as heck don't take any pharmacological things at all. None. I mean,
amen to that, sister. Me either.
Yeah. I mean, I did a while back. I had a kind of a flare up with the bad tooth that I have. And I just took regular over the counter and it worked just fine. While other people would have to go to the dentist because they take over the counter pain relievers too much.
Yeah, I'll take none of that crap.
No, me neither. In fact, when I worked in a factory, I used to take ibuprofen all the time. And it was really strange. I had high blood pressure and I don't know. And then I also had like swelling around my ankles. And, that's partially due to stomping around on concrete and stuff like that, but kind of not. And, when I stopped working there, lo and behold, those things went away. I just don't think, if you don't know, I didn't even realize that until after the fact, till, quite some time later that I read the major side effects of ibuprofen. I'm like, well, son of a bitch. Because I remember during that time that was an issue for me. And it's not I don't know. Do people just think, what do you think, Sonny? Do you think people give more credit to what doctors tell them about that it's genetic.
Then what? Genetic
Then
over.
your body is affected by the food or liquid, whatever you put into your body.
Yeah, they don't. I don't think they don't know, man. They
Well,
really
you think
know.
the general person, average person, do you think they give too much credit to, oh, it's genetic, that's why I'm diabetic?
Yeah, I think they
No,
do.
stop eating so much food.
Right.
I mean, that may not be the case with everybody because I do believe people, aren't some people born with, because there's two different types of diabetes, you're born, the kind you're born with, and you that doesn't go away?
I don't know a whole lot
I don't
about
know either, so I
diabetes.
probably shouldn't say that. There could be, we all know that there's all kinds of information that's conveniently left out that, oddly enough, sways the opinion drastically.
Yeah, I think one of the things they left out is that sugar actually causes diabetes.
Oh,
Too
yeah,
many
I had
things
one
left
customer
out.
come in. He must have been having a bad day. I don't know how it got brought up. I mean, but he said it kind of loudly and a little bit emotionally, and I understand where he was well, not personally understand, but I can understand where he was coming from. He said, "Sugar's horrible. It's poison. It killed my whole family." It's like,
Oh, shoot.
I'm like, oh my gosh, be quiet, be quiet. That's what I was saying in my head. Like, I felt for the guy, but
Took
at
this
that
in the
moment, I kind of
store.
felt more like a bartender than I did, like a cashier. And that's fine, because some people in this world, they don't have anybody to talk to.
Yeah.
But yep. It doesn't
I,
take much to be simply kind to someone.
I like to try to say hi to people that look like nobody says hi to them.
I know. All you gotta do is smile and say hello.
Yep.
It's not difficult, and there's other people, and I don't want to give this too much thought because it'll make me mad, but, people are judgmental. It's like, who the fuck you? Who are you? It's like to talk about somebody and
Like,
pass judgment on them. It's like
yes,
STFU.
yes. Who can say they're higher than everybody else so they can judge others? I mean, we all make these quick judgments. I mean, it's just human nature.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I
All day
mean,
long
like,
we do.
you know what kind of judgment I'm
The
talking about? Like
intentional one.
damnation judgment kind
Yeah.
of thing.
You
Yes, like that's.
Yeah.
No, that's what they think of us, flat earthers, pretty much.
People make judgments not having all the information about said person they're casting a judgment upon. Really, if you break that down and split some hairs, that's insane.
Blanket statements about groups of people. Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could, for the sake of a conversation and to promote more thought and understanding, you could use those statements if you build upon them. But, to point fingers at people just because they look a certain way, or they don't have money, that's just ridiculous. Because a bum on the street could say something so profound and blow your head off, you just don't even know. But if you turn your nose up at him and don't even pretend like he's there, you could be missing out. You just don't know. Not that I go around talking to bums or homeless people, but, they have, I just think people are self-centered. It is a me kind of a society. I think it's kind of changing, maybe. I mean, there are remnants of good people in the world still. That's where you live in a small town and it helps see those kind of people more. Do you live in a big city, Sonny?
Yeah, I live in a big city. Yeah.
What are your pet peeves about living in a big city?
All the homeless people, the crazy homeless people. And like, I'm not judging because I was homeless myself.
Yeah, me too. Mm-hmm.
So, but the ones that are just the hardcore that are not trying to get any help, they just continue. It's because they want to. So I just.
You know what? And that sounds weird to say that, but it has to be true. I'm not trying to be unkind, but they allow it to continue.
Yep, exactly.
And it is very sad. I have watched documentaries. I don't know if they're I hope they're not scripted. They don't seem like they're scripted. But, like where people go on the ground and talk to homeless people, like have real conversations with them and talk about their life experience. It's like, oh my God, these people are suffering from, traumatic experiences that they can't move past from. They can't be in the present moment.
And even though those traumas affect each one of us in different ways, there's some that have been affected quite deeply. We have no idea what path led them there.
Right.
So,
Right. And so I have a neighbor, and he's somewhat physically disabled, and he's very quiet and keeps to himself. And he has in our area, I guess our area is lucky. We have I don't know, all areas can do this because of what's going on in the world, but caretakers that come and help you make sure you're planning your day or goals and stuff like that. But anyway, he usually comes in the store with his caretaker person, but he came in by himself, and we were talking, and again, I can't remember. People just tell you stuff, and he said that he had lost his sister and then he had lost his mother, like in a span of 2 weeks, and he went on this drinking binge. And I wouldn't be surprised if he did it. He said he did it really bad. It was really hardcore. And I think that maybe that could have caused him to have the physical disabilities he has now. I don't know. I mean, that's not something you ask. But, it was just, so yeah, I was kind of shocked to hear that. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear you say that. That's horrible. I mean, so yeah, I'm sure he gets looked down upon by the way he looks because one of his eyes is kind of slanted, and it's just
probably had
so
a rough
what?
life.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that going through something like that. I could not imagine. Saying it seems unbelievable, but we have.
There's orders of magnitude as far as that goes, those kind of situations. Believe me, there's people that have had much, much, much worse.
Yeah, you know what? I do think of that type of thing too, but you may think because someone was almost beaten to death that their experience was more traumatic than someone else who had a different type of traumatic experience. To each individual, it's of equal magnitude, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's almost that is hard for us to bear. We can't take in all of the human suffering because it's just simply just too much. But there's a lot of it, so it's good to be aware of that. And when I look at it that way, I'm doing pretty good. Whenever I think like, oh, poor me, I look over and there's somebody without legs.
Right. Oh man, I work with somebody who's technically legally blind, but he can still see, you know what I'm saying? But we were having a conversation about, that everyone does take all their senses for granted. And actually, technically, we should all wake up every morning and give that we can see and hear and everything else.
Yeah, like those things aren't here for no reason. You're not here for no reason. Observing all of this through these eyes. How did that happen? You just came from stardust? I don't think so.
Are you going to introduce me to your rock cousins?
No, but did you hear about the new characters Orion and I made up?
I don't think I have.
Okay, well, one's name is Pseudo Simon, and we're gonna have a Pseudo Simon assignment for you soon.
Session. A Pseudo Simon section.
A Pseudo Simon assignment for you soon. Anyway, so then we have the counter to Pseudo Simon is Bobjective.
Oh, you guys are so good. This is sounding awesome.
He's going to give you the objective stance on objective reality. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Loving it. Love it, Sonny.
So, Pseudo Simon is full of zealacious arguments. Yes, zealacious. We copyrighted that today.
Zealacious, like zealot.
Zealot and fallacious.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, don't forget my word, spurious.
Spurious.
Don't forget my word.
Is that
Are you being
furious
spurious?
and
Are you? Yeah.
spurious
Are you?
and furious?
Are you being spurious right now?
Furious.
Yeah. Like a sphere instead of serious. Spurious.
Furious.
Are you being spurious
Are you
right
being
now?
spurious
Come
right
on, man. Are you being
Come
spurious?
on, man. I'll parrot Jenny.
It
You get the
could
Jenny,
work. Well, we'll see. It could.
Jenny and Sunny show.
Well, I'm interested. I can't wait to hear the character development from this point forward.
I know, isn't that pretty cool? We need to do a storyboard, so we're gonna do a cartoon thing.
Ooh, nice.
I think. Get me some sketch paper out here. Yep. So Pseudo Simon says refraction is a thing, and that's why the black swan is.
Oh, you should. Would it be too much to add a little duck that
And
follows you
Bobjective
out?
is like, but no. Andrew Thomas Young, the expert, tells us that the horizon is 1.22 times the observer's square root of the observer's height in feet, and so we'll just use the experts that are telling us where the geometric horizon is. Thanks, Bobjective.
Hey, Sonny, did you order your new microphone yet?
I'm speaking out of it now. It came
Oh,
It
okay.
came 2 days early. Last
Okay,
week.
then it must be my side. I mean, I am just on a phone.
Yeah, I'm on a brand new mic here. Boom mic. Fully
Turn up that volume, boy.
Turn it up. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
up.
I can't hear you that good.
Okay, is that better?
We need all the Sonny we can get.
Okay, I might have to turn my setting up and let me go check it.
Maybe. I don't know. Somebody else could give their second opinion.
Does that help if I turn the output volume up like that? Is that better or the same?
I think so, yeah.
Because I got like the gain up almost all the way and the volume up almost all the way. And so the mic is like wide open, basically wide open.
Somebody else could give their opinion. It could be me, Sonny, but it does sound louder.
Maybe I need to stand back further like this and project my voice louder. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just be back about a foot and I'll just talk louder.
Okay. What?
Yep. So that's good. Good.
You can always be a foot away from your microphone and not be inconvenienced.
No, because I'm sitting at my table with a boom and looking at the screen, looking at the meter on my interface to see that I'm not going in the red.
Aha.
So I can see as long as it's like in the green, like it went in the red just a little bit there. I think if it's in the green, blue, it's good. So it doesn't sound too loud because in the settings here, let me double check again. I hate that part. Yeah, I got the output. See, I don't think the output affects you guys. I think that's only on my side. Let me see. This is the mic. Hold on. Mic digital stereo. That's it. Wait a minute. There's a couple different choices. EIC 958.
Hey, I recorded that song. Think About Your Troubles. I recorded it to the instrumental music. But it needs more polishing, so all good.
Okay, so I got the sensitivity all the way to the left, and everything is full blast. How's that sound?
Loud and clear.
Great.
Great. That's just great.
I turned it up. That's like turned up all the way. I guess it needs to be.
Hey, Sunny, maybe we should play another pre-recorded letter talk of some sort. You know?
Okay. What do we have? That's. I might have some stuff on my channel that. Let me see.
Yeah, you probably have a lot better stuff on hand than I could come up with in a
I'm
few
gonna check
minutes.
it out.
So, yeah.
Some of it I've really live, but I don't see why not. They're all flat Earth.
Yeah, my understanding, if it's from a flat earther, we're good. We're golden.
You know, some of the older videos were just awesome when you re-listen to them.
I agree.
1 second. Can look and see if my subscribers went up. Not that I really care that much, but sometimes I start talking quiet or more quiet, I think. I think I kind of fade out sometimes, my voice, and I don't realize it. You're going like, why are you so quiet now?
Right. Well, I might need to get off here because I need to really get focused and do my thing.
One second. Still looking.
Did you find one?
I'm still looking. Okay, 1 second here. This ought to be interesting. This recording was done on my birthday last year. Right here. Didn't just play it by... Huh, I don't know why it didn't play that. 1 sec. Oh, I know what I think. I don't know, I'm having trouble with the bot. 1 second.
Timestamp.
What is the Earth, guys? Good question. Let's go through a couple maps. The first map I'm going to introduce today, I don't have my paperwork in front of me. So I'm nervous there. First map I'm going to be introducing today is the Mercator projection. Mercator projection, introduced by Gerardus Mercator in 1569, widely used for centuries, including today, in various forms by Google Maps and many other land services. The only problem with this map that we use is that it drastically distorts size and shapes of continents. For instance, Alaska is nearly as large as the USA. Greenland is roughly the same size as Africa. Europe is only a bit larger than South America. When in reality, I'll show you another. This is the Gall-Peters projection. In reality, Alaska can fit inside the USA about 3 times. Greenland can fit inside Africa an incredible 14 times. South America really doubles Europe's landmass. That's what introduces me to my next map, the Gall-Peters projection map. Presented in 1974 by Dr. Arnold Peters, who claimed he invented it, though well after the discovery of an identical map made by James Gall in the 1800s, therefore calling it the Gall-Peters projection. That's the difference between the two. Now, guess which map that our leading space organizations tend to use? This is the Google's map showing that. This is NASA from the Earth. All these pictures that I gathered are all from NASA.gov. Any one of us can go and choose to look on NASA.gov. Any one of us. This is not like something I had a special organization to get into. These are all on NASA.gov. Guess what map they used to use? They actually can't even make up their mind. That one tends to be the, what is it? The Gall-Peters projection. That one is the Mercator projection. The map I'm going to be introducing today, oh, besides this one, my bad, I forgot to introduce this one. This one shows, these are real pictures from NASA.gov. This is one from 2012. You see the size comparison of America. See how it grows like 4 times the size? The next year they shrink it up. The next map I'm going to be introducing today is Alex Peterson's 1892 map, which I believe to be the most accurate map of the Earth today. Well, I'm going to have to explain a lot, it sounds like. Because, well, we know the Earth to be 93 million miles away. This amount in some circumference, actually I think that's wide, and then 4.3 million miles in circumference. But have you guys ever heard of the torus effect? Nobody ever heard of the torus effect in here? No. It's, I'll explain the directional pattern right now. It'll make it easier for you guys to understand this map. In this map, it's going to be a stationary plane. When the Earth is stationary, the sun, moon, and stars all wrap around us. Well, a lot of people don't get about this is the directional pattern. So that's what I'm willing to explain right now. On the directional pattern of this map, let me go back. It is a giant torus effect, which I wrote right here. This way is always going to be west, coming out of California. This way is always going to be east, coming out from New York. This way is always going to be south. And this way is always going to be north. So the north is always going to be right there, and the south is always going to be there, right? The torus effect. It's kind of easy to explain seasons and directional patterns and all that. And if you guys haven't looked into the torus effect before, I would. Because it explains a lot about the Earth. There's another... to the torus effect. The torus effect, in my opinion, is a perfect example of the law of attraction. Another thing I've been looking into quite extensively. You give out good energy, you get good energy. Yin yang, doing others as you would have do them to you. Karma, whatever way you want to look at it. You give bad energy, you get bad energy. You You give good energy, you get good energy. The reason I'm going to explain my Earth being a stationary plane, people ask, oh, don't you fall off? Where's the end of it, right? Directional pattern, torus effect. I had some stuff written down, but I'm just going to go off my heart. So, on a globular model of the Earth, every time you head south, which way are you going to go? You're going to head toward Antarctica every single time, right? Same like this. Every time you head south, you're going to hit an ice barrier every single time. There's Antarctica. By the way, there is an Antarctica treaty stating that we cannot go there anymore. It was signed it was officially organized and officially illustrated in 1956 and then officially signed and originated in 1961. Don't quote me on that, but you can do your own research on it. That's the reason we can't go to Antarctica. Because there's an Antarctica treaty stating that we can no longer explore there. And if that interests you a little bit, I would look into Admiral Richard E. Byrd, who was a polar explorer who spent most of his life exploring Antarctica. He came back with so much information about minerals and resources that we could use. But right after that, they cut it off and said, we can't go there anymore. Interesting fact. This is the torus effect of being the Earth. I'll get back to more of this later. The next thing I want to introduce about this map being the most accurate map in the fucking Earth is that it's stationary and that the sun and the moon have to wrap around us correctly. I have a lot of proof of that. I have a cell phone. Do you guys have a cell phone with the light on it? These are the sun's rays. Thank you. So the sun simply is going to run around us, making a wrap around the Earth in a torus effect. Okay? Another proof I have of that is the sun's rays. If the sun was 93 million miles away, let's make a little size comparison of it. If this is the sun and this equals to the entire structure of this building. Let's pretend that's the sun. And the Earth is 93 million miles away, probably about this size. You could put this dot in the next town away, right? So if we had sun rays coming in from 93 million miles away, we have sun rays coming from the sun. Da-da-da. If we had sun rays coming from 93 million miles away, they would always consistently come in parallel. But they do not. On every single time. You see the triangular angle, the sun's rays come out. Every single time. This is a consistent basis that happens every time. And there may be some phenomenon with weather making it come in at triangular angles at all times, but it doesn't add up on a consistent basis. This picture right here kind of gives it all away. Look at these hot spots the sun rays are giving in a triangular angle. There's some people that take the geometry equation and proven the base and the angles and the actual height of the sun. The actual height of the sun, I've never done it, I've never done the equation, so I can't get too much into it, but they predict to be just thousands of miles high. Another proof I have of that, don't mind me getting over here, this is a video that was released. Oops. How do I play this?
I usually just copy the URL into something. I'm not sure it's yours embedded.
Yeah, it's a YouTube. We can skip this one. I'm not that worried about it. It's a water balloon, went up to many elevations and showed a hot spot on the clouds, proving the the sun is not 93 million miles away. You can't have a hot spot on the clouds, and anybody can go look up that video I was just about to pull up. It's blown up so drastically. You can look up anything from hot air balloon, look at the sun, hot air balloon, hot spot, anything. It's obnoxiously blown up on the internet. The next thing I would like to introduce is star trajectory. This is my favorite. This one is by far my favorite. Because if you, excuse me, if you focus your camera on the Polaris star, which is known as the North Star, known as the brightest star in the minor, the minor something constellation, known as the bright star, also known as the non-movable star. If you take your camera, you put it up to the North Star, and you do a time lapse, which on this map would put the North Star right here, right? Thanks to any compass on this map is going to head you west, any compass on this map is going to head you east, any compass on this map is going to head you south. Any compass on this map is going to head you north, correct guys? So the North Star in any direction on the planet is going to put it right here. So if you focus your camera on the North Star being Polaris, you'll get a star trajectory, what girls like to call star trails, like this every single time. Indefinite proof that all the stars wrap around us. Every time, guys, no matter what part of the earth you're at. Another thing I'd like to mention is the measurements of flatness all around the world. We have Lake Erie, Australia, 3,668 miles squared. We have Wadi Rum, Jordan, 278 miles squared. Remember guys, we're supposed to have an 1/8 inch of curvature every mile squared, according to our circumference of the earth, right? Doesn't happen, has never been accurately measured once in human history. Bolivia Salt Flats, Utah. No, that's Bonneville Salt Flats, Utah. That's only 40 miles squared. Had to throw some sex to get you guys interested still. Kansas State, it's known as flat as a pancake. This is the elevation level of a pancake and the elevation level of the state of Kansas. Interesting. Remember, 8-inch curvature every mile squared. Interesting. That's Kansas being as flat as a pancake. Curry, Australia, 764 miles of straight flatness. We also have Lake Baikal, Siberia, an amazing 12,248 miles squared. That's honestly why I got so excited about New Mexico having salt flats, because I'm going to be the first one to measure that. Because these are all accurate measurements of flatness. This place is so beautiful, I had to show a few extra pictures. Look at that though, beautiful. Grand Canyon, at one point it's measured 277 miles long, 18 miles wide. Another measurement is 1,900 miles squared, flat, straight across. San Francisco Bay, 1,600 miles squared. Western Australia, Highway 1, 90 miles squared. Zero curvature. Bolivia Salt Flats, this is one of my favorite ones. This is the only one I thought existed until I looked more into it. Bolivia Salt Flats, 4,000 square miles flat. Where is the curvature? Danakil Deserts, the Everglades, Florida. All over the world. Next thing I wanted to get into, the law of perspective, how objects fall out of the sight of your vision. This is two of the main points that Aristotle thought the world was a globe. He didn't understand the law of perspective at all. The law of perspective is simply how something falls out of your vision. So what he thought, whenever he was heading north, the south stars were slowly curving out. And he had to assume that the world was round because of that, right guys? Wrong. He also thought that whenever he was seeing a boat going out of the ocean and went so far it fell out of the curvature, he did not understand the law of perspective. And this is proven day in and day out with boats and people on the ocean, and they will take cameras with high power zoom, saying it fell out of the curvature, and simply zoom into the boat. It's easily proven, every single time. Next thing we're going to get into is the Coriolis effect. Don't think I wasn't going there, right? This is the Coriolis effect on the globular Earth, right? Hurricanes spin this way on this southern hemisphere, right? On the northern hemisphere, they spin this way, correct? So if you take Earth as an actual torus effect, which it is, that's the torus effect. That's the torus effect looked at another angle. If you can imagine this, we're going to explain to you guys the torus effect. So if the torus effect with all, okay, this I need to rewind. I'm going to go ahead and take this half of the circle, okay, and then I'm going to compare it to this half of the circle, okay. So with this part being the northern hemisphere, correct, and this part being the southern hemisphere, correct, according to the heliocentric model of the Earth. The Coriolis effect is simply going to be, it's like on this top of the plane, hurricanes are going to spin this way. On this part, hurricanes are going to spin this way. Another easy analogy to explain is take a quarter, roll it off that way, it's going to roll this way. Take a quarter, roll it off that way, it's going to roll that way. Do you guys understand that? Coriolis effect, explained on a flat plane Earth. You're welcome. Next thing I have to introduce is, what about satellite imagery, guys? There's so much satellite imagery showing the curvature of the Earth. There's so much saying it though, right? One problem I have about satellites, and anybody is welcome to look into this, anybody. Satellites hang out in the thermosphere. The thermosphere is showing at temperatures of 931 degrees Fahrenheit to 3,632 degrees Fahrenheit, an average temperature of 2,282 degrees Fahrenheit. Satellites are made of titanium, nickel, cadmium, aluminum, and beryllium. The only problem I have about this is the melting points of these metals is titanium melts at 3,000 degrees, nickel melts at 2,600 degrees, cadmium melts at 600 degrees, aluminum melts at 2,100 degrees, beryllium melts at 2,348 degrees. But the temperature of the thermosphere that they chill at, 3,632 degrees. These metals do not even compare to be in the thermosphere. Their numbers don't make sense. Their numbers don't add up. So either they're lying about satellites or they're lying about the temperature of the thermosphere. Either way, they're not accurate with their numbers. And that's a big deal to me. I do not believe in the government or anything they say in any way, shape, or form. I'm a truth seeker. Next thing I want to introduce today is the astrolabe. The astrolabe I don't really want to get into too much because it'll take all class. The early astrolabe was invented in 220 BC. Used for a star taker. It's a clock. It's a navigational device. It's a calculator capable of working out several different equations. But the main part I want to base about this is that bases its positioning off the star still works with precision to this day. Just another indefinite proof that we are a stationary plane. Have you guys ever heard of Auguste Piccard? This is honestly a funny statistic to me. Has anybody heard of Auguste Piccard in here? You have? Good, awesome. Auguste Piccard was a big deal back in the 1930s. I was so inspired by him, I dressed up as him for Halloween. He shattered altitudes of elevation and shattered altitudes of depths of the sea. Do you know how high he got in his gondola device? Thousands of miles high. Thousands. Do you know what his view of the Earth was? In a 1931 Popular Science magazine, August issue, do you know what he says, word by word? Talking about the Earth here. Before NASA, by the way, before NASA. He explains the Earth to be, talking about the Earth here, it seemed, where's that? It seemed a flat disk with upturned edge. Interesting, we never heard about this guy, right? He shattered altitudes. He was a scientist, explorer, everything. I'm going to wrap this up real easy. Sorry to take up so much of your time. Gravity is density, not the theory of relativity. And I'm going to have to whip out my paper for this one. Gravity, as we know it, the theory of relativity, right? Gravity is a force that cannot be seen, tasted, heard, felt. We don't know the mysterious force of gravity. The fact that it was even given a name kind of offends me. But what we do know about gravity is that it has a lot to do with density. It's a perfect scale to prove it. Density is the reason a helium balloon will rise in the air, because the helium is less dense than air. Therefore, the balloon rises. Same with a hot air balloon. Hot air is less dense. Therefore, the air in the hot air balloon, it gets hot and it expands, which makes it less dense. The theory of relativity, you can throw out the window. I'm going to give you a reason why. If the theory of relativity was accurate, you would be able to take a beach ball, put it on the bottom of the ocean, and it would stay there due to density and pressure of the theory of relativity bringing everything towards the Earth. But that is not accurate. The beach ball rises due to the air inside of the beach ball is less dense. Which brings me to my next one, water convexity. Water convexity.
Just because I think there are other classes waiting.
No, that's fine. I'm going to wrap this up real quick. Anybody that wants to say they can. Water convexity. Water never convexes. All of this is man, if anything. Water never convexes ever. That's an H2O fact. So, if we can take a ball and drop it inside of a cup, is the ball going to submerge the water, or is it going to convex out of the water? It's going to submerge, and water is going to stay flat because H2O is known to stay level. That's an H2O property. Right, guys? So, take a break and drop it all into that. So how are you going to explain water convexity around a spinning ball that submerges around a spinning ball when the water is made out of 71% water, when H2O is known to stay flat? Can anybody give me an answer for that? Anyone? Water convexity? No? I have your guys' best answer. Atmospheric pressure. We all know the world to be a positive pressure system, right? We all know space to be a negative pressure system, right? To have a negative pressure system against a positive pressure system, it would cause an equilibrium. We all know that. A balanced force. So there's no way we have a negative pressure system and a positive pressure system that doesn't have a solid barrier. We need a solid barrier. Without it, it's causing equilibrium. So with everything we've been talking about, space and Earth, I don't know if I believe it. Science says no. Do you guys know what I mean? And I can go ahead and wrap up my conclusion, but I don't want to take up too much of your guys' time. If you guys really want to hear my conclusion, I'll tell you why. If not, you can ask me outside of class.
Go ahead, you heard.
Go ahead. You guys want to hear it? Perfect. Thank you.
You can do it quickly because
Yeah,
you're in
it's okay.
class.
She's got the
Now, I could have gone on for hours presenting you guys information about this topic, but it's really something that needs research. And the fact that you guys have been taught something else your whole life makes it that much harder to even adopt the thought to think it's possible. But the crazy part is, with all the technology we have and access we have to information that we have, we still depend on government organizations for the observations of this earth. Every observation and experiment ever done all proves we're stationary and not in motion. All the way back from George Airy's failure in 1857 trying to prove that we were in motion, but proved we were stationary. Even Albert Einstein said, "I have come to believe that the motion of this earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment." Another crazy fact about the heliocentric model of the earth is that we accept today. The theory went from Pythagoras to Nicholas Copernicus to Galileo to Johann Kepler to Isaac Newton. Do you know what all these individuals have in common? They're all Freemasons. Freemasons have ran our world since the beginning of this country. And if you don't know about Freemasonry, we have 30 of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence being practiced Freemasons. There was 8 official members. There's 14 official Freemason members of the United States. So like we're just like, oh, everybody with a heliocentric model of the Earth, we're just going to run with it and take it. Freemasons run the world anyway, right? We're going to believe anything they say. But when you actually go out and do your own observations of the Earth, it proves wrong every single time. And I could go on to satellites being fake. I already did that. Big story, long story short is, why? 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 You know what I mean? I have this all written down, but I'm just going to go from the heart. You know what I mean? A spinning ball going through the galaxy, 1,000 miles per hour, doing a 360 rotation daily, going around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, and the sun is going through the galaxy at 480-200 miles per hour. And then the next celestial star is 93 million miles away, and the next celestial star from that is trillions of miles away, and then there's trillions of celestial stars in the sky, right? Your place of importance becomes less than a grain of sand when it comes to a comparison of the universe. But all of a sudden, if we're a stationary plane, and the sun, moon, and stars all wrap around us, which can be proven through star trajectory, it all of a sudden makes you a lot more important. It all of a sudden puts everything around you. It proves precision. It proves Nato's precision. It proves creator.
Okay, we got to wrap it up because they need to get in.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
He said, was that, so I saw the date, 2017 it was posted. When was that recorded?
Just a little bit before that. Let me see, I could probably find
Cool. He's not the greatest presenter, but his information was solid. It's what we need from our young people.
Yeah, see, I posted it on my channel May 17th, 2017.
Say that again.
I posted it on my channel May 17th, 2017.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it's only gotten, since then, look, that's almost 5 years ago. It's only gotten 129 views in 5 years.
I've never seen a student talking to his class about flat Earth. So that
Yeah, he'd made some mistakes. And at times he got nervous and he might have been a little stoned. I don't know. But anyway, other than that, the information he presented was astounding, I thought.
Yeah, super solid.
Yeah, he had every single thing he nailed it, actually, information-wise. And the way he presented it was like, he would talk about things where you would agree with him. Anybody would. He could get the whole audience going, yep, yep, and then go on, and the whole globe thing gets destroyed. I love that. So that part's great. It's a little bit long for this, but anyway, yeah. I got another one from Celebrate Truth if you want, unless you guys want to start up conversation. It's probably enough for a conversation. But if you want to listen to this last one, it's only 9 minutes 22. It's pretty good.
I want to hear it.
Okay, it's about the ridiculousness of satellites, so I think it might be appropriate. Let's play this. One second. Coming right up. Hot off the press. So I got the right one.
Hey everyone, we're just doing another video today on the absurdities of
that's the
NASA and the
volume.
Earth
Hey!
pictures from space.
I know,
I'm not
hold
sure how
on.
many of
I
you
can't hear it at
have
all.
actually
One
done
second,
this
let me
study,
stop.
but if you're
I don't know why that is.
Wait, you were going to play some by Robbie Davidson, right?
Yeah, it's Celebrate Truth. Yeah, that's him, right? Yeah, so why did the volume of that go to nothing? And it's all the way up and the bot is at 150%. I better change that back to 100 or 80. Some things are really loud on this. Yeah, I'm not sure why I can't hear that one, because when I play it on YouTube, I hear it just fine.
pictures from space.
No, if I can make that loud enough.
I'm not sure how many of you have actually done this study, but if you're like a lot of people, they started doing the search by looking, wait a minute, how many pictures, real photographs of the Earth do we actually have? And the reality is, we don't have a lot at all. I would say the majority of the pictures, minus maybe a few that we'll get into here in a bit, but really, this is the big thing. You start looking at all of these so-called photographs or pictures from Earth, and it's just nonsense. It's all CGI, it's renderings, it's computer stitched together. I mean, look at this nonsense right there, the clouds. I mean, seriously. And then I remember this was circulating around, like, wasn't that beautiful? Look at the satellite took this picture, and seriously, this is cartoon land. If you really believe this, then you were really in trouble. But the reality is that when you actually start looking around on NASA, their actual website will state that these are not photographs, that these are renderings, that these are CGI, that these are, all these different things. But the reality is, and you can check for yourself, because a lot of people say, no, I mean, how do you know? I'm going to go check. Well, go check and see yourself, and you're going to find out that they actually admit that it has to be photoshopped. That you have people even from NASA that have come forward and saying, this is exactly how we do it. We take the data, we stitch it together, we compile these images. Now, we've got inconsistencies with Earth all over the place. We've got the Earth morphing, changing. We've got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying it's a pear. Nobody even knows what shape it is anymore. But wait a minute, we have all these pictures. You look at those pictures, they look pretty spherical, right? And this is the big debate, when it comes to flat Earth is really, you believe you're on a flat Earth? Of course we're on a sphere. Look at all the pictures. But really come down to the pictures, look into it, you'll find out it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. You can just look over and over and over, and all these pictures, one by one, you'll start breaking them down, you'll find out they're nothing more than Hollywood science fiction. NASA is science fiction, all right? Remember that. So when you're watching Star Wars or Star Trek or any of your science fiction, understand that anytime you Google Earth from space, you're also seeing science fiction. It's not real. This doesn't exist. I know it's hard for a lot of people, but the reality is just that. So anyways, I'm searching around for pictures from Earth from space. And actually on a podcast the other night, they actually had brought out this video, which I thought was pretty funny, or actually the picture. But anyways, you start looking around, you got NASA, but then everyone says, well, what about the other space agencies? There's Russia, and there's China, and again, their footage is even more ridiculous. But again, let's get into one that I thought was actually pretty funny, but let's get into this one, not that one, let's get into this one. And this was a picture, Russian satellite, 121 megapixel image of the Earth. It's the most detailed yet. And it says pictures from the Electro L #1 Russian weather satellite of Earth are the highest detail images yet, and come in at 121 megapixels. The color scheme comes from the image capture method, which combines data from 3 visible and 1 infrared wavelengths of light. when it takes full-size images of Earth every 30 minutes. Okay, so every 30 minutes they're taking a picture of the Earth. I guess the Russians, they've got it all, figured out. They've got everything going. And again, it comes down to this just nonsense of the Earth, right? There's been a long history of NASA providing blue marble images of Earth, but now we're getting a different perspective thanks to a photo taken by the Electro L #1 Russian weather satellite. And again, it goes on to basically say, unlike, NASA, this is even better. It's high resolution, and again, there's basically saying that the different color schemes in there, they're, orange, for a reason. But what was really, really funny is, everyone, is looking into these. It's photoshopped. We all know this, right? But the Russians are even worse than NASA. I mean, how is it that when you actually take this photo and you grab it, and you say, okay, here's the photo. This is from the Russian satellite. Uh-oh, we got a problem. What's this drag tool doing on there? There's a hand. So I'm not sure if you know, but in the middle of the ocean, somewhere on the Earth, there's a big hand. And we haven't discovered this yet. But this hand, the Russians have detected. Again, this is a legitimate image from this satellite that actually takes pictures every 30 minutes. Only problem is, when it takes pictures, it's got a handprint on it. That's right, everyone, a handprint. Look at that. And this is from the official article. Like, how ridiculous is this? And again, this is the whole thing. And I mean, this was brought up on a podcast the other night. I just had to go searching for it. I went long and hard into the night trying to find where is this picture, because again, it was just showing this picture. Anyways, I found out Russians that took this picture, and it was this beautiful Earth shot, from their satellite way out in space, they call it. But only problem is, we've got a hand. Look at that, a hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at this. Got a thumb and everything. It's the drag tool in Photoshop. I mean, why are they even in Photoshop? If this is taking, a picture, why are they going in and having to do anything with it? The reality is that all this stuff is constructed in Photoshop. You have layers. You can open these things up in Photoshop. You can grab, layers. You can, do different masks. You can clearly see. And unfortunately, I mean, even the Russians, they're even lazy enough that they'll just actually take a screenshot of the actual Photoshop shot with the hand drag tool on it. So here's just another reason not to trust anything that you see. So-called images from space, from weather satellites. It's nonsense. Doesn't exist. Just like this weather, satellite that takes this picture of the Earth with a big hand on it. Look at that. Just a big hand. I'm going to zoom right into that hand. Look at that. Is that ever silly? This should be an embarrassment to the Russians, really, But again, NASA should be embarrassed as well, too, because we're uncovering all of their nonsense one by one. It's just all a facade. Start looking into it and ask yourself the question. It's 2017. We have all this technology. Why don't we have a real picture of the Earth from space? Why don't we have a spinning ball Earth, nice HD video footage from the moon? Something that we can all see. The ISS. Oh, we have the ISS, though. We have it. I've seen it. Really, you've seen it. Are you a moron? You can't see anything 250 miles away, the size of a school bus. Stop your nonsense. You might see lights in the sky, and that's something that we can all maybe agree on. But stop saying that you can actually see an object when you can't even see a plane at 30,000 feet. Come on. Use your head. But these are the arguments we hear all the time. And, the ships go over the horizon. Look at all the pictures from NASA. And look at the ISS. Really, are you going to start your whole debate, your whole argument with these three? Come on. It's really, really silly. It's time to wake up. Start actually providing better photos. And Russia, seriously, if you're actually going to claim that you've got your own satellites, which satellites are nonsense, start looking at the satellites. We could do a whole video on satellites and show that there's nothing. There's no real photos of satellites. It's all a big lie. And I know you're all looking at your phone right now. You're like, but GPS, what about GPS? Well, maybe that's another video, or maybe do a search and find out the answers to that. But for now, we're talking about the mockery, the fakery, the photoshoppery of the Earth. And that's exactly what's going on. Case in point, Russia, they don't even bother. They'll just say, hey, let's just leave the hand tool, on the actual globe. No one's going to really notice it. No one's going to ever see it. Oh, we're not going to see it. No, nothing. No, it's fine. Let's just go with it. Not a big deal. there it is there, the Russian satellite, not a big deal, right? But there we are. And you can just see that it's just nonsense. I can scroll around, I can go through all this kind of stuff, and then someone can grab it like this, The Verge, and run a big article on it, and away you go, right? There's been a long history of NASA, but look at this. Russia, they did a lot better, but only problem, we got a hand on there. Well, I got to hand it to them. They tried to fool the public, but it didn't go over well. Hey, man, expose the world's lies, celebrate truth. God bless.
And there you go. Could you hear that okay?
Yep.
I don't know. Everybody left the room. Sorry about that. Hope it wasn't my fault. Probably not. Everybody's got a day to do. Alrighty.
I didn't really catch much of that. I'm sorry. Man. It's low on my end.
Oh, hold on a second. What did I do?
But if other people heard it, fine. That's cool. Could just be me. I had some shit turned down.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Okay, cool.
There's a guy named Jeff I used to play music with. Probably played music with him longer than anybody. And every time we'd play on stage, and I had a microphone, see, I'm the drummer, so sometimes I had a mic, sometimes I didn't. And when I did have a mic, I would always annoy people by saying, Jeff, 1, 2, Jeff, 1, 2. Jeff would hate it. He'd turn around and be like, dude, that's never been funny. Like, to me, it's funny as shit to me, Jeff.
It's still funny. Jeff,
yeah.
1, 2. Jeff, 1, 2.
Isn't that funny?
It's
Mike
hilarious.
Jeff, 1, 2. Mike Jeff.
Mike Jeff. Mike Jeff.
It's like saying Michael and Jeff next to it's
Mike.
just I thought it was fucking great.
It's like saying Mike Glatt. Mike Glatt. Mike Glatt. Mike Glatt. Mike Glatt.
Mike Glatt.
It doesn't have the same effect.
Doesn't work. Well, my name's Sean, so that doesn't work. Mike Sean doesn't work. Mike Jeff works perfect.
Sean Mike.
That doesn't work.
Sean Mike 1, 2. Sean Mike Sean Mike Sean.
Yeah.
Sonny
Yes,
Mike.
he hated
Mike
it.
Sonny Mike Sonny Mike.
Sonny Mike.
That's weird.
He's Mike. Everybody had their own microphone in one of my bands because our lead singer, man, he caked up his microphone all the time with gunk and just
snot.
Yeah, and he was a beer drinker, right? So, yeah.
Snot and beer.
There was one time I was like, fuck it. It was an SM57, so I unscrewed the top and I soaked it in a bunch of alcohol and water for him. And I cleaned it up.
There you go.
And he said, "You fucking dick! Now it's gonna sound like shit."
Oh man!
I was like, "What?"
The
and it didn't.
And the snot.
I know he thought he gave the mic sound personality. I was like, "You're disgusting, bro. Gross." I can smell it from the drum set.
That's retarded. Jeff was retarded. Sorry.
Jeff wasn't retarded. You know what's funny though? He fell asleep in the middle of a show, playing a show. He fell asleep. He passed out. He was drunk, but he was leaned up against my kick drum and passed out as I'm hitting it a bunch. He just passes out. It was pretty bad.
Jeff was a narcoleptic.
No, but he is hilarious. He would always be the first guy to pass out at parties, right?
Drunkoleptic.
Yep. We spent a lot of Sharpie ink on that guy.
Looked like a Maury warrior when you guys got done with him, huh? Like, why hang all this ink on me?
Yeah, we did some crazy stuff to Jeff. I'll just put it that way.
It's like the Glovers. Why did they open themselves up to it? Gee whiz. Don't come.
Exactly.
Don't come to a fight unarmed.
Don't come to band practice if you don't want us to make fun of you on stage when we play live. I mean, that's just how it goes. But see, then Jeff would get all the girls, right? So it was like, in your face, assholes.
Okay.
So it worked out. Well, yeah, married and happy now.
Well, cosmic equilibrium will occur.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
In all cases.
In all cases. At the very least with gases and air pressure.
Yeah, those are just like the visible signs of that stuff, right? You know, those are the only things we go, well, that always happens. Well, they're going to call this a law then. Right, yeah. Hey, man, did you always see this happening? Yeah. Did you? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll call it a law for now. All right, sounds good. Let's check it together one last time. Okay, we all checked it. Yep. Now it is a law for sure. No, actually, now we'll call it an axiom because everyone everywhere checking it has always come up with the same result. So yeah, then now it's a law and an axiom. Is that possible? Yeah, I think so.
I think it is.
Or laws are actually axioms. Except for not in pseudo law. Or should I say satanic law, Black's law.
Man-made law. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Been looking at the moon, Eli? Maybe he's AFK. He's probably busy.
What was that?
I was just saying, how's it going?
Oh, what's up? Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, my bike has a error 5 message, so it's not working at the moment. Got to figure out why.
Wow, too cold?
No, it's 60 degrees today.
Oh, wow. It's like the same temperature as here.
Yep.
Trippy. No,
from 30 to 60. Yeah.
I was asking you. I was asking, have you been watching the moon lately? That's what I asked earlier.
Well, I watched it with my family the other night.
Yeah. Right on.
But not for anything in particular. Just looking at it itself.
Yeah, which is even that's pretty amazing, isn't it? I think it is. I was looking at it. It's freaking quite incredible. The more I look at it now, it becomes just incrementally more strange. I'm like, what the heck is that thing? Like, really, what is it? I know I've seen it my whole life, but what are you? How is that possible? It looks like a freaking painting going by.
Well, I'll tell you this. That's the impression that my girl got.
I heard you say that yesterday or the other day. Yeah.
Basically, that's basically what she said, because I don't know. Why else do you say? She just repeatedly said, nah, that's fake as fuck. Why? Because she had an idea of how the real thing looks. Like the way I did, I had an idea of how the Earth looked like from space. Like, right. Not the images we always see, but the real one, the ugly one. The one that's not, edited to death. But that doesn't exist. So it's like, oh. But in her case, I guess she hasn't really seen the moon in that kind of detail other than in like books or whatever. So when she saw it, she's like, no, that's not how I expected real. Like, I'm assuming she thought, well, I know what rocks look like, and that doesn't look like the rock I thought it was.
Yes, yes. So, what's amazing is that, like, if you think about it, like, because it's been so bright and large lately, like, I had a really clear view of clouds behind it and in front of it the other night, which was a trip, but just its edges, when I looked at its edges, its illumination is constant throughout the whole thing, all the way to the edge without change. How is that possible? It's only possible on a couple different surfaces would do that. So I think we've talked about that in here. It's not taboo or anything. Looks like it's flat. I think it's flat, feigning as a sphere or something.
Or it's not a surface at all.
Or
In the way that we think.
Yes.
In the way that we think about it anyway.
Like a lens. That's what I keep coming to. Freaking, these are lights in the sky. What happens with lights? They change lenses. Like in the old days, I don't know what kind of old days that would be up there. That would be the really old days. That's some advanced stuff. Who's doing that?
I don't know. And it's really odd that...
I mean, these are questions Glovers ask flat earthers because they think we're gods.
Right. Who's controlling the light?
Who made those lights? Who started the show? How did that begin?
Let's say it was the creator. Let's just go with that.
Yeah.
What pants was he wearing that day? Like I know I'm being facetious, but that's really like kind of the kinds of questions that they ask. Oh, the earth is flat. What's at the bottom?
Yeah,
like, how the fuck would I know? Please tell me how I would know. Well, like, give me, please.
Yeah.
Why is that a good question?
They have this thing that they think they have this big full bucket of like truths that have been proven, and none of it's empty. It's the emperor's new clothes. That's their whole thing, is all this information. They think all the answers are there, but if they actually took the time to look, their bucket's been empty the whole time. It's amazing.
That's sad stuff. Sad state of affairs, because it's really I'm realizing it's just the what I'm seeing and what I'm bracing against, and the things that I really don't want to accept is that people are psychologically as fucked up as you think they, as you think they are.
That's terrifying. And almost like we weren't allowed to know that all at once, because it would be freaking so terrifying that like we wouldn't be able to function normally. But that we've kind of like somehow, I don't think each one of us did that. I think the information, esoteric information that we've all gotten, has been metered out to us, so we can't be given too much at one time.
But even if we knew everything, people would still think the way that they think. And the problem really is how people arrive at conclusions.
That's true.
Like how do you arrive at a conclusion? What is your way of critically thinking?
Right. So it almost needs to be broken down into like 1, 2, 3 simple, easy steps. Where do we start? We have to get the foundation of like the first step first. We can't skip steps.
I think about it like this, like, flat earth is easy. It's okay. You spotted a lie. Right. Congratulations. Like that's that. But the real issue in my mind is, how long have I been watching TV? How long have I been watching interactions on YouTube? where people are having conversations and I look to them for information. Well, somewhere along that road, they argued fallaciously, especially when they're actors in movies. And I've picked up on how to communicate with people through these various outlets. Now, that's not stopping anytime soon. Nobody's pointing out, hey, this movie is dumb. This guy is supposedly a scientist, you know, trying to warn people about this, that, and the third. And he's committing logical errors every fucking 5 minutes he speaks on the screen. Like, that's the real thing that's being taught to us under the radar. It's not overt. It's like, well, you know, these two couples were having issues. This guy brought up this point, but then this girl brought up that point. That was entertaining and, you know, whatever. But nobody's really thinking, well, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Now all of this strife is happening based off of your assumption. And that's what really caused the issue. Like, nobody's looking at it like that. They're thinking, I've gone through the same thing. Maybe I'll say this to my wife.